They were as brutal and violent as anyone, but also unusually patient and organized. The foot soldiers acted with a sort of discipline that came only when failure carried a more convincing probability of reprisal than the legal system offered. And they worked with a benign and respectable above-the-surface screener, the friendly face who could make that crucial phone call and get you a favor. There was a lot about this that smelled as though Dahlman had fallen into the path of some small, fledgling enterprise of the Mafia. As she thought more about it, she sensed that the framing of Dr. Dahlman didn't feel like Mafia work. They were imaginative enough to concoct it, and professional enough to carry it off if they wanted to. But would they want to? They had thrived for 5 generations by keeping things simple. If they had wanted 5 people silenced, they would have swept through the clinic that day and killed all of them at once. Ornate, rickety constructions designed to throw suspicion in all directions. This wasn't Mafia style at all. They never wanted to cast suspicion in other directions. The protection of all of their existing operations demanded that everyone know who had done it. She considered the possibility that these men might have something to do with law enforcement. But no, that wasn't right either. There were certain standard signs. When people like that needed arms that couldn't be traced, they took them from the piles of confiscated weapons that had supposedly been destroyed. They didn't need to go to anyone like Sid Freeman. And they didn't need any false IDs from him either. They had access to the equipment for making real ones in false names. As Jane drove along the dark highway, following the Mississippi toward the north, she picked out the constellation the old people had called the Loon, and began to navigate by it. The world had changed so much since then, and none of the changes had been anything that mattered. The foot trails had been straddled by wagon ruts, then covered over with asphalt. This stretch of land had always looked like this, flat prairies covered in the summer by long grasses. The grandfathers had come here regularly on foot in groups of 3 or 4 warriors. Just to get as far from Nundawa'onoga as she was now, they needed to pass through the countries of enemies, the Eries, the Shawnees, the Miami, Kickapoo, Potawatomi, Sauk, Fox, Mascoutin, and Iowa. They had done it by moving in silence and covering their tracks carefully. They had followed a course parallel with the main trails, but had stayed off them, just as she was doing now. When the Europeans came, they called these little bands skulking parties. What they really represented was the customary way of making war. When Anundawa'ono died, the women of his clan, his mother, sisters, and aunts, would ask the men of other clans, who were their husbands, to make up for his loss. This they did by traveling to the land of an enemy people and bringing back a prisoner. It was what men did for women, what one clan did for another, what the clear-minded did for the bereaved. If the grief of the women was inconsolable, the prisoner would be tormented to demonstrate his bravery, killed, and eaten, so his power would still belong to the people. But usually the prisoner would be adopted to take the name, home, family, and responsibilities of the lost Seneca. When a life was lost, it weakened the sight of good and order and happiness by one, and robbed the people of the services of a human being. It made the side of chaos and cruelty and disorder and darkness a little stronger. Whether or not a person had ever heard of the twin brothers, that much was undeniable. It seemed odd to her that tonight the only force in motion was a skulking party of one small, weak Nundawa'ono woman. But she had seen enough fighting to know that it had probably always seemed that bad to the ones who had to slip quietly through the forest into the country of enemies, and she had been to this part of the battleground before.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.
Chapter 22. The electric alarm clock gave an insistent, high-pitched chirping sound, and the woman rolled over to reach for it, her long black hair streaming behind her on the pillow. She turned it off and listened to the sounds of cars and trucks moving on the street below the window. New York. She squinted at the display on the clock. It was 3 a.m. She slipped out of bed quietly, then padded across the carpet to the bathroom, closed the door, and stepped into the shower. The warm water came out in 100 hard jets and made her skin feel alive again. She could not possibly have had more than 2 hours of sleep, but she was already alert. She emerged from the bathroom with one of the hotel's big soft towels wrapped around her, and saw the man was just sitting up in the bed. His voice was hoarse when he said, "It's still dark. What time is it?" She moved closer and smiled down at him apologetically. "It's 3:15. I'm sorry, but this is part of the game, too. When you have to travel, you try to do it in the dark when nobody else is likely to see you." He reached out and grasped her hand, then gave a gentle tug that made her sit on the bed. She let him kiss her neck. "That's all," she announced, and stood up. Her eyes softened. "It was wonderful. But if you make me forget I have to get you out of here on time, then it won't happen again. The flight to Morocco leaves at 6, so you'd better get in the shower." He swung his legs to the floor, rubbed his eyes, then ran his hand through his hair, stood up, walked to the bathroom, and closed the door. She waited until she heard the shower running, then opened her suitcase. She pulled out a blue skirt and jacket and put them on, then reached to the bottom of the other section and took out the clothes that she had selected for him. As she spread them on the bed, she studied them critically. The gray suit looked surprisingly good. It had been bought at a thrift shop in Chicago. The shoes had been picked up in a big discount chain store in North Carolina, and the shirt had been left behind by another runner months ago. It was just the right sort of outfit. Tracing it would lead a person in all directions at once. She heard the shower stop, waited a minute, then went to knock on the door. "David?" He swung the door open, took the toothbrush out of his mouth, and said, "Change your mind?" She rolled her eyes. "Afraid not. It's nearly 3:30. We have to be outside in about 15 minutes. David dried himself briskly as he walked out of the bathroom. He looked at the unfamiliar clothes she had laid out for him, then picked up the suit. "Where in the world did you pick these up?" He tossed the coat back on the bed and stepped into the pants. She put her arm around his shoulder and looked up at him with amusement. "You've got to go through customs. Your passport belongs to a teacher in North Carolina. You have to look like a teacher. If you dress like a successful lawyer, they're going to take a second look." He looked closely at the necktie she had picked out for him. "This isn't so bad." She grinned. "I must have slipped up." He stopped in the middle of tying it, not sure whether she was serious, so she tightened the knot herself. "You're a teacher, not some hayseed. You can't afford a Savile Row suit, but you can buy a nice tie to dress up the suit you can afford." She walked around the room, wiping off surfaces with his damp towel, then went into the bathroom, wiped the handles and faucets, and dropped the towel on the floor. As she came out, she studied him judiciously. He noticed, turned around once, and looked at her inquiringly. "You'll do." She glanced at her watch. "Time to go. I'll slip out and look for our ride. You take the suitcase, go down and check out." His face went slack, and he didn't move. She could see that he was embarrassed. She snapped her fingers. "Sorry, I forgot you don't have any money left. I'm not used to getting up this early, I guess." She went to the window and looked down at East 49th Street. "They're here already. Let's go." She opened the door handle with a handkerchief, then closed it quietly, and followed David Cunningham down the deserted hallway to the elevator. After the door had closed them in, she said, "You take the suitcase out and put it in the trunk. As soon as I'm finished at the desk, I'll join you." David walked purposefully across the lobby and out the front door. A blue car with 2 men inside pulled up at the loading zone. The big blond man in the passenger seat got out, took the suitcase out of David's hand, and then said quietly, "Get in the back seat. David sat in the car, and the door closed. The man behind the wheel was the smaller, curly-haired one he had met months ago, just after his troubles had started. The man turned his body in the seat to smile at David. "You're in the home stretch now. How's it feel?" "Better than I expected," said David. Much better than he was allowed to say, he thought. The woman had said she didn't want any of the others to know that she had spent the night with him. He could hardly blame her. She was unattached, and so was he. Now, anyway. She had a right to do what she wanted, but she was in a business surrounded by men. Criminals, when you came down to it. She was probably smart not to give them the impression that she was accessible. He heard the trunk slam, then both doors opened, and he saw the dark woman slide into the front seat. The big blonde man got in beside David, and the car pulled away from the hotel. David felt a bit cheated. After last night, he would have expected her to sit in the back beside him, that she would have wanted to be near him for the ride to the airport. She had told him she wouldn't be able to fly over to North Africa for a visit until late fall, maybe even December. Women were always trying to give the impression that they were more romantic than men. But the minute it was over, what did you hear? Yeah, the earth moved, you changed my life, you're the best. Now let's get downstairs so you can buy me dinner. This one had a way of dropping the temperature from cool to cold. He had said, "You know my real name. Don't you think it's time I know yours?" She had answered, "I have lots of names, and they're all real." He supposed that in her business she had to be that way. The people who had something to run from got to change their names and looks, then disappear. She had to stay around while they went off to places like Morocco. He had accidentally reminded himself, and it made him frightened. He had made it this far, but the only real hurdle was still ahead of him. Staying free all this time was no big accomplishment, because he had not been face to face with a federal official since the last time he had walked out of the courthouse. He still couldn't believe that he had let this happen to him. When that Mullins character had come to him and presented the scheme, it had seemed simple. All he had to do was take the cash a bit at a time and place 80% of it in an escrow account against the purchase of an imaginary piece of real estate, as though the man were building up a down payment. Then he would make out a check to a different name, hand it to the same man, and keep his 20% in cash. Deal closed. Of course it was money laundering. He didn't like that part of it, but he had liked getting an under-the-table payment in cash. Everything had seemed fine, even after the man had stopped showing up. After he had missed 4 consecutive weeks, David had begun to see the $300,000 in the escrow account as found money. That was when the man's boss had come to the office. His name was Maggio. He had explained to David that Mullins had been a professional bagman, merely delivering Maggio's money. If David would simply hand over the check for $750,000, he would be on his way. It was then that David had seen it all, as though it were carved in his forehead. Mullins had fooled them both, but Maggio was never going to believe it. David had considered calling the police. He would be disbarred and convicted of money laundering, tax evasion, and some currency reporting violations. He had considered asking Maggio for time to pay the money back, but he could tell that this man was not the sort for that. Had he actually said that he had killed Mullins? No. David had inferred it from the way he had spoken about Mullins in the past tense from the beginning, always with a weary, philosophical distaste. Finally, David had written out the check for $750 and begun to pack his bag so he could be gone before the check bounced. Her voice jarred David. "He doesn't have any money with him. Did you take care of that?" She was talking about him. The blond man beside David said, "There's $500 in cash and $2,000 in traveler's checks in his flight bag." "Good," she said. She turned in her seat so she could see David's face. "David, remember, when you get to Morocco, take a cab from the airport to your hotel. Spend a few days resting up and getting used to the climate. Don't go right to the bank and start withdrawing lots of money. They could put you under surveillance for a day or two just because you're a foreigner." "Don't worry," said David. "Once I'm on that plane, I'm a different person. I'm never going to hurry again." The car coasted to a stop on a quiet street lined by brownstones. "Why are we stopping?" "We're going to change cars here," said the curly-haired driver. "Just sit tight while we shift your luggage to the other car." David sat alone in the back seat while the others got out. He watched them through the rear window until the trunk lid went up and he couldn't see them anymore. After a few seconds, the blond man opened the door and said, "Come on." When David was out, the man took his arm and ushered him around the back of the car. David didn't see the gun come out, and the silencer never touched the back of his head, so he never felt anything. He saw the dark woman looking into his eyes with an expression of intense curiosity. The bullet passed through the back of David Cunningham's skull and emerged high on his forehead, and the blond man gave him a hard push from behind. His body toppled forward against the rear bumper and bent at the hips over the rim of the open trunk, so his head and torso were inside. The two men grasped David Cunningham's legs and heaved them upward to push him the rest of the way in, and the woman closed the lid over him. In a moment, the woman had taken David's place in the back seat. The two men were in the front, and the car was making its way toward the Queensboro Bridge. The curly-haired man looked over his shoulder at the woman. "Morocco?" The blond man beside him chuckled. The dark woman said, "One of the things he thought he was running from was the federal government. Was I supposed to tell him Biloxi?" "It just has a ring to it, that's all. Your money's in the bank in Morocco." "Just make sure you bury him deep," said the woman. "And I keep thinking about the clothes. Maybe you should strip him first and burn the clothes someplace far away." "All right," said the curly-haired man. "You going straight to the airport this time?" "Yes. Drop me at the United Terminal." She tapped the blond man on the shoulder. "So, bring me up to date." The blond man said, "The girl we have on hold in Chicago is getting restless." "Is everything ready for her at the other end?" The blond man shrugged. "Pretty close." "When it is, move her." She stared out the window at the buildings as they drifted past. She muttered, "I know you haven't killed Jane yet. If you had, you would have been falling all over yourselves to tell me." Chapter 23. Jane arrived in Minneapolis and registered at the Copley Hotel because it was too big and ornate and comfortable for a woman who didn't want to be noticed, then bought the best street map the gift shop had and went out to find an apartment and do some shopping. She had very specific requirements for the apartment, so she wasted very little time. Sid Freeman had always been proud of his little stronghold, even in the days when he was calling himself Harlan J. Hall or Mrs. Dillis Mankowitz, and he had not yet reinforced it with steel and stone. But even in those days, Jane had been alert to its vulnerability. Sid required that every visitor approach the house from the same direction and move along the rise above the lake shore so that his lookout, usually Quinn when he was around, could study the visitor through a rifle scope. Sid and his sniper had an elevated, unobstructed view of the path all the way from the other end of the lake to his door. What Sid had not provided was a way of keeping a third party from seeing the path, too. Jane visited an apartment in a big house 2 blocks west of Sid's. It was slightly higher on the hill than Sid's house, and obscured by the leaves of 2 long rows of tall oak trees along the old, quiet streets. The apartment was on 2 levels, with a kitchen and small living room on the 2nd floor, and a staircase that led to a bedroom at the peak of the house. It had once been the attic, so it had a low sloping ceiling and was hot, but the landlord had installed an air conditioning unit in the front window. It had a separate entrance down an enclosed staircase to the driveway. Jane walked back to the front window and studied the view of the lake over the air conditioner, then took out a pen to sign the lease. Jane left her apartment and went out to buy all of her furnishings at once. At a sporting goods store in the mall, she found a 60-power spotting scope on a tripod. At another sporting goods store, she bought a night scope with infrared enhancement. She had known Sid for years, and if those were what he used, they were what was necessary. The electronics were slightly more chancy, because she wasn't yet sure how much of what she bought would work at this distance. She knew that the only way to solve it was to buy everything that might work: 2 video cameras, a directional microphone, a tape recorder, a scanner that the salesman slyly assured her would pick up conversations on cell phones. Then she went to a giant appliance discount store and bought an air conditioning unit exactly like the one in the front window of her apartment. Jane set up her gear in the late afternoon. She knew that night was the time for watching the path because Sid dealt with people who tried to stay indoors in the daytime. She took the motor and refrigeration coils out of her new air conditioner so it was nothing but a metal box with louvers, and used it to replace the original one. She put the video cameras inside it, plugged them in to run on AC power, and aimed them between louvers at a spot on the path through the park that was open and close enough so that with the zoom lens set properly she could get a clear picture of anyone visiting Sid Freeman's house. Then she placed the spotting scope and the night vision scope in the air conditioner beside the cameras. The directional microphone took a bit more thought. It had a dish-shaped receiver that was too big to escape notice in a window, and putting it behind a pane of glass or a set of blinds would muffle sounds. It occurred to her that the proper way to use it was to make it look like a TV satellite dish and place it on the roof. Jane spent 15 minutes trying to decide whether the roof was merely her best hope or her only hope, because best hope was not good enough for Jane Whitefield. Her parents had brought her up without concealing that the world was a place composed of materials that were much harder and more enduring than human flesh and bone. Nothing she had seen since then had caused her to forget it. Her father had been an iron worker, one of hundreds of Iroquois men who had traveled the country in little crews, working on big construction projects for much of each year. There was a myth in the society at large that the Iroquois men were simply lucky that they had inherited some odd blank on their chromosomes, in the spot where other people carried the gene for their fear of heights. They walked the high girders that formed the skeletons of skyscrapers, and clung to the cables that spanned bridges, and made good money. But one of those men had been Henry Whitefield, and he had told his daughter the truth. There was no such thing as a genetic immunity to fear. 300 feet looked the same through his brown eyes as it did through the blue eyes Jane had inherited from her mother. Things of the mind were controlled by the will, not by chemical codes. A man who needed to feed his family simply taught himself to weigh the risk against the benefit without adding in the fear. It was probably 2 years later that the cable holding the steel I-beam that suspended Henry Whitefield so high above the river snapped. Jane had been 11 that summer, and she had been 3,000 miles away from that river in Washington. But she had seen him falling, over and over in her dreams. Sometimes she would be up there with him, not standing on anything as he was, but disembodied, watching him in his red flannel shirt and blue jeans, looking so small up there, surrounded by sky. And then the cable snapped, and he was lost, his arms flailing and his legs kicking for second after second all the way down. But sometimes she would be inside him when it happened, and that was worse. She would be looking down all the way at the dark water and the big rocks along the edge, watching for a long time as they rushed up toward the eyes she was looking through. Jane hated heights. The roof of this house was steep. It was a 3-story house at the street, but on the lower side of the hill where the directional microphone needed to be placed, the ground sloped away, so it was 4 stories high. The risk was not inviting. All she could do to mitigate it was to prepare herself. The next morning she went out to a sporting goods store and bought a baseball and a pair of leather gloves. Then she stopped at a military surplus store and picked out a 100-yard spool of olive-drab 7-strand paracord. She wasn't sure whether that meant it was used in parachutes, but the label guaranteed that the minimum tensile strength was 550 pounds. That afternoon she unrolled some of the cord from the spool and set to work on it. Every 2 feet she tied a strong knot that held the loop a foot in diameter. After 30 feet, she decided she had tied enough loops. She unrolled another 100 feet of cord, then cut it. Next, she sliced open the laces of the baseball in 2 spots, worked the end of the cord through one hole and out the other, and tied it securely. She opened the side window of her bedroom. Below her she could see the top branches of a big sycamore, and she half formed the notion that if she fell she could clutch at it to slow her fall, but then dismissed the idea. She wasn't going to fall. That evening, when she heard her landlord's car start, she hurried to the window. She watched the wife get into the passenger seat, then saw the headlights go on. The car backed out of the driveway, then drove off down the hill toward the main thoroughfares, where the restaurants and movie theaters were. It was time. Jane opened the window at the side of the house. She leaned out, held onto the frame with her left hand, lowered the baseball about 10 feet, and began to swing it back and forth in an arc. It gained momentum, swinging faster and faster, higher and higher. Finally, as it reached the bottom of its arc and began to climb, she changed its direction slightly so it came up, high over her head above the overhanging eaves of the house. She let it go, heard the hard ball hit the roof, bounce once, and then roll down the other side of the peak. She paid out more paracord until the line went slack, then quickly went down the stairs and outside to the driveway. The ball was lying on the pavement with the cord hanging down to it from the roof. Jane pulled the cord slowly and patiently, dragging more and more of it out of her upstairs window and over the roof. When it stopped, she climbed upstairs and found that one of the knots she had tied to make loops had snagged on the rain gutter. She searched the backyard until she found a rusty rake, went up to her room and used it to push the loop up over the gutter onto the roof, then pushed the next few up after it. Next, she returned to the driveway and pulled the paracord tight again. She wound the paracord 3 times around the trunk of the tree beside the driveway, tied it securely, and hurried back to her room. When she had the directional microphone and its electrical cord strapped to her back with a belt, she pulled on her gloves, gingerly put one leg out the window, and looked down to place her foot in the nearest loop of cord. She felt her lungs huff, as though a pair of hands had clapped together against her ribs to squeeze her breath away. She raised her eyes a little, grasped the cord, and swung out above the ground. She climbed slowly, using each loop as a foothold, then reaching to grasp the next one to pull herself up until she was just below the gutter. Then she reached over it and felt for the next loop. When she found it, she pulled herself over the gutter onto the roof. She held on to the rope as she crawled up the steep incline to the chimney. She freed herself of the directional microphone, set it where the chimney would hide it from the street and the slope would hide it from Sid Freeman's house, then aimed it at the spot where she had parked her car on the night when she had brought Dahlman here. Jane began the slow descent from the peak of the house, paying out the electrical wire as she went. When she reached the place where the paracord bent and went over the gutter, she felt the worst of the fear. She clung to the paracord and let her legs go out while she lowered herself with her hands, then bent at the hip and felt with her toes for the next loop. When she found it, she felt a relief so strong that her breath came from her throat in raspy whispers. It took a short time to climb down to the level of her window. When she reached it and pulled herself across the sill, she lay on the floor, trembling for a moment. The arches of her feet hurt from unconsciously trying to bend them to cling to the loops of the cord like hands. When she stood up, she felt energized. She had not fallen. Now she had to clean up. She ran downstairs to cut the cord free of the tree and pick up the baseball. She returned to the room and pulled the cord back over the house into her window. Then she went back to watching the path along the lake. It was early the next morning before she adjusted all of her equipment for the last time. The microphone and one video camera were trained on the most likely spot for a car to park along the lake. That was the only place where the face changers would say anything to their rabbits. After that, Until the rabbit returned, he was on his own. The second video camera was aimed at the approach to Sid's house. At this range, the built-in microphone might even pick up a bit of what the lens saw. Then Jane lay on the bed and closed her eyes. By watching all night and working all morning, she had reset her internal clock to become nocturnal. When she closed her eyes, she had to endure 3 very clear and convincing versions of herself losing her footing on the high, steep roof, then sliding down the rough shingles, scrabbling with her fingers so the nails broke, then being launched over the edge where she made one desperate grab for the gutter. Each time, that only got her turned around, so that she plummeted toward the ground head first, like a diver, the wind blowing her hair and the ground coming toward her so fast it seemed to swell to fill her field of vision like an image in a zoom lens. Then her heart would stop for an instant, and she would be awake again. While she waited to see it for the 4th time, she fell into a deep sleep. She awoke at sunset and went to check her equipment. She played each of the tapes on fast forward, but none of them had picked up anything but a woman walking a dog by the lake, at least 100 cars passing on the road above it, and 4 little boys who had come to give bread to the ducks. She had dinner and rewound all of her tapes. When it was dark, she put the earphones on and listened to the microphone and watched the lake with her night vision scope. Late in the morning, she turned on her recorders and video cameras and went to sleep. Jane watched the path this way, night after night. She ate simple meals that didn't require her to be away from the window. She performed extended versions of the Tai Chi movements to keep her muscles loose and her joints flexible. She left the house only during daylight, when visitors were least likely to come along the path, and when she returned, she checked the tapes her recorders had made. She resisted the growing temptation to turn her attention toward Sid Freeman's house, because she knew there was no more to be learned there. All she could do was make Sid's protégés think his house was her target and kill her. She kept her suitcase open, and the only clothes that were out of it were the ones she was wearing at the moment. She had a second, larger suitcase that she would use to carry the cameras and recorders and earphones. The directional microphone could stay on the roof if it didn't come down the first time she tugged the power cord. One thing she knew for certain was that she was not going up on that roof after it. Each evening after dinner she cleaned the apartment completely before she sat down to watch the path. If she had to leave quickly, there would be 2 or 3 doorknobs to wipe off, and the place would yield no prints. She even composed a note and typed it on a typewriter on display at an office equipment store. It said, "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Stewart, I'm afraid I've been called away urgently. My mother back in Florida has had a stroke, and I need to be there to care for her immediately. Thank you so much for your kindness. I'm enclosing next month's rent to cover the inconvenience while you find a new tenant. Regretfully, Tamara Davis." She had put the paper into the typewriter and taken it out with a tissue in her hand, then slid it into an envelope the same way so it would carry no prints. With that, she decided she was ready. In the old time, a lone Seneca might have come to this very place to watch the lake. In the wars of the forests, all attacks were surprise attacks, and the best strategy was to become indistinguishable from the forest, to wait and listen and watch. Enemies needed to be studied until their strengths and vulnerabilities were known, and the time was perfect. Relations with distant tribes of the West were fluid and shifting, so they were studied for signs of impending trouble. Each night she sat at her window gazing at the familiar picture she could see through her night vision scope. By now the bright green image had become flat like a painting, an unchanging arrangement of shapes that her mind simply verified each time she leaned to the eyepiece. But the green painting had small living elements. Owls nested high in the canopy of trees at the top of the stand of old maples across the lake to her left, where there were no houses. Every few nights she would see one glide out of the high place, suddenly swoop into the brush, and rise clutching a small shape that must have been a mouse, then flap its wings to return to the confusion of dark leaves. The ducks that swam on the surface of the lake in daylight were gone by the time she took her post each night, but she had studied the tapes to see them return to their nesting places in the reeds to the right of the owl trees. To the far right, near the road that ringed the lake, she had found squirrels. To amuse herself, she had switched on the infrared scope to pick up their body heat as they slept in their ramshackle piles of dead leaves in the high overarching limbs of the sycamores. The only human shapes that moved across the green painting regularly were two people she called Woman with Dog and the Sad Man. Woman with Dog seemed to work late 5 nights a week. Jane saw her car appear on the hill at around midnight and pull into the driveway of a big house up one of the side streets across the lake. The light would go on only in an upper window, so Jane was sure the woman lived in a converted upstairs apartment like hers. Then the woman would reappear in a sweatsuit with a retriever on a leash and go for a long walk in the park. The sad man usually appeared some time later. He seemed to come from a distance. He walked steadily, but not quickly. He slouched forward and looked down at the ground, as though he were wondering whether this was the night to burrow into it. The other visitors were ephemeral. One night, after Jane had watched a middle-aged man selling crystal methamphetamine to a college-age boy, a man and a woman pulled to the curb near the spot where Jane's directional microphone was trained. Jane's spine straightened. She turned on her cameras and recorded the sounds her microphone picked up. The scene began as she expected. The man was alert and watchful, looking around him for other people, then moved the car with its lights out so that it was precisely in the ideal parking spot, shielded by bushes, barely visible from any side but Jane's. Jane put on the earphones and the man said, "This isn't a good idea. I don't want to do this, please." That didn't sound right. The woman's voice said, "What are you afraid of?" Then she suggested, "The police." And the man said, "Well, that's not unreasonable, is it?" Jane increased the magnification of the zoom lens of the video camera aimed at the car, turned up the volume of the microphone, and began to prepare. She had her suitcase closed, her keys and purse on the bed, and was on her way to the window with the big empty suitcase to begin collecting her electronic equipment when the sounds began to change. She stopped and listened. They were having sex. Jane had started to turn off her electronic equipment, then stopped. It wasn't out of the question for one of them to be a face changer and have that kind of relationship with a runner. This wasn't the time for it, but since it wasn't beyond the realm of human behavior, she couldn't dismiss these two people just yet. She waited, keys in hand. Finally the man said, "Next Friday?" And the woman answered, "I'm sorry, but it's my anniversary and it's very important to me. How about Saturday?" Jane thought about that a few times afterward, but never was confident that she understood. Each of the false alarms during those few weeks made her faster and more efficient, but each one made her more impatient. She seemed to have done to herself what she had done to Carrie. She had left him in a kind of paralysis, where he could do nothing but stay where he was and allow every tiny movement he made to be watched. Now she was trapped too, sitting in a room watching a static landscape, waiting to detect some minuscule change. One night another man and woman arrived and stopped in the same parking place. They behaved so much like the other couple that she was almost sure it was just more sex. The woman said, "Are you sure no one will see?" And the man was the one who said, "Don't worry." But then he said, "Just walk straight ahead along that ridge. Then go up to the big brown house, stand on the porch, and knock. By the time you get there, they'll be waiting." Chapter 24. Jane watched the woman walk along the dark path toward Sid Freeman's house. She was about 25 years old, with a good figure and a face that might be pretty under white light. But in the dim green glow through the eyepiece of the nightscope, the skin looked ghostly, and the hollows of the eyes were deep gashes of darkness. Her hair seemed to be dark, cut above the shoulder, then curled and puffed to stand out a little. She wore a dark sweater and a pair of jeans, but Jane did not consider drawing any conclusion about her from the way she dressed tonight. She carried a big shoulder bag, and Jane watched the way she handled it. At first it hung on her left shoulder with her hand resting on it. Jane watched her head moving in little jerks from side to side, looking for human shapes and listening for footsteps, and wondering if the woman was carrying a gun in the purse. Then the woman stopped, frozen for a moment, and listened. After a few seconds, she recognized that the sound she had heard was a car going by on the street, and she went on, looking anxious. She slipped the strap over her head and across her chest and clutched the bag with her left hand, but never touched the metal latch. She didn't have a gun in there. She had money for Sid Freeman, and she was protecting it as though all she had to worry about were purse snatchers. Jane turned the nightscope away from her and watched the man. She wrote down the license number of his car, then reached to turn up the volume on her directional microphone, but found she already had it all the way up. He was in the shadow created by the roof of the car, and there were no streetlights nearby, so he was a shadow in a shadow. Jane picked up a small ticking sound, then recognized it as the sound car engines sometimes made when they were hot. The man's hand came up to his mouth, then went down again. The other hand came up and there was a bright flash, then a blinding glare. Jane blinked, and instantly understood he was lighting a cigarette, but the nightscope made it look as though a flare had exploded in his face. She turned to the eyepiece of the video camera in time to see the next 2 seconds. The automatic light meter on the video camera let in more light than a human eye would, so she saw his face clearly until the cigarette caught and he closed the lighter. He was the man she had seen outside the hospital in Buffalo, the blond one who had turned into the wind to light a cigarette. Jane listened to the recorder as she hurriedly prepared. She wiped off the doorknobs, tore the sheets off the bed and threw them into the suitcase with her clothes, then began to dismantle her equipment. The cameras, recorder, and scopes went into the second suitcase. She turned off the light in the room before she took her empty air conditioner out of the window and reinstalled the original. She carried her first suitcase and the empty air conditioner down to the car, then returned. Finally, with a little trepidation, she yanked the wire at the side window and coiled it as the directional microphone slid down the roof. It stopped at the gutter, and she tugged it over, then barely kept it from swinging against the side of the house as it fell. She pulled it in the window, put it in the big suitcase with the rest of her equipment, and took a last look around before she locked the door. On her way to the car, she left her goodbye letter in the landlord's mailbox. Jane drove out onto the side street, away from the road by the lake, then made her way along the streets on the hillside, keeping herself far above the waiting man. Whenever her route took her out of sight of the car for more than a block, she began to feel anxious. Each time she came to a turn or a stop sign, she would crane her neck to be sure the car had not moved. But when she had nearly completed a half circle to come out beyond it on the road, she saw that it was gone. The woman must have come to pick up something Sid already had prepared for her. Jane's breath caught in her throat. She turned right and let the car gain speed as it coasted down the long straight street toward the lake. She had considered it essential to get out of Minneapolis without again coming into the sight of Sid Freeman's juvenile delinquents, but now she had no choice. She had to hope they would just see her car passing and classify it with all the others that happened to move along the lake shore each night. She was aware that there were a few problems that weighed against her. It was now after 2 a.m, so there were few cars on any of the streets of this residential area, and none on the lake drive except hers. Another was that Sid's kids had very good optical equipment and nothing to do but look. If Sid thought she was breaking the rules, he would regretfully tell them to kill her. She speeded up. When the road veered away from the lake, she felt as though a weight had lifted from her chest. Jane had come to the house from a dozen different directions over the years, so she was familiar with all of the ways a car could go, but tonight she had no choice but to pick the most likely. The man would follow the surface streets until he came to Interstate 94, take it down toward the central part of the city, then branch off onto one of its tributaries, 394, 494, 694. There was no telling which one he would take, and they went in all directions. He would disappear. She pushed the car harder, going as fast on the empty streets as she dared, and finally she saw the green car pass under a streetlight ahead of her. She lifted her foot off the accelerator and let her car coast down to the speed limit. She would have to be cautious now. The fact that there was so little traffic had allowed her to find the car, but it would also make her headlights stand out in its rearview mirror. After 2 more blocks, the car swung up a ramp and onto the interstate. Jane gave them a few 100 yards, then followed. She let a big truck flash past her as she came into the right lane, then pulled up to hide behind it. Jane forced herself to be patient. All she needed to do was stay far enough back from the dark green car and keep other vehicles between them, and she would be invisible. After a few minutes, she tagged along with a passing Mercedes and stayed behind it until the green car took the airport exit. Jane followed long enough to see it turn into the airport drive and stop at the curb in front of the terminal, let the woman off, and pull away. Jane took a few seconds to study the woman in the bright lights as she walked from the curb to the terminal. Then Jane continued on to the long-term lot, parked, and ran for the shuttle bus back to the terminal. She stalked the departure level, scanning each waiting area until she found the woman sitting a few yards from a United Airlines gate. Jane looked at the television monitor above her on the concourse and learned that a flight to Los Angeles was leaving in 25 minutes. Jane walked up and sat beside the woman, but didn't look at her. She said quietly, "I'm sorry, but we've had to change your itinerary. We think you might have been followed to the airport." The woman looked at her, and Jane watched her work her way through a sequence of emotions, trying to find the one that fit. First, she was startled that a stranger was talking to her and felt afraid. Then there was a second when the words she had heard acquired meaning and she felt relieved. This woman beside her wasn't trouble. She was here to get her out of trouble. But that brought a new, undirected fear. Now the trouble had no face. It was everywhere. When Jane judged the woman had reached the right level of receptivity, she said, "Here's what we do. You're going to get up and go into the shop over there. The first one. When you come out, just go in the other direction, down toward the baggage area. Go outside and get on the shuttle bus for long-term parking." "All right." The woman prepared to stand. "Wait," said Jane. "First, give me your ticket." The woman looked puzzled, and behind the inquiring look was suspicion. "Why?" Jane nodded toward another woman sitting across the waiting area. "We're going to send a decoy in your place." The woman was filled with admiration. Jane was clever and devious, but best of all, Jane wasn't alone. There was a whole team here to keep them both safe. She handed Jane the ticket, and Jane put it in her purse. The woman stood up and walked toward the store. Jane moved across the concourse and waited a few minutes to see whether anyone separated from the crowds that passed by and approached the woman in the gift shop. No one did. Apparently the face changers had not placed anyone here to be sure she actually made her flight. Jane walked down to the ground level, stood at the telephone booths along the wall, and waited. She looked at the woman's ticket to Los Angeles. The face changers had not made the mistake of paying for it out of some general account. The ticket was in the name Melinda Kelly, and it had been charged to a credit card in that name. Jane had taken the ticket from the woman partly to see what it revealed, but also to keep the woman from having options. As long as the woman had the ticket in her hand, her decision would not have been final. She could still get suspicious, change her mind, and step onto the plane. But now that Jane had the ticket, the woman was committed. Her mind would be busy thinking up reasons why giving it to Jane had been a great idea. Jane went out the door and walked down the sidewalk to the next terminal. She watched the woman come out of the United Airlines terminal and step onto the next shuttle bus. When it moved farther up the drive to Jane's terminal, she stepped on too. The ride was quick, and Jane spent part of it watching for the green car that had dropped the woman off at the airport, and the rest watching for any other car that might be following. When the bus stopped 2 rows away from Jane's car, she got off. After a second's hesitation, the woman did too. Jane walked to her car, opened the passenger door for the woman, got in, and drove out of the lot. "Where are we going now?" the woman asked. "We'll still head for L.A.," said Jane. "We'll just use a less direct route." She was silent for a few seconds, so the woman would remember she had not told Jane where she was going. "It's more painful, but it's worth it." The woman said, "What's your name?" "I don't have a name." "Then what do I call you?" Jane said, "That reminds me, you can't be Melinda Kelly now that you've made a flight reservation in that name. You'll be Darlene Hunt, and I'll be your sister Anne for the moment." She glanced at the sad, scared face beside her. "Your older sister. After the first time we use those names, we'll be somebody else. If you have to make a move, don't be the same person in 2 places in a row." "I know," said the woman. "They told me that." "Good," said Jane. "Just so I don't waste my breath, what else did they tell you?" "To stay where they put me, live there quietly, and not make friends too quickly. Not to do anything that will get my picture in the newspapers or on TV. Not to buy anything on credit, get married, get sued, call the police, apply for a passport." The litany came out as though she had been forced to repeat it a few times, then had recited it to herself until she had come to resent each word of it separately. Jane accelerated but stayed in the right lane because it was easier to see headlights overtaking her from the left, and while she was still in the populated area where exits came every minute or two, she could take one without much notice if she needed to. "It sounds as though they gave you the basics anyway." She gave a reassuring half-smile. "Don't worry about this little detour. To tell you the truth, I think it's a false alarm." The woman's eyes brightened. "Really? How can you tell?" Jane shrugged. "You were about to get on your flight to L.A., right?" "Right." "If somebody had been following you, and I'm talking about anybody now, from a serial killer to the FBI, the place to stop you would have been before you got into the waiting area. A person who wants to kill you has to make a move before he goes through the metal detectors, or he'll have to do it in public with his hands. And cops aren't just interested in you. They want everyone around you, too. They would have moved in at the moment when you were getting out onto the curb, used a car to block the driveway in front of the terminal, and arrested both of you before you made it to the door." The woman's earnest, unlined face was just attentive. It showed no more reaction to one kind of pursuer than another. Maybe she didn't know who was after her. She said, "So why did you go along with it? Take me away like this?" Jane gave a rueful smile. "It's my job." Then she added, "I guess they didn't give you lesson number 2. This is the price of disappearing." "What is?" "You're going to spend a lot of time looking over your shoulder. When you see something that might be trouble, you don't wait to see if it is. You go." The woman didn't seem disturbed. She looked out the window at the front of stores and houses. "I like it better this way." "Are you afraid of airplanes?" "No. It means I have a little longer before I have to be alone." "Probably forever." Jane studied the rear-view mirror for the next 10 minutes, giving herself time to think. The face changers had given her a few tips. Maybe they had told her a little bit about what being a runner was going to feel like, and maybe she was simply shrewd enough to have figured it out for herself. Jane decided she needed an advantage. She said, "Whatever happened back there, I don't see anybody following. Are you a good driver?" "Yes," the woman answered. There was a peculiar edge to her voice that Jane couldn't quite identify. "I know that sounds odd coming from me, but I am." Jane wondered why it would be odd coming from me. It was the answer to a direct question, not a boast. Maybe it was just normal modesty magnified into something worse by the experience of prolonged dependence. She decided it was too risky to ask more questions now. "All right, then. I'm going to pull up here at the next exit and let you drive while I sleep." Jane decided that before she risked going to sleep while this woman was awake, she had better test her. When the car had stopped, Jane waited for the woman to get out and come around to take her place before she relinquished the driver's seat. She was fairly certain that she had the woman fooled, but if she was wrong, the woman seemed alert enough to see that her best move would be to drive off while Jane was walking around to the passenger seat. But instead, the woman used the time to adjust the driver's seat to her shorter legs. Jane got in and said, "The entrance ramp is right up ahead. Get on it, head west, and keep going. If I sleep more than 4 hours, or you run out of gas, wake me up." When they were on the highway heading in the right direction, Jane lay back on the seat, using her jacket for a pillow, and relaxed her muscles. She watched the woman drive for a few minutes and decided that whatever the woman had meant, she was not an incompetent driver. Jane closed her eyes. Over the past month, she had gotten used to sleeping in the morning, but it was close enough to morning already. Jane was operating on rough guesses now. She knew that she had to keep this woman off balance, to be smarter, quicker, more sure of herself. The simplest way to buy herself an edge was to sleep while the woman was awake, to rest while the woman wore herself out. And if the woman was craving company already, then she would be craving it more in a couple of hours. Jane let the vibration of the tires on the road and the unchanging rush of the wind against the surfaces of the car soothe her and lull her to sleep. Chapter 25. There was bright morning sunlight glinting off the chrome and mirrors of the cars ahead when Jane opened her eyes and sat up. "You're awake," the woman announced. "How's it going?" asked Jane. "It's about 50 miles to Sioux Falls. If I don't see a ladies' room in a couple of minutes, I'm going to die." Jane leaned closer to look at the fuel gauge. "Pull off at the next exit. We'll get some gas and use the restroom. We'll find a place to eat breakfast." "There's nothing around here but these tiny little towns." "Good," said Jane. "Everything we want will be close together." They pulled onto a 2-lane highway that had obviously been superseded by the interstate. 100 yards farther on, they found a little business district dominated by a single blinking stoplight hanging across the intersection. Jane got out to fill the gas tank while the woman disappeared into the ladies' room. Then they parked across the street in front of a diner that called itself a family restaurant. As they ate in the little diner, Jane reflected on what she had just learned. The woman had never spent time in small towns. She didn't know how they worked, or even what was in them. People in small towns needed all of the services that people in big cities needed: a store or two, a gas station, some kind of restaurant. Jane studied her as the local people talked in cheerful tones at the counter. Sometimes they included someone who came in the door, or others who were at tables. The woman ate with her eyes down, in a kind of embarrassment at the discovery that people in the diner talked to each other from table to table. When a girl of about 20 got up and walked around, then picked up a newspaper that had been left at an empty table and scanned the headlines before she went off to work, it seemed to strike her as tragic, as though the girl had been scavenging scraps from a plate. There was no question that she had lived her whole life in big cities. People who had not come in the door together must be strangers, and strangers should avoid and ignore each other. Making eye contact was not only a breach of propriety, it was dangerous. Raising your voice across a room to talk to a stranger was something city people did when they had gone crazy enough to stop keeping themselves clean. Jane decided to get her outside before she got too uncomfortable. She paid the bill in cash and left an unmemorable tip. When they were in the car again, she told the woman, "If you want to sleep, it's your turn." Jane was reasonably confident that the sun would keep her from getting much rest. "Not yet. I guess I shouldn't have had coffee." Jane drove back out onto the highway. She said nothing as she drove, until she could feel that the silence was making the woman as uncomfortable as the talk in the diner had. That was another sign of a person who had always lived in cities. If you weren't a stranger, you had to fill up all the time with talk. "Are we going to drive all the way to Los Angeles?" the woman asked. "I think so," said Jane. She had known the woman had planned to fly to Los Angeles, but she had not known whether she had been intending to fly on to some other destination. L.A. must be where she was going to live. "The safest way to lose yourself is in a car. It's anonymous." She looked ahead at the road. "When they call me in, it means they think it's time to take precautions." "Do you have a gun?" Jane looked at her in surprise. "I have several." "I mean now." Jane said, "No." "Why not?" "Because I can't conceive of a way that having 2 pounds of metal strapped to me would help me accomplish what I'm trying to do now. It doesn't make me drive faster or keep your face from being recognized." "It would be safer." Jane sighed. "I'm sorry, but I was called into this at the last minute to pluck you out of an airport. I don't know anything about you except the name they gave you, and nothing about the kind of trouble you were in. Do people shoot at you?" "Oh," said the woman. She looked disappointed. "That explains it." "Explains what?" "Why you let me drive. That's what got me here. I caused a terrible accident." Jane nodded sagely, as though that made sense. "Hit and run?" "How did that happen?" "It was so stupid. I can remember the whole thing, exactly, every detail, what I was feeling and thinking." Jane shrugged. "So tell me, it's a long way to California." "Well, I lived in Baltimore and worked in Washington. I'd only been in my job for about 4 months. "Wait," said Jane. "Back up. Why did you live so far away?" "That was another mistake. It's as though every decision I ever made was leading up to this. My first job out of college was in Baltimore." "Doing what?" "I was an investment specialist for a mutual fund." "And when you got another job, you didn't want to move?" "Right," said the woman. "But there's more to it than that. I worked for this mutual fund in Baltimore. I did fine for 4 years. I worked hard, made solid investments. One day I put a big bet on Wonderfair drugs. I had researched it. The price-earnings ratio was great. They were positioned in good areas. They had a big enough market share. They had spectacular young management." Jane noted that the woman was one of the ones Sid Freeman had described. Jane could tell she was bright, ambitious, and probably very professional. Sid must have hated her. "One thing that attracted me to Wonderfair was that the biggest shareholders were 2 British companies that I knew about. Very conservative, very solid, very smart. One was a marine insurance company, the other an oil and chemical company. Together they controlled about 40%. If they wanted a piece of Wonderfair, so did I." "Sounds reasonable," said Jane. She knew she was about to hear why it wasn't. "One night, it was day there, a tanker sank in the Indian Ocean. The oil company was on the hook for $1 billion worth of oil and $1 billion ship. The insurance company had to cover both, but there were other problems. The ship was grossly off course in clear weather, so it looked like a sure bet for lawsuits, enormous fines, and maybe having other ships temporarily barred from some of the European ports where they delivered. They had big contracts with other companies and a couple of governments to deliver specific amounts on specific dates. That turned small trouble into big trouble. They knew instantly that they weren't going to be able to perform. They didn't have the reserves. It's still not clear to me how much of this loss was going to get covered by the insurance company, but it doesn't matter because they acted together." "Who acted together?" "The second the market opened, both companies dumped Wonderfair. It was nearly 10 o'clock before we knew where the shares had to be coming from. At about 4, the news about the ship came out, and I began to piece it together. They were converting to cash. The excuse was that they had to hedge against their losses. What they were really doing was jumping on the opportunity to increase equity." "I'm afraid I don't get this." "That's not a surprise," she said. "I didn't either. The oil company was a terrific business. The marine insurance company was a terrific business. But the minute the word got out, their stock was going to drop. The way these things work, the stock nosedives on the headline. Then, after a few days, people realize that the disaster is not going to be that big a deal, and it goes halfway up again. 3 weeks after that, it's business as usual. They knew their own stock was going way down. So, when it did, they bought back all they could get their hands on. The money they used was the money from their stock in Wonder Fair drugs. What happened to them? Not only did they pick up a huge block of their own stock at a disaster sale, but all the buying was enough to start the move back upward in the price. They were rich, and they got richer. No, said Jane. I meant Wonder Fair drugs. Their stock tanked. The company lost a quarter of its value in an hour, 50% in a day. For a while, people thought that if the smart money was leaving, so should they. After a month or two, people realized nothing was wrong. Wonder Fair became an ideal takeover target, so they got gobbled up by a competitor that was actually a weaker company. But that was later. I lost my job that day. Just like that? One catastrophe? It's a tough business. The timing was bad for me, because they happened to be looking for somebody to fire. Jane said, "What did you do then?" "Looked for a job, of course. It took 10 months. I got really good at telling that story. Every time I had an interview, the person would say, 'Why did you leave the Gray Fund?' So I would tell it. Then I would say, 'You know, I learned a lot from that series of transactions.'" "Was it true?" She laughed. "No." Then she said, "Or maybe it was. I learned that just about anything can happen, which is good because it has. I take it that the place where you found a job after 10 months was Washington." "Yes," she said. "I didn't dare move until I was sure it would last. It was a good job, doing essentially the kind of investment analysis I was trained for. But I had trouble getting to know people, trouble feeling secure, trouble getting myself to concentrate. Maybe it was my fault. I guess I was still trying to get over my last experience, maybe holding something back because I had committed myself completely the last time and gotten burned. But the people at the investment bank didn't exactly extend a warm welcome, and everything was sort of tentative. At first, anyway. But things changed. A few months later, when I was just about over my jitters, I made a big score. I picked a winner. It came just as completely out of nowhere as the one that got me fired. I saw a pair of companies in one business. They both made a component for compact ultrasound imaging systems. They sold to military suppliers, companies that made medical equipment, just about anything where you need to see through something solid. One company held the patent, and one licensed it. I was assuming I'd invest with the company that invented it and held the patent. But when I went to talk to their management, I sensed problems. The CEO was the inventor, and all his company did was make that one component. He was an egotist, and he seemed to be enjoying his wealth just a little too much. His clothes, his car, his office, his plane. The other company was dependent on the ultrasound business, but you could tell they wouldn't always be. They were hungry and serious, developing products of their own. So I gambled on them. A month later, the news comes out that the inventor has been bleeding his own company. It's insolvent. Presto. Suddenly there's one company making the component. The stock I bought tripled. "So you were a hero." "I was a hero," she repeated. "And I no more deserved it this time than I had deserved to be fired the last time." She smiled. "People at the bank suddenly noticed me. I think they might have been trying to keep from being friends because they knew they might have to fire me, and it would be painful. But now I was in the club. No, that's not right. I was being invited into it. The one who did the inviting was my boss." "Who was she?" "Not a she, a he. That was part of the problem. He was a single man about 5 years older than I was. He was nice-looking, and he was just about the only one who had ever talked to me before any of this." "You had a crush on him?" She nodded. "A big one. He asked me to dinner at the Hay Adams Hotel for a Friday night celebration of my victory. That was Tuesday. I got all agitated thinking about it, bought a dress, took it back, bought another one. Some of the time I was nervous because I was so happy, and some of the time I was nervous because I was dreading some sexual harassment thing. I mean, there are nice restaurants that aren't in hotels. I would think, well, okay, suppose he does try to talk me into something. If it's got nothing to do with my job, then he's just a single guy talking to a single girl. Then I'd think, but how can it not have to do with my job? He's my boss. You get the picture. By the time we left for the restaurant, I was thoroughly confused. I was listening to every word as though I were a prosecutor. Did he say anything you objected to? No, she said with a sad little laugh. I think that he actually had something in mind, but he sensed that I was bracing for it, so he didn't. If only he had, and I had said yes, I wouldn't be here. I'd still be me, only I'd actually have a life. I'm not sure I get it. That caused the accident? We had dinner at this beautiful, romantic restaurant. I was so uncomfortable and crazy by then that I gulped down a martini before we got to the table and half a bottle of wine with dinner. It wasn't a problem for him, but I was tipsy. I was also beginning to feel desperate and weepy because even though I'd had more to drink than I was used to, everything was clear. I liked him a lot, and I'd had a great chance alone with him and blown it completely. I tried to prolong the dinner to start all over again and pull it out. All I could think of was after-dinner brandy. Things just got worse. I was dumb and tongue-tied, and by then he was tired of thinking of bright, cheerful things to say. He took me back to the office where my car was parked, waited until I was inside with the doors locked and the engine running, and left. Jane felt sorry for her, partly because she wasn't blaming it on somebody else, and partly because she had been foolish as the manipulators and opportunists never were. What did you do? I cried. Then I opened the windows wide and started to drive. I missed my turn for the 295 Parkway. I made a U-turn and came back looking for the sign for the entrance, didn't see the light change, and crashed into another car. She was wide-eyed, then jumped when she said it, as though she were feeling the shock again in her body. It was so loud. On TV there's a kind of crunch sound, but it's really a bang. After that there was glass breaking and tires squealing sideways on the pavement. It was awful. I was hurt and bleeding and drunk. I was outside of the car, but I didn't remember standing up and opening the door and all that. The windshield of the other car was gone, and the man was lying on the street. He wasn't dead, but he looked horrible. I couldn't bring myself to touch him. I ran to a phone booth and dialed 911. When they answered, I didn't know the name of the cross street. I had to run a block back down there and look. But when I got there, the police car was already there. Suddenly, I'm blowing into a tube, then I'm in handcuffs, and then I'm in jail. What then? He died. The man died. She looked at Jane anxiously for a reaction. I was charged with manslaughter. I had been drunk. There was some suspicion that I could have saved him if I'd done the right things, or maybe the prosecutor was just implying that. At my trial, my boss had to testify. He never looked at me or said a word to me. I lost my job, of course. Was it manslaughter? No, the jury said I was criminal, but not that criminal. The DA had overcharged me. So I served 90 days in jail for the drunk driving. When I got out, I got sued. His family. Among others, he had an ex-wife, and she had been getting alimony. He was 36, and that meant I owed her 29 years at $30,000 a year. He had a live-in girlfriend who sued his estate for half. Then the estate sued me to get it back. He had no insurance, so the doctors, the hospital, and the ambulance service sued me. The funeral home hadn't been paid because ex-wives and girlfriends aren't legally responsible, so they sued me too. Jane was very careful to sound bright and sympathetic. So you decided to disappear? The woman looked at her in surprise. I wasn't innocent. If I made it sound that way, it's a mistake. I killed him. I did it. I wasn't going to hide from it. Then what are you hiding from? They were going to kill me. She looked at her lap. I actually considered letting them. Who was? Who was going to kill you? His friends. They were calling all the time, following me, watching me for a chance. They said that money wasn't enough, that I was going to die. They were going to do horrible things to me. I told the police, and they came over and took notes. I don't know what happened to the notes. I could tell they didn't believe me. They seemed to think I was trying to make it look like the people who had sued me were criminals so I wouldn't have to pay them. Did you recognize the voices? No. Did the ones following you look like anyone you had seen before? In court, for instance? I never saw them. Afterward, they would tell me on the phone where I'd been, what I was wearing. Did you pay the judgments against you? Well, no. I was going to, and I still want to. But when I found out I had to run away, that was the first thing they told me. It was going to be expensive, and I would have to pay in cash. Who told you? Your people. They said that when you run, cash is safer. They needed to be paid, of course, and there was a lot of overhead. They told me not to use the credit cards they gave me to run up bills because I couldn't pay right away without getting traced, and that would make it much harder to go back later. Jane pondered the woman's story and felt another wave of pity for her. She was smart, but she seemed to use the little she knew to help people delude her. She wanted to go back, so she was willing to believe that avoiding fraudulent credit would keep her clean enough to surface later. She didn't seem to know that running was a crime, too. Jane supposed that she couldn't expect this woman to have figured out that people who wanted to kill her probably wouldn't want to talk to her on the phone first. The ones who did call probably weren't friends of the deceased. They might very well be people who wanted to give her a convincing reason to disappear. She had not even questioned it. Jane weighed the next question with care, then decided it was safe. How did you happen to hear about us? Even if everybody heard from the same screener, this woman wouldn't know it. From the police. What police? Jane tried to keep the impatience out of her voice, but her mind was already making connections. Sergeant Gilbert from the Witness Protection Squad. He asked me what was being done for me and promised to look into it. A couple of days later, he was back. He said the other police didn't believe me, but he did. By then, I was crying and begging him to help me, but he couldn't. I wasn't a witness in an investigation because nobody was investigating the threats. Finally, he told me where to go. What did he tell you? To call a number and ask for Jane. Chapter 26. Jane. That was what the woman had said. Jane's mouth was dry, and her stomach felt as though at its bottom there was a layer of loose stones. She kept her expression empty, but her mind was rushing around picking up small bits of information she had stored and rearranging them in new patterns. Jane felt a surge of annoyance at this poor, stupid woman. She had been sent to people she knew would give her false identification papers, but it had never occurred to her to wonder whether the person who sent her might not have a false ID of his own. She had never thought of calling the police department to find out whether there was such a thing as a witness protection squad. The face changers had developed a routine, or at least a method they had used more than once. They had a man who was spectacularly good at impersonating a plainclothes police officer, but who was definitely not one. How could he be a cop in both Chicago and Washington? Both times, all he had needed to do was appear at the right time, after the real police had come and gone. That made the victims forget that they hadn't exactly called him. He had probably read about this one in the newspaper. Jane tried out the theory that the name Jane was a coincidence. It didn't sound convincing. She had spent 13 years taking fugitives out of the world, and by now there must be a couple of hundred new people all over the country who had come into being because she had invented them. People, even vulnerable, scared people who knew better, sometimes said more than they should, and the person they told would be even less likely to keep the secret. Jane had been a guide for only about 2 years when the first total stranger had shown up at her door with a story of how he had heard of her that didn't include the name of anyone she had ever met. Getting to be too well known was just one of a dozen occupational hazards that quietly, invisibly grew to increase the odds against her. During those years it had become more difficult to slip into an airport and fly out quickly and anonymously, more complicated to forge a driver's license or a vehicle registration, harder to invent a personal history for a runner that would stand up to the instant credit checks that had become routine. The forces of order, the businesses and agencies that were engaged in ensuring that each person keep the same labels from birth until death, had become more sophisticated. When Jane had guided her first runner out of the world, it had still not been unusual to meet an adult who had never been fingerprinted. Now it was hard to find a child over 5 who hadn't. Computer terminals installed in police cars carried information on everybody, and there were only 2 states left, Vermont and New Jersey, where licenses didn't carry the driver's picture. Jane had always known that if she didn't get herself killed, the time would come when what she did would become impossible for her. It had never occurred to her that by then her name would be so widely circulated that someone else would assume it. If these people were using the name Jane and visiting suppliers and contractors that Jane had once used, then they were creating a universe of new problems. It was only a matter of time before one of her old runners, some person she had risked her life to help, tried to see her again and got killed by the face changers. No, she thought, blackmailed. The runner would come to them, maybe because the place where she had put him had suddenly become dangerous. The face changers would play him the way they had played Dolman and the woman. And as soon as they knew enough about his problem, who he was and what was after him, they would own him. Jane had an uncomfortable thought. That wasn't really very different from what Jane was doing to this poor, naive woman beside her. She knew exactly what they were doing and exactly how they would go about doing it, because the methods weren't theirs or even hers. They were simply how the business was done. Jane had often carried identification that made her a policewoman, because on the rare occasions when she thought she might need to provide herself with a gun, that was the only explanation that would be universally acceptable. She had also manipulated runners and sometimes even used a bit of coercion. She had said to them, "You are in a dangerous, unfamiliar world. If you now act according to your own experience and instincts, you're certain to be killed. If you do precisely as I say, you have a chance. If you do not, then I will step aside, and whatever is after you will catch up." Even if Jane had not said the words, they were inherent in the situation. Jane had used guile and threats to keep her runners alive, but those methods didn't need to be used that way. She knew it, and the face changers knew it. They knew everything she knew. The woman said, "You're so quiet. Is something wrong?" Jane turned and forced her face into an utterly convincing, beatific smile. "Not at all. I was thinking that things could hardly be going better." "Really?" The woman's face was trusting, open. She was asking permission to feel relieved, and Jane gave it to her. "Sure. Nobody's following us. The road is clear, and we should be in L.A. in about 2 more days. Do you think it's safe to go to the same address?" "Well, for a while I was thinking of diverting you a bit. That's what we do when there's trouble. But I don't see any reason for it now. Do you?" She watched the woman's face, wondering why the lie made her feel so little guilt. It was early in the morning on the 3rd day that Jane detected the sudden wave of fast traffic overtaking them and surrounding them on its way into the city. No matter how many times Jane came into Los Angeles, it was always new, always just changed. and about to change again. The city was always reaching outward to grasp more of the landscape into itself, so that now the places with names like Antelope Valley that had made sense once were just parts of the continuous network of freeways and subdivisions that was 100 miles long and 80 wide and growing. At 11, when they reached a part of the city that Jane knew, she pulled into the parking lot of a big motel and registered. They had to wait until noon to take possession of the room, so they had lunch in the restaurant beside the lobby and then picked up the key. When they were in their room, Jane sat at the table by the window. She held out her hand. "Can you let me see the driver's license they gave you?" "Sure." Jane watched her fish it out of the wallet in her purse. Then she copied the words onto a receipt. Janet McNamara, 19942 Troost Avenue, North Hollywood, California, 91607. She held the card under the light and turned it to examine the holograms on the front, the magnetic stripe on the back, and the photograph. "Very good," she said as she handed it back. They were careful and meticulous, and in this woman's case they'd had plenty of time to get the details right because she had never been in any real danger. They had made the death threats themselves. Jane stood up. "I'm going to look your new apartment over. One precaution while I'm gone. Pretend the telephone doesn't exist. Don't call in to announce that you've arrived or something." "Why not?" "I could give you a list of reasons, but the big reason is that it's contrary to our established procedure." "What does that mean?" "It means we don't do it." "You mean the Home Office sends you memos and directives and things? Do you have a manual?" Jane chuckled. "No. Look, you have two kinds of vulnerability. One is that you'll make a mistake and get caught by the people looking for you. That's the only vulnerability I knew about. The other one is that somebody else will. Some other client gets spotted and watched but doesn't know it. He calls into the office. Now the police have the office number and address. They tap the phone. You call in, and they have your number and a recording of whatever you say. So there's a rule. The fewer calls, the better. It protects you if somebody else is caught, and it protects everybody else if you are. Now I'd better go earn my pay. Do you have the apartment key?" "I'm sorry, I forgot," said the woman. She reached into her purse, pulled out a set of keys, and removed one from the chain. "Here." Jane took it. These people were good with details, she thought. They hadn't given the runner one key that stood out in her purse and looked important. They had hung it on a chain with a dozen others, door keys, car keys, luggage keys, so it might open anything or nothing. It was part of a fully developed, convincingly complex life. "Thanks. I'll be gone for a long time unless I find something wrong over there and want to get you out fast. Stay out of sight as much as you can. If you get hungry, eat at the place where we had lunch and come back." Jane spent a few minutes watching the car from the hallway before she slipped into it and drove toward the freeway entrance. Now that she was in the city where the face changers expected the woman to come, she felt the need to take every precaution. She knew the Los Angeles freeway system well because she had used it other times with other runners. She put traffic jams between her and cars that might be following, and twice used ramps to slip off one freeway and onto another going in a different direction before she emerged near the address. First, she drove a circuit of the neighborhood, looking at other apartment buildings and single-family houses. There were no windows that had opaque shades with the rollers set too low so someone could look out above them. No flashes in the bright sunshine that could be lens reflections. No men loitering on balconies in the middle of a workday. She drove around again, studying the vehicles parked nearby, paying particular attention to vans and four-wheel drive vehicles parked along the street. There were none with men sitting behind the wheel, none that pulled out when they saw her approach for the second time. Jane parked on the street near Janet McNamara's apartment building, took out her suitcase, and walked into the little lobby that passed through the building and looked out on a small, desolate swimming pool. She avoided the elevator and walked down the hallway and up the stairs, listening for the thuds of feet, the sounds of a television set, or anything that would tell her who lived here and where they were at the moment, but she heard nothing. When she found apartment 208, she stopped and studied the floor to see if there was any indication of wires under the thin industrial carpet, then cautiously inserted the key in the lock and opened it. A tiny piece of red fluff, like lint from a sweater, was released by the door near the hinge and drifted to the floor in the hallway. Jane smiled. It was an ancient trick for determining whether anyone had been here without going inside to check. If the fluff was there, then there was nobody inside waiting for her. Jane slipped inside, locked the door, and looked around her. The apartment was small and simple, but the face changers had furnished it in advance to keep Janet McNamara from making mistakes while she did it herself. Jane went into the bedroom, looked in the kitchen drawers and cupboards, the refrigerator. They had even bought her enough food so she wouldn't have to go out until she'd been here for a week. Jane searched for the best hiding places. She moved a chair from the kitchen into the living room and stood on it to unscrew the grate from the heating duct high on the wall across from the entrance door. Then she took one of her video cameras out of the suitcase, set the lens to manual, and focused on a space near the doorway, used a piece of tape to cover the red light that showed when it was on, pushed it 2 feet back into the heating duct, and replaced the grate. On her way out, she replaced the bit of red fluff, then went down the stairs to the street. The building next door had an apartment for rent, but when she had roused the manager and gotten him to open it for her, she found that the windows afforded her no view of Janet McNamara's apartment. She would have to do this the hard way. She watched the neighborhood for 2 more hours, then drove back to the motel. When Jane walked in, Janet McNamara was on the bed watching television. She turned it off as though she were hiding something. Jane turned it back on. No need to turn it off for me. There were 2 men in suits chatting about futures and options across an oddly shaped marble table. In a second or two, the men were replaced by a table of figures. Janet McNamara gave a comic wince. They told me to start weaning myself away from the market stats so I won't be tempted to invest. Jane sighed. They're right about investing. I know very little about you, but if I were looking for you, that's one of the ways I'd go about looking. I'd buy all the mailing lists of investors I could. I know, said Janet. On the other hand, somebody should have told you that you can't expect to last very long if you go against all your preferences. I don't remember hearing that. Watch the channel you like. Please yourself in quiet ways. While your enemies are standing around watching airline terminals and hotels at all hours, you want to be curled up in a cozy place feeling content. You'll last forever, and they'll give up. I like that, said Janet. Of course, in my case, it doesn't have to be forever. Jane glanced at her without letting her see. She still didn't get it. The face changers had convinced her that she just had to slip away for a while to outlast some imaginary death threats, and had gotten her to do things that would make it too hard to ever go back. Maybe not, she murmured, and hated herself for it. She hated herself more for what she was about to say. The apartment is fine. In the morning, I'll check once more, and then move you into your new home. Chapter 27. Jane entered the building alone. She made her way to Janet McNamara's hallway and up to her door, then opened it and watched the piece of red fluff fall to the floor. This time, she let it stay there. She used the kitchen chair to climb to the vent in the living room, then removed the grate, retrieved the video camera from behind it, and played the tape back on fast forward, staring into the eyepiece. The tape was a still, unchanging shot of the closed door. She slipped the camera into her bag and went out to get the woman who was not Janet McNamara. Jane brought her inside and closed the door. While Janet walked around the little apartment looking dazed, Jane told her, I'm positive nobody has been here since I came in yesterday, and nobody seems to be watching from a building or a car around here. That's the best I can do. It's cozy, isn't it? What? It's kind of small and tacky. The apartment. Jane brought herself back to the business of resettling. She had seen this before in runners of her own who were used to having money. It was probably made worse for Janet McNamara because she had spent her life in old eastern cities with big, heavily ornamented buildings. Los Angeles was alien to her. Jane stepped back into her role. It's small and cheap because it gives you a low profile. These apartment buildings are full of young women from somewhere else who work as receptionists or secretaries or shop clerks. They don't make a lot of money, and they spend most of it on clothes and car payments and going out. What you need to do is make yourself look so much like them that a stranger would need a microscope to pick you out of the crowd. I guess that makes sense, said Janet. Her voice was not enthusiastic. Am I on my own now? Jane had not yet decided how to bring up the next issue, and this seemed like an opportunity. Not yet. There'll be a person who comes to be sure you're settled. He probably won't know why you didn't take the plane. Don't tell him. Janet's head spun to look at her. Why not? Jane had hoped this woman would be exhausted and preoccupied enough to lose her curiosity, but she had not. Jane waved a hand in a vague gesture. Another standard procedure that protects everybody. We try to compartmentalize everything. But there's always one of us who wants to know what everyone else is doing. It's pretty hard to pry information out of a person who keeps secrets for a living. So people ask the client. Janet's expression seemed to move through suspicion into certainty. She raised an eyebrow. That's what you've been doing to me, isn't it? You've been asking me all these questions, and the reason you didn't know the answers already was that you weren't supposed to. Jane smiled sheepishly. Caught me. She let her face reflect the uneasiness she was feeling. But I wasn't doing it out of idle curiosity. There are a couple of guys in this scheme that I'm not sure about. They seem unprofessional. What do you mean, unprofessional? Jane shrugged. Arrogant, overconfident, maybe a little too casual about the rules. That's the kind of person who gets caught. They may be fine. But if I'm right, I don't want them to know too much about how the rest of us do things. So, if somebody asks, tell them you saw a man staring at you at the airport, so you slipped out and took a bus. Janet looked a little worried. I'll try. Succeed, said Jane. It's important. If one of them finds himself in a jail cell someday, one of the things he'll think about is what he has to trade. If it's you, then you're in deep water. If it's all of us, then you're in deep water with no lifeline. Jane took a last look out the window of the bedroom, then said, Good luck. Janet gave a brave little smile. Thanks. I don't know if there was anything to worry about, but thanks for being on my side. It made me feel a little better about everything. Good, said Jane, and slipped out quickly so she wouldn't have to look into those trusting eyes. She made her way down the stairs, then out the door and around the building, reassuring herself that there was no sign that the face-changers had arrived early. She knew it wouldn't be long. They had dropped a runner at an airport with a plane ticket 4 days ago, and she had never shown up at the end of the line. She knew they must have spent the first 3 days the way she would have, examining everything they had done to find a mistake, then trying to discover whether the runner had been picked up by the authorities for some mistake of her own. Jane walked down the street to the spot where her car was parked, got in, parked again on the street behind the building, and began the long wait. For the first 2 hours, she walked. The days on the road had made her muscles feel slack and her joints stiff. She was used to exercise and motion, and the walking helped her get over the feeling of confinement. When the face-changers came, they would case Janet's building as she had, and look for the same signs she had. Heads in parked cars, windows in nearby buildings that looked as though they were being used for surveillance. A lone woman walking down the street looking as though she belonged here would be of no interest to them. After she had walked enough, she spent some time driving. She bought gas, ate a quick dinner at a Chinese restaurant a few blocks away, and changed her clothes to avoid becoming familiar to the people who lived in the neighborhood. Jane wondered whether she was making a mistake. She could have told Janet the truth and taken her away and resettled her. She could have done it on the first night in Minneapolis. No, she reminded herself. At that moment it would not have worked. The woman believed the face changers had saved her from people who were going to kill her. Jane was just some woman who had appeared from nowhere. But maybe now, after spending 4 days with Jane, the woman would believe what she said. No, Jane had gotten her to believe and then spent the whole trip lying to her. Jane knew it didn't matter whether she could have done something else. She hadn't. She had done this. She had put the woman right where the face changers hoped she would be. Now Jane would wait for the contact person to show up and follow him. Nobody would know that she had ever seen Janet McNamara. Jane would learn about the face changers without sacrificing Janet. That was important. Having Dahlman tell the authorities his story was a pointless exercise. Having a second client of the face changers describe the disappearing process and identify some of the people who had arranged it would be another matter. As long as Jane left the woman where the face changers had put her, she would be safe, and Jane could come for her whenever she was ready. At 10, the lights in Janet McNamara's apartment went off. At 11, Jane drove by the building again, and the lights were on. As Jane moved her car to the end of the block, she studied the cars parked nearby. The face changers always seemed to work in two-man teams, so she was looking for a car with one man in it who might be waiting for a partner who had gone inside. She walked past the building and glanced into the lobby, but there was no one loitering there. But when Janet had met the bogus policeman, he had been alone. The man who had taken her to the Minneapolis airport had been alone. Maybe they only used pairs to kill someone. She studied the building. The lights were still on in Janet McNamara's apartment. There were other lights on in the building, but only in the stairways and halls. 11 o'clock wasn't that late. Jane cautiously stepped around the building to the driveway and peered at the back of the building. The building's parking lot was built to hold 10 cars, but there was only one car in it. 11 o'clock wasn't that late, but it wasn't that early either. At 11 o'clock, there should be cars. Her mind raced. She knew why there had been no sounds when she had come here during the day. She had assumed that everyone must be at work, but she had been wrong. There was no everyone. It was just Janet McNamara, and she had a visitor. As Jane moved to the back of the building, the logic of it seemed simple and inevitable. The face changers were in the business of hiding people, and they were doing it on a large scale and planning to stay in business, maybe even expand. They would need places for lots of people. Why not buy an apartment building or two in big cities? A runner had to be in constant fear that he might do something that would arouse the curiosity of his neighbors. But a fugitive had little to fear from his neighbors if his neighbors were fugitives too. Jane tried to fight off the decision that she was about to make. The most important thing for her to do was to stay out of sight until the visitor was in his car, and then follow him. But when Jane had conceived the idea, she had thought that this apartment building was full of people. The fact that it wasn't might not change anything, but it might mean that the man in Janet McNamara's apartment could kill her, and there would be nobody to hear it. The risk had suddenly become unacceptable. She hurried up the stairs, then slipped into the hallway and stole along the corridor until she came to the door beside Janet McNamara's. She tried the doorknob, but it was locked. She put her ear to Janet's door. She could hear nothing but a pair of muffled voices in conversation. She stepped back to the other door and took out her pocket knife. She carved out a little of the wood beside the knob until she could fit the blade beside the jamb. She inserted it to nudge the bolt to the side, then pushed the door open. Jane closed the door and moved across the room, then quietly opened the window closest to Janet's apartment. She could hear the voices more clearly now. The tone still seemed even and monotonous, but she looked around her. If the tone changed, she would need something she could use as a weapon. The apartment was furnished exactly like the one beside it. She looked in the kitchen for knives, but found there were none. That was more than an oversight. It could hardly be anything but a precaution to keep the runner who would live here from committing suicide. No, she decided. It was to protect themselves from a runner. If all a runner wanted was to kill himself, then anything would do. An open window, an electric socket. Jane turned on her heel and stepped to the pole lamp by the couch, unplugged it, and began to dismantle it. She removed the shade, unscrewed the bulb and socket from the pole, and disconnected the insulated wires from the switch. She pulled the cord all the way out of the long wooden pole, unscrewed the heavy metal base of the lamp, and removed it. She looked around the apartment. There were no extension cords. She ran to the closet and found a vacuum cleaner. She pulled the cord out all the way, then cut it and brought it across the room. It was at least 20 feet long. She listened at the window for a moment. There was tension in the voices now, but she still couldn't make out any words. She knelt on the floor and worked faster. She ran the vacuum cleaner cord all the way up the hollow wooden pole of the lamp. She reconnected the 10-inch loop frame that went around the bulb to hold the shade in place. She pulled the two sides apart so there were two prongs, then connected the two bare wires at the end of the cord to them. As Jane worked, she was acutely aware of the sounds of the two voices in the next room. They were louder, more rapid. The woman's voice had a cry in it now. She was scared, maybe hurt. Jane ran into the hall, then plugged the cord into the wall outlet beside her. She put her ear to Janet McNamara's door and heard her say much louder, "Don't! You don't need a gun!" Jane rapped on the door, ducked back, and waited. The footsteps were heavy. The man. She held the pole in both hands. The door handle turned. The door opened an inch, then stopped. Jane said, "I was going by outside and heard someone yell. Is everything okay?" Her tentative, apologetic female voice made the man sure it wasn't the police or armed men who had heard, so there was no tension in his voice. Sure, we're fine. Just a little family discuss." Jane hurled her shoulder against the door. She felt no resistance as the door swung freely 6 inches inward, then hit something solid. Then it swung inward again, and she fell into the room. The man was staggering backward, his hands cupped together, covering his nose and mouth. As Jane regained her balance, the man's eyes opened, and he reached under his coat, groping for what could only be a weapon. Jane shouted, "No guns!" and jabbed the prongs of her pole lamp against his elbow. A line of blue lightning flashed between the prongs. The jolt stung the man into a reflex like a spasm. His left hand chopped down from his bleeding nose and lip, his right hand shot out of his coat, and both lunged for the pole. Jane yanked it backward, but he was too quick. His hands missed the wooden pole, but the metal prongs wouldn't come away from him. His body jumped, froze, then gave a convulsive jerk, and the lights in the hall went out. The man collapsed to the floor. Jane poked at him with the pole and heard the woman scream, "Stop it!" Jane kept her eyes on him as she said quietly, "The electricity's off." The circuit breaker popped. She opened his coat with the pole, quickly crouched to snatch the pistol out of the shoulder holster, then retreated 2 paces and aimed it at his chest. She waited a few seconds, then cautiously knelt and put her hand on his chest. She moved the hand up to his carotid artery, then took it away. She stood and glanced across the room at Janet McNamara. She was leaning against the wall. Her hands were at the sides of her face like claws clutching at nothing, and her teeth were bared as though a scream had been caught in her throat. She was wearing a flannel nightshirt that had been unbuttoned in front from the neck to the thigh. "Put on some clothes," said Jane. "This place doesn't seem to have worked out." Chapter 28. Jane drove out of the quiet neighborhood, down Colfax Avenue, east on Ventura Boulevard, and up the entrance to the Hollywood Freeway. Finally, she looked at Janet McNamara. "Are you up to having a serious talk?" "I don't think so." After a few seconds, she said, "But if I won't, I'm in worse trouble, aren't I?" I'm lost, just as though I were floating on some dark ocean. Nothing in any direction. Left, right, above, below. Jane reached out and touched the woman's shoulder, but the woman cringed and shrank back. Jane said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you." "Is that man dead? Did we just kill him?" "If he's dead, I killed him. I'm not interested in sharing the blame," said Jane. She looked at the woman. "Did he rape you?" The woman glared at her but said nothing. Jane said, "No matter what he did, it's over. I'm not going back there to kill him again." "So he is dead?" "I'm asking about you. I need to know if I'm looking for a doctor or an airport." "He didn't. I'm sure you know exactly what happened. You set this up." Jane held her breath for a few seconds, then let it out. It had to be now. "I don't actually work for the people who hid you. I didn't set this up. I took you there because I wanted to see them without having them see me. When I realized they had arranged to meet you in an empty building, I got worried." "What are you saying? You don't work for them? You said you did. You said—" "I lied." The admission stopped the woman, made all of the evidence she was arranging in her mind irrelevant. Or maybe it didn't. Maybe this was the lie. "Why should I believe you're telling the truth now?" Jane looked into her eyes for a moment. "I'm not telling you the truth because I've suddenly become a sweet person." She turned to look at the highway ahead. "I'm doing it because I think it's to my advantage right now, and I don't think it will cost me anything in the future. Listen carefully, because the truth doesn't come trippingly to my tongue, and I use it only as a last resort. I've been trying to spy on those people to learn who they are and where they are so I'll be able to destroy them. I was waiting for them in Minneapolis and saw one of them taking you to the airport. I had 2 or 3 seconds to decide whether to follow him or to divert you. I picked you." "Why?" "I thought you might tell me things. I knew the man driving you to the airport wouldn't." "What are you? Some kind of policewoman?" "No. I'm Jane." "You're— I don't understand." "For 13 years, I was a guide. I took people who were in danger and moved them to places where they weren't in danger. I gave them forged papers, taught them how to stay hidden, and left. Sound familiar? It was quiet. It was private. It wasn't a business. But people heard about it. Now the ones you met seem to be using my name." The woman's eyes flashed. "You used me to get revenge because they stole your trade name?" "No," said Jane. "These people have become a danger. To people I hid over the years, to people I love who have nothing to do with the disappearing business, and to me. I did use you." Jane stared at her, unblinking. "But here you are." "You mean you put me in a fire and pulled me out before I got burned?" She was angry, and Jane could tell that her vision was narrowing. She was literally seeing red. "Well, it wasn't in time." "You said nothing happened." "Something happened. Not that, but something." Jane kept the emotions she felt from slipping into her voice. "What happened?" Janet McNamara's body began to shake. It was a slow movement of her head, the tears hidden as though she were refusing to give in to them. Then she sobbed and gasped in a breath. The next sob was loud, as though she were angry at Jane for causing it, and was defiant. But she didn't sob aloud again. Her shoulders shook harder for a minute or two, and then she lifted her head and spoke just above a whisper. "I found out that I'm not smart, and I'm not strong, and I'm not brave." Jane's tone was gentle, reasonable. "He was a man who hurt people for a living. He had a loaded gun. You had nothing. Smart is being able to walk away at the end of it. You're smart. He's not." The woman seemed to let Jane's words go past her because she had something to tell. "I went to bed, and when I woke up he was standing there in the bedroom doorway. It was like one of those dreams where there's something big and awful that you can't quite see. I sat up so fast I was dizzy. He said he was there to check on me." She glared at Jane. "Just as you said he would." Jane didn't answer. The woman needed to get something said, so she didn't try to interrupt her with some disclaimer that would have to be a lie. The woman looked out the windshield. "I pulled myself together a little bit after that. I remember actually laughing, a nervous little laugh, because finally something was happening the way somebody had said it would, and that meant everything was on track again. But it wasn't. He said, 'Get up,' and switched on the light. He turned away, so I thought it was some clumsy attempt to be polite because I was only wearing my nightgown. But when I got up, I saw he was going through my stuff, my suitcase and my bag. I said, 'What are you doing?' And he said he was collecting the money I owed." "Did you owe them money?" asked Jane. "No," said the woman. "I paid all the expenses and gave them $50,000. That was supposed to be it. But he said I was mistaken." She looked down at her hands in her lap. "Did he explain what he meant?" I didn't really listen carefully to the rest. There was something about extra expenses because I wasn't on the plane, and that meant they had to look for me, and fees for other things. Once I knew where this was all leading, it hardly mattered what he called it. "Did you argue with him?" "Sure. I wasn't trying to run away from things I'd done and live in luxury or something. He was taking the money I was going to need to stay hidden and get started again. I was desperate. I started to yell at him." "And then what?" "And then I stopped." Jane looked at her closely. "You figured it out, didn't you?" "Yes," said the woman. "I did." It was one of those surprises that come, and when they do, the biggest part is wondering how you could be so stupid that you didn't know before. All you had to do was step out of your own skull and look at yourself from anywhere but your own eyes. I saw him looking at me and saw that the shouting didn't make him nervous. He raised his voice too, but he wasn't mad. He was just showing me he wasn't afraid of being heard. He could make all the noise he wanted, and you couldn't." "No, I couldn't. I saw it in his eyes. They were amused. I don't mean he thought I was funny. I mean that he was watching my face while it all occurred to me, and he was enjoying each step." "Each step?" "I'm thinking, why am I yelling? The reason you yell is to bring other people, neighbors, passers-by, police. If that happens, I'm going to be caught and shipped back to Washington and put in jail. Or maybe it's more basic, less civilized. I'm angry like an animal. My throat tightens and my mouth opens wider. But what does my animal anger mean to this other animal? He's much bigger and stronger and faster than I am, and he knows how to fight, has fought. So yelling is not only pointless, it's actually self-destructive. Yelling and fighting were out." "You said he was watching you figure that out. Did he say anything?" "He said, 'The maintenance fee will be $5,000 a month.'" "What's a maintenance fee?" "I'm surprised you don't know. Or maybe you do, and you want me to say it. He said they'd continue to check on me to be sure I was okay, and if I needed things, they would get them for me." "What sorts of things?" "Renew my licenses and cards and things. Even that had never occurred to me. I had a wallet full of fake cards, but what happens in a year when they've expired? What if I needed a college transcript or a reference for a job?" "Did you agree to it?" She shrugged. "I told him I didn't have enough money. When I ran away, I had $205,000. I paid them $50 to help me. I put up another $25 for expenses. That Sid Freeman guy, plane tickets, hotels, cars, hair, clothes, and I don't remember what else. He was taking another $25 right then. So if I never spent anything at all, never even bought any food, I could only pay for 21 months. Then I thought, well, okay, maybe I can find a job quickly and that will buy me more time. Isn't that amazing?" "It sounds fairly sensible." "No, it doesn't. What I'm telling you is that it took me maybe 5 seconds to hear it and accept it and get used to it, just like the yelling. You didn't have much choice, and you had already figured out that arguing with him tonight wasn't going to get you anywhere. I didn't have any choice at all. I was being robbed, and I couldn't fight or yell for help. I was getting scared. I thought about running. I was in a strange city across the continent from anything or anybody I knew. I had no credit cards or licenses or identification except the ones they had given me in a name they chose, and no hope of getting any others. How far would I get? But the big, big surprise was that it took me maybe 5 more seconds to see everything that had happened the way it really was. Jane wondered if she did. How was it, really? They had promised to make me disappear. I had thought of it as hiding, but it wasn't. They made me cease to exist, and what was left was this woman that they had invented. Whatever they decided was all right with me because it had to be. They owned me. I was already not really evaluating what he was telling me because I knew it was settled. But I was listening because I had to know what he wanted so I could do it. Jane guided the car onto the circular interchange for the San Diego freeway and accelerated up the long hill to the south toward the airport. It's over now. Don't blame yourself. If anybody is to blame, I guess it's me. The woman looked at her with glazed eyes. I should hate you, but I don't seem to be able to bring back enough of myself to feel it. I think it, but it's just something I know is appropriate, not an emotion. It's a start, said Jane. Being in a situation like that isn't something that changes you into a different person. He was holding a gun on you. No, he wasn't. If you want to know what really happened, I'll tell you. He said I would pay them $5,000 a month. I said I couldn't for very long. He said a smart girl like me would think of a way. This isn't necessary, said Jane. You don't have to talk about it. Yes, I do, said the woman. I said, what's that supposed to mean? So he reached out and tugged my nightgown so the hem came up over my knees. He said my legs weren't bad, so there might be hope. I batted his hand away and pulled back from him. He just stood there and put his hand on his hip. That opened his coat so I could see the gun. He never touched it, just looked at me and waited. She squeezed her eyes closed, and Jane saw tears stream down her cheek. I said, you don't need the gun. And I started to take the nightgown off. He didn't even have to ask. I've never done anything like that in my life, never thought of it. I just knew that was what I was supposed to do, and I was thinking I would save myself some little bit of nastiness if I just did it. Jane said, this isn't what I want to know. But it is what I want to tell you. It took me about 15 minutes to reduce me to that. He had come to make sure I understood that I would have to do what they wanted, and this was the most painless way I had to tell him that I got the idea. He didn't have to hit me or cut me or something. And you know what? Before it happened, I was already used to it. It had already sunk in and seemed perfectly natural in the new order of things. I had already learned that I could get by without my money, and now I told myself I could get along without whatever this was, too. But having to be hit in the face or have an arm broken, or even having to stand there and listen to him saying it and then have to do exactly as he said, seemed worse than just getting it over with quietly. Then you came in. Jane drove in silence, watching the lanes behind her. At the last second, she decided to drive past the Century Boulevard exit. The Los Angeles airport was too big, too obvious, too chancy. She kept going. The woman said, You've lost all respect for me, haven't you? Jane looked at her and shook her head. No. Oh, that's right. You didn't have any respect for me in the first place. Why should you? I did a terrible thing and ran away. And now this. Jane said, I've been trying to tell you that you did the best you could under the circumstances. That's all anybody could do." "Not you," she said with hatred. "You didn't volunteer to strip for that man. You came in and zapped him. No hesitation, no fear. But I'm not like that, and if I were, I wouldn't have the slightest idea of how to do it." Jane shook her head sadly. "There was lots of hesitation, and that's why you got into trouble. I'm sorry, I misread the signs at first. The reason he wasn't afraid that anybody would come when you made noise was that there's nobody else living in the building yet. They undoubtedly own it, and you're the only tenant at the moment. His car was the only one in the lot at almost midnight, so I came in. And I do feel fear." "No, you don't," said the woman. "You don't know what it is. I felt convinced that everything has fallen apart, and I'm surrounded and outnumbered, and unthinkable things are going to happen, and I won't be able to do anything. Not anymore." "You just decided to stop?" "In a way. I've been at this a long time. The problems all have shapes now, and I try to guess what might be done to get rid of them. What I'm afraid of is that I'll miss something, that I won't move fast enough, or I'll guess wrong. Those are fears I can do something about, so I do. It doesn't leave as much space in my brain for just being frightened. It's a trick, and you're going to have to learn it." "I can't." The tears came again, and the big gulpy sobs shook her body. "I can't. I don't know what to do." Jane said quietly, "I'm going to take you somewhere now. I'll give you new identification that will hold up until I can tailor something for you. I'll give you a quick course in how to get along. And then what?" "After that, if you've paid attention, you'll get along." "That's it?" "That's it." Chapter 29. Jane let her choose her own name, but she didn't know how. Jane sighed and asked, "What's your real name?" "Janet McGaffey." Jane shook her head in surprise. "I'll bet they don't do that very often." "Do what?" "Give a runner the same first name. The reason to do it is because you're used to being a Janet, so a new last name is no big mental strain. 100 million women have done it without much fuss, and we're all prepared for the possibility from the age of 10. But it means they didn't think anyone would be looking for you very hard. Now they are, so you'll have to do better this time. With your hair and eyes, you don't have to be Irish. Is there anything else you've ever wanted to be?" "I don't know. How about French?" It was a moment or two before she admitted to herself that it was because of her college roommate, Denise Forget. She had always envied the way Denise looked, the way she moved and talked. She spent a few seconds feeling foolish, and another few seconds asking herself whether it mattered where the name came from, then chose the name Christine Magnon. Chris Magnon was not sanguine about Cleveland. It was no more run down or dirty than Baltimore, but the old buildings didn't seem to have the eccentric grace of the ones she was used to. They weren't even as old. She suspected that when the summer ended, it would get cold in that ferocious, windy way that Midwestern cities did, with snow that was frightening instead of pretty. But those were petty complaints, and she was ashamed to say them out loud. The apartment Jane rented was not even as nice as the one in Los Angeles. It was drab, and had endured a lot of damage over the years that seemed to have been repaired by a landlord's handyman instead of a real carpenter. There were mismatched tiles here and there in the foyer and hallways, and the cheapest kind of faucets in the kitchen and bathroom. Jane had been very pleased when she found it. Second floor is best, so always try for it. If the building has 3 or more floors, you can slip out when you need to and go up or down the elevator or the stairs, then out the front or back door. A visitor can't easily climb in your window, but you're low enough to go out with a rope. You can see the street better than they can see your apartment. Jane had put on the mailbox the name Joseph Magnon, and assured her that any mail for Christine Magnon would still get to her. Christine Magnon's main occupation was watching Jane. Each morning she watched her go through her Tai Chi exercises, stretching and contorting but never stopping, always in motion at the same slow, constant pace, so she moved from one position to another and each pose was already changing into something else. Then Chris waited while Jane went outside to run. Sometimes an hour later she would catch a glimpse of Jane coming up the walk, taking long, fast strides with her head up and her neck straight, landing each step on the ball of her foot. Jane's movements seemed always to be the kind that should require her muscles to be tight and straining, but they weren't. The word that came to Christine's mind was coiled. She was preparing herself for something. It was 3 days before Christine worked up her nerve enough to say, "I want you to teach me how to fight." Jane looked at her skeptically, then said, "You needn't expect to see them again." "I can't be sure." "You're going to be invisible, and they're not going to strain much to find somebody who can't come up with 5,000 a month. They have richer clients who are running from worse trouble. And if they were to come, you don't fight. You run. But what if they do come and I can't run? Please, I know I'm not very promising, but I know that you can help me." Reluctantly, Jane had walked to the kitchen, taken out a big pot and set it on the stove, then put a long-handled ladle beside it. "Make some sauce. Make some stew, the kind that simmers for 12 hours. Keep something going whenever you're feeling that way." "You mean if I eat something, I'll feel better and stop imagining things?" "No, it's boiling water, only thicker. If somebody comes in, he'll smell it, but he won't be afraid of you. The smell makes him think nothing's wrong. If you need to hurt him, you throw a ladleful in his face, dump the rest on him, and run. Don't stop to look back. He'll probably have third-degree burns, but he'll also be very angry." Christine picked up a long butcher knife from the counter and looked at it. Jane shook her head. "That's not your first choice. A knife is good only if he never sees it. The boning knife is a better size and shape. Using one takes a strong stomach, and you can't do it from a distance." "Why a distance?" Jane took the knife out of Chris's hand and led her to the kitchen table, then sat across from her. "This isn't going to sound good to you, but here it is. You are a woman. No matter what lessons you take or how hard you work at it, you're not going to meet one of these men in an even hand-to-hand fight and not get killed." "Then what about all those self-defense classes and things? Karate and all that?" Jane shook her head sympathetically. "There are people who make a good living by teaching scared women a few quick moves that might buy them 10 seconds to get away. Good for them. But they also manage to imply to a lot of gullible ladies that lesson number 647 will make them formidable enough to overpower a serious attacker. It doesn't work that way." "Why not?" Jane seemed to contemplate her for a minute. "What's the simplest way to put this? Athletic equipment companies have been studying this stuff like crazy for years, trying to design gear especially for women. It's a gold mine, so they're working hard. One result I saw was a baseball glove they had developed just for women. It had to be smaller, but also compensate for the fact that the average American woman has 55% less strength in her hand than the average man." "You're telling me I should give up? It's completely hopeless?" Jane shook her head. "No. I'm telling you that pretending a woman is a man with long hair will get you killed." "What won't get me killed?" "Recognizing what you can do and practicing." "Practicing what?" "A man has more upper body strength than you can ever have, so you never compete with it. Practice staying out of his reach. A woman is more flexible. We can bend and stretch more, kick higher. If you work hard at a few moves, you can become very fast. But above all, you fight dirty." "I'm willing to do that, but what do I do?" "Think about it clearly. If he hits you once, the fight is over, so you always hit first. Each movement of your body must be a surprise, and it must be capable of disabling him, if possible permanently. You want to put out an eye, dislocate a kneecap, crush a trachea. Always use a weapon if you can. Never let him suspect that you intend to fight until after you've done the worst you can do to him. Not the worst you think is necessary, the very worst." Jane paused. "That's most of it." "I don't want most of it. What's the rest?" Jane shrugged. "That comes with time. It's mostly learning how a man fights with a woman. If you watch boxing on TV, you'll see men dancing and circling, bobbing and weaving, keeping their guard up. That's what they do if they think the other person is their equal. They know you're not, so they're very sloppy. Usually they don't even try to hit you, just grab you, and you'll give up. That gives you one enormous chance. Use it wisely, because there won't be another." For 3 days, Christine practiced in the middle of the living room. Jane told her, "Learn just one sequence of moves. 6 punches delivered just as fast as your arms can move. Left, right, left, right, left, right, to his nose, eyes, throat. Then the side kick to the knee, pivot, and run. Always the same." Christine was insulted. "Always the same? I mean, it seems too simple. If you were going to do it twice, it would be, but you're not. You only have to surprise him once. You practice it until your body simply does it without bringing your mind into it. He has to make decisions. You're already in motion." Christine practiced in the living room while Jane watched. It reminded Christine of a dance rehearsal, with the choreographer studying everything she did. A few times Jane jumped up and corrected her. "Not just arms," she said. "Your arms aren't enough. Up on the balls of your feet and explode off your back foot. Your whole body has to deliver it, and it has to be a poke like a piston, not a swing." Jane did it all with such speed and force that Christine felt a little frightened of her. She tried to imitate the moves precisely. Jane watched her with tentative approval, then said, "See his face in front of you. Faster. Harder. Body, not arms." During these days in Cleveland, Jane tried tracing the license number of the car that had brought Christine to Sid Freeman's. She claimed her car had been dented in a parking lot, and a witness had left a note with that number on it. The Minnesota Department of Motor Vehicles gave her the name of the company that the car had been rented from. Jane decided not to call the company, knowing the false name the man had used to rent it would get her nowhere. Jane called the Los Angeles County Clerk's office to find the owner of the apartment complex at 19942 Troost Avenue in North Hollywood. In exchange for 4 calls and a fee, Jane learned that the owner was a corporate entity called 19942 Troost Management, and its address was the bank that held its checking account. On the 4th day, Christine walked quietly to the doorway of the bedroom and stopped. Jane was facing away from her, throwing clothes into a suitcase. After a second or two, when Christine was sure she had not shifted her weight or even breathed, Jane said, "I'll be back in 2 days." "Where are you going?" "To meet someone." After Jane was gone, Christine sat in the middle of the living room and stared out the window at the upper branches of a tree slowly swaying against the cloudy sky beyond it. She thought about Jane on an airplane. Pretty soon the silver airplane would rise up to pierce those clouds like a little needle. Christine was already alone. The silence of the apartment was suddenly palpable, and it forced her to think. She kept coming back to a nagging worry that was almost like guilt. She had let Jane save her life, then spent all of this time with her. Had she remembered to tell her everything? Probably it wasn't worth anything to Jane, she assured herself. And Jane wasn't the problem. Christine was the one who had to be afraid. She had only a few secrets left. Chapter 30. Something just below Violet Peterson's chest was clutched again by the throbbing of the drums, quickened and carried along with their rhythm. The wild falsetto voices of the singers rose and fell, and made her throat contract with theirs as she waited in the crowd. This was the part of the doings that she had found she loved the most. It brought back the amazement that she had felt as a small child, when the sound of the drums had held her in some space between physical and emotional, and the wailing male voices that were clearer and a pitch higher than the voices of normal life had seemed to come from somebody far older and more important than her uncles and cousins. Violet glanced at her watch. It was 7 o'clock, and the entry was beginning. She saw the 4 men of the honor guard moving up into the big circle. The first of them carried an American flag. The next a blue one with pictures on it she couldn't make out that she supposed must be the flag of Oklahoma. Then there were 2 men carrying feathered staffs. They all wore Cherokee gear, beaded buckskin shirts, tall horsehair roaches on their heads with feathers jutting out at angles. She recognized some of the medals pinned to their shirts. 3 Purple Hearts, a silver star. The one with the American flag had a few she had not seen before. She had gotten used to the way powwows went. It seemed unsurprising that the honor guard was always made up of combat veterans, because that was the way people had done things in the old time. Next came the traditional male dancers, mostly older men who wore not replicas of costumes, but the family heirlooms of 20 or 30 nations. Tonight in this group there were plain shirts made of deer that had probably died before Custer, embroidered with trade beads and porcupine quills, and bear-claw necklaces and eagle feather war bonnets. Then came the grass dancers with long fringe, then the fancy dancers, wearing iridescent colors that didn't exist 100 years ago, and bells and turkey feather bustles and hoops and war paint. Next came the traditional women dancers, then women in jingle dresses with cones made of the shiny metal tops of chewing tobacco cans, clacking together as the women danced. Then there were the women fancy dancers, with dresses embroidered and beaded and even sequined so they reminded Violet of hummingbirds. Nearly all of the fancy dancers wore a single feather in their hair, something that in the old time would have been about the same as wearing your husband's breechcloth. The shawls were breathtaking, worn over the shoulders and held out in the dance like the wings of birds. Violet looked around her at the crowd. Before she had hit South Dakota, she had never seen anyone wearing a cowboy hat except on television. There were lots of people here tonight with them, and she was starting to get used to them. Even 2 of the FBI stalkers had worn them tonight. The man with the little mustache and the blonde woman posing as a couple were wearing black ones with fancy decorations on the crowns. She supposed that the black ones must be evening attire, because the sun during this afternoon's doings would have baked their brains. She took another look at the woman. She had a cute shape, probably from all the exercise they got running and jumping and aiming guns at decent people. But she had made a mistake with those blue jeans. They were way too tight. Violet almost felt sorry for her because she just didn't know any better than that. She turned away from them and checked on the man with the glasses. He seemed to be fascinated, watching the dancers come in. No, she remembered. He was watching her. No matter where his eyes were when she looked at him, that was what they were all here for, and they were distressingly good at it. She moved back from the dancers and began to circulate in the crowds. She paused at a few of the booths. At some they sold turquoise and silver jewelry from Arizona, reddish gold from the Black Hills, some beaded moccasins that were sort of like the ones she had at home, some tall ones like boots that the Apaches made. There were Navajo blankets and rugs, a lot of baskets, Hopi pottery. She stopped and bought some fry bread with powdered sugar and a Coke. She could get used to this stuff, she decided, but it had to be loaded with calories. Behind her she could hear the blaring, amplified voice of the master of ceremonies making the opening speech, then some words that must be a prayer in his own language. Then the drums began again, and the grass dancers were out in the circle. They wore costumes with 2-foot fringe swinging from their arms and backs and around their legs as they whirled and dipped and spun, doing the Kiowa dance that was supposed to stomp down the tall grass so the night's festivities could begin. The stomping down wasn't literal. She had seen an Ottawa on a tractor-sized lawn mower cutting the grass on the day she had arrived. It was a preparation in the Indian sense, the way Seneca negotiators used to tell the whites they would uproot brambles and cut down tall trees to clear a path to the spot where negotiations would take place. It just meant they would make things right. The grass dancers were spinning and stomping wildly now, working up a sweat. People around Violet were nodding their heads in time with the drums and smiling to themselves. It was a nice feeling, being out here in this rolling country with strange, bright red dirt and fragrant grass, all being Indians together. Violet was a bit of a conservative in her own ways, and had always favored the old Seneca songs and dances and customs. She understood the words and had the feeling that they were about her and her family and their relationship with the universe. But the powwow circuit was about just being an Indian. It was probably something like the great councils had been, when dozens of nations who had little in common, speaking unrelated languages and wearing all of these different costumes, had traveled thousands of miles to come together in the same circle for a time. If it hadn't been for the FBI agents following her around like circling vultures, she might have enjoyed it even more. Maybe when it was all over and she had time by herself in the old house at Tonawanda, when new sights weren't being flashed in front of her eyes every few seconds, she would formulate the spectacle into some general impression that would fit into her head all at once. She had been gazing around her at the groups of dancers and celebrants as she walked, but now she found herself in the middle of a dozen costumed dancers she had seen in the entry of the traditional women. A voice beside her ear said, "Vi." Violet turned. In front of her stood a Seneca woman, got up to look the way women had not looked since the 1790s. On her cheeks were painted 2 vermilion circles from the eyes to the chin, and 4 broad red lines made by a horizontal swipe of the fingers crossed her forehead. The part in her hair was bright yellow. Handsome Lake had dissuaded women from painting themselves in this fashion because it was calculated to attract the gazes of men they weren't entitled to entice. The woman wore the old-style beaded moccasins, leggings, skirt, and overdress, and around her shoulders was a dark blue shawl embroidered with daisies and apple blossoms. But still, she was Jane Whitefield. She spoke in Seneca. "I see 3 people keeping watch over you. Are there others?" Violet forced her eyes toward the circle as though she were watching the dancers and answered in Seneca. "The woman with the yellow hair, her husband, and the one with glasses." "Have they spoken to you yet?" "Oh, yes," said Violet. "They raided my hotel room in Eagle Butte." "I'm sorry," said Jane. "Were you afraid?" "Of course," she admitted. Then she quickly added, "But I'm fine." "What did they do?" Violet risked looking into Jane's eyes for a second. "Nothing. But they were prepared to shoot you when they came in. They were all ready, you know." "I thought they might be," said Jane. Violet saw a flash of white teeth smiling in the red paint. "It's a good thing it was only you." "It's not a good joke, Jane." Jane shrugged. "It's the only joke we have. Tell me about Carrie." "He's exactly as you left him," said Violet. "He's so worried about you he looks like something hurts." Jane said, "I came to tell you to go home, Vi. Tell Carrie where we were when you saw me." Jane's body seemed to pick up the beat of the drums. She began to dance a little, moving slowly away into the crowd. "Wait," said Violet. She reached into the pocket of her jeans and slipped a small piece of white paper into Jane's palm. "One of the agents gave me that. It's his name and the number you call to get connected directly to him. He said it was in case I changed my mind. Keep it in case you change yours." Jane closed her fingers around it without glancing at it. She said, "Please, Vi, don't worry about me." Jane looked over her shoulder at the crowds of people of both sexes and all ages, wearing every kind of gear and ornament that had ever been seen on the continent, almost all of them with hair that gleamed black in the floodlights above the field. "They can't even see me." Jane walked out past the man in the glasses, nearly brushing his shoulder as she went, then slipped between the man and the woman in cowboy hats. They looked at her, but they saw only a flash of bright paint and the clothes of a woman who might have lived long ago. Chapter 31. When Jane returned to Cleveland, she seemed different to Christine. She spent the first day in the little apartment staring at the wall. On the second, she went out for the whole day. She came back with shopping bags full of new clothes, some hair dye, and a shoulder bag full of $100 bills. She sat Christine in the living room beside the telephone. "What's going on?" Christine asked. Jane said, "I had hoped to avoid doing anything as risky as this, but nothing that wasn't risky has worked. When that man pretending to be a policeman came to you, he gave you a phone number that you were supposed to call and ask for Jane. Dial it." Christine frowned and looked at her, but she could see that she wasn't supposed to say anything. She dialed the number and handed the telephone to Jane. Jane listened for a moment, then broke the connection. "Try again." Christine dialed the number again. Jane listened, then hung up. They must have found the body. Christine picked up the receiver, dialed the same number, and listened to the voice. "The number you have reached is out of service. If you feel you have reached this number in error, please hang up and dial again." Christine set the receiver down. Jane took a deep breath and blew it out again. "I was hoping they needed to keep that number open because they had other runners out who might need to get in touch. But they're too smart. They must have used it for initial contact only. Maybe they used it just for you." "What were you going to do?" Jane sighed. "Tell them I had embezzled some money and needed to disappear." Christine realized that her mouth was open. "You wanted to be their client? But they saw you." "Two of them did. One is dead." "Still," said Christine. "It doesn't matter," Jane said. "It isn't going to happen." She walked into the bedroom, tossed the bag of money on the bed, and looked at the shopping bags doubtfully. "Those might fit you." "I can't believe you were going to do that." She realized that she sounded foolish. "What are you going to do now?" Jane shrugged. "Go back to Minneapolis. If I can find more of their runners, it's possible I'll learn who they are, where they are." Christine looked at her for a moment. She couldn't keep it a secret, but she wasn't sure how to admit she hadn't told Jane everything. "Other runners, like me?" "Yes," said Jane. "Then I guess I have something to tell you. It didn't seem like it was important, and I kind of forgot." "Tell me." "I was in Baltimore when the policeman told me to call the number. The woman on the phone said to wait on a particular corner. A car drove up, and a man took me to an apartment and explained what I had to do: get plastic surgery, collect money, and get ready to go. Then they flew me to Chicago, put me in another apartment, and had me wait some more. I lived there for a long time, a couple of months, and they would come about once a week with groceries and things. They said they were getting ready to move me someplace where I could live permanently. I kept asking, 'Where am I going to live?' And they'd say, 'We're looking for the perfect place,' or 'We're getting it ready.' Each time they had some agenda. Once they took my picture for IDs. Sometimes they told me things about how to stay hidden, brought me new clothes, things like that. There was a closet in the apartment that was locked. One day they opened it up, and it was filled with boxes." "What kind of boxes?" "About the size that copy paper comes in, about a foot wide and 2 feet long. They were all wrapped in brown paper and sealed with packing tape. One of the men put stickers on them, and they carried them away." "Stickers?" "Mailing labels." She looked a little uncertain. "I wasn't supposed to go near the closet. One man would carry a couple of boxes down to the car, and when he came back the other would carry a couple. After a while they got careless, and they were both outside at once, so I looked. 80183 Padre Street, Santa Barbara, California, 93101. Why do you remember the address after all this time? Christine made a face. I had this stupid idea that it was like the Underground Railroad or something. Somebody had been in this apartment first, then got moved to the next place. That meant that the address in California was where I would go next. So I thought about it a lot. One day one of the men asked if there was any reason I couldn't live in California, so that made me sure. I didn't find out that I was wrong until I saw the address on the driver's license Sid Freeman gave me that night. 10 minutes later, you were there. And you forgot? Not exactly, said Christine. I figured it was the place where you would take me. She frowned. I'm wrong a lot. Jane was pacing, looking at the wall, then turning and walking toward the opposite wall. The intensity of her eyes frightened Christine. Is there anything else that you saw or heard that I don't know? No, I don't think so. What about the name? Was there a name on the labels? Oh, I'm sorry, she said. It was C. Langer. I wasn't going to snoop, but I glanced at the pile of boxes, and that was what I saw first. It looked like the name was Clanger. It seemed like a joke at first. Jane spoke quietly, as though to herself. It is a joke. Jane was quiet again for a full day. When Christine awoke the next morning, Jane was in the living room as usual, but she was not finishing her exercises. She had used the time to make a transformation. She had braided her hair and rolled it into a bun behind her head. She was wearing a pair of photosensitive glasses with big lenses that made it difficult in the bright morning light to tell what color her eyes were. She had replaced her usual jeans and sneakers with a light gray skirt and jacket. It wasn't as though she was a different person, Christine decided. It was as though she was a different type of person. Christine had gotten used to thinking of her as a sort of athlete, someone who wasn't exactly deprived, but who denied herself, subjected herself to some kind of harsh, unforgiving discipline. The physical changes were minor when Christine analyzed them, but the attitude of the woman before her was different. The word that came to Christine's mind was spoiled. Jane looked like the kind of woman who spent a week out of every month in some spa having massages and wraps and special diets. She looked like the pampered and ignored wife of some fancy doctor. I guess this means you're leaving again. Yes, said Jane. I have a few things to tell you before I go, because this time I may not make it back. Christine found herself backing away. She wished she had never told Jane about Santa Barbara. When she felt the chair against her calves, she realized what she had been doing and sat down. Jane said, You know that you've been used by the people you pay to help you. What you don't seem to know is this. There never were any death threats. It's just a way of drumming up business, selecting the ideal runner. There was no risk for them because nobody was after you. Why didn't you tell me? Because I was using you to get to them. I told you that much. You deserve an apology, but you won't get it from me. If I had it to do over, I'd do it again. Now I want you to spend some time thinking about what you're going to do. Christine heard the words, and it occurred to her that she had been trying to avoid saying them to herself. She said, You mean if you don't come back? If I don't call you or show up here within a month, then I'm not coming. If you think you can make a decent life beginning then and starting from here without ever going back, then do it. If you think you can't, call the number that I left by the phone in the kitchen and ask for Mr. Marshall. Tell him everything that happened. Who is he? An FBI agent. He'll arrest you. Arrest me? I could go back to Baltimore and get arrested. Why should I call him? He's working on the case of Richard Dahlman, the other runner I told you about. You can give him answers he can't get any other way. The details from his case will make what happened to you a lot easier to believe. If you help him, he might be able to help you find the least painful way back to where you started. Christine's eyes welled up. Not tears, Christine thought. I don't want to cry now. That's what you think I should do, isn't it? Jane looked at her, and Christine could see that she was feeling sorry for her. I don't know. The decisions I've made for you haven't done you much good. This one's yours. Please, she said. You know, but you're not telling me. Jane touched her arm and spoke quietly. This isn't your life. This is just a nasty detour, like a sickness. She picked up her suitcase and went to the door. Give us both a month. No more. She opened the door and slipped out. Chapter 32. Jane found her seat in the airplane, sat down, and felt a cold, empty sensation in her chest. She was about to go west again, away from Carrie instead of toward him. She had spent most of the summer trying to find people who had done terrible things and left Richard Dahlman to take the blame. But Richard Dahlman was in a pleasant retirement home in Carlsbad, and the one who was surrounded by policemen, watched and suspected, was Carrie. It couldn't go on much longer. Something Jane tried had to work. She slowly forced herself to stop thinking about Carrie and tried to think instead about what she had to do to set him free. But every time she tried to plan what she would do when she arrived in Santa Barbara, she began to lose her resolve. It was impossible to think about Santa Barbara without bringing back a horrible memory. Harry the gambler had been so hot that she had not wanted to know where his final hiding place would be. She had been afraid that she would be caught and that whatever they did to her would make her reveal it. She had taken Harry to Louis Fung's shop in Vancouver, where she could buy him a whole prefabricated identity, not just a few good papers like the ones she could have bought from Sid Freeman. Louis Fung had not dealt in new names. Louis's specialty had been creating unoccupied spaces in the universe, then holding them until the right customers arrived with the right sums of money. The driver's license, the credit cards, the social security card, the car registration, even the apartment had been obtained in advance and kept current, waiting for the right purchaser. Most of Louis's customers had been rich ethnic Chinese from Hong Kong, Taiwan, Malaysia, who foresaw that someday they might want the chance to slip into the United States. But Louis had kept a number of surnames that weren't necessarily Chinese. So Harry had filled the space of Harry Shaw, and Jane had left him in Vancouver. Harry had made no mistakes. He might have lasted forever if Jane had not met another runner who had convinced her that he, too, deserved the very best kind of identity, one with an impeccable provenance and enough age. Jane had taken John Felker across the country into Canada and left him at Louis Fung's shop. The next time she had seen Louis Fung, she was staring at a picture of him in a newspaper above an article that called him the victim. The next time she had seen Harry, she had been looking down at him from the rim of an open grave. And the next time she had seen John Felker, he had been busy cycling the bolt of a rifle for his second shot at her. Louis Fung had placed Harry in a small apartment on a quiet street on the outskirts of a medium-sized community at the edge of the country. Harry had been killed in Santa Barbara. Jane reminded herself that it was a coincidence. Harry had been put there because it was a place where a lot of middle-aged people could be seen doing nothing. It was a place where Harry would not be able to play the horses in person. If he wanted to organize a game of cards, he couldn't be stopped. But in Santa Barbara, he probably would not find himself sitting across the table from other pros, who would know who he was and what his location would be worth to them. The face changers must have picked Santa Barbara for similar reasons. It was still a place where a stranger could appear to be minding his business without having a business that was evident. There were a couple of colleges, lots of tourists, lots of conventions, lots of retirees from someplace else. It was a place where you could give a runner a history and assume it wouldn't be deeply scrutinized. Jane got off the plane in Sacramento and took the whole day driving south down the long highway through central California and arrived in late afternoon. Santa Barbara still looked pretty and peaceful to her, wedged in the pocket between tall mountains and the ocean. When she parked on Anacapa Street and walked to State Street, she could see that the pedestrian traffic was thicker and faster and busier than the last time. Visitors were the city's main industry, and it looked to her as though business was expanding. The parts of Lower State Street that used to cater to fishermen and divers and surfers had been replaced by a mall that might have been moved in one piece from Beverly Hills. Jane had stayed alive by reading changing configurations of people, and this change was one that added to her safety. It was not hard for a strange woman to stay invisible on a street crowded with strangers. Jane waited until night to drive to Padre Street and find the address Christine had given her. It was a small white house with a low porch and a tiny patch of green grass between that and the sidewalk. The front windows were blocked by opaque white horizontal blinds, but she could see tiny slices of light behind them. Jane drove past the house once each hour. The lights were still on at midnight, but were off when she came by at 1. At 2, she made a list of the cars parked on the street nearby, because they probably belonged to people who lived on the block in houses that, like C. Langer's, had no garage. One of them was probably his. At 3, she parked her car around the corner and walked to the house for a closer look. The night was warm, and the smell of jasmine was overpowering. She left the deserted street and walked quietly beside C. Langer's house. The windows were the sliding kind, with wooden sashes, and a latch between the upper pane and the lower. They were all closed, and the latches locked, but there were no signs of an alarm system. Jane studied the lock on the kitchen door and the placement of shrubs between the windows and the street, then walked the fences along the sides and back. By the time she returned to her car, she was confident that if she needed to, she could get in without making much noise or being visible from the street. It wasn't a bad spot to place a runner. It was quiet and private, without looking as though anyone had gone to any effort to make it so. It had 3 good ways out, 2 that would put C. Langer on another street in 10 seconds. That was the way to keep a runner alive, keep her out of sight, and give her an escape route she could use if something went wrong. Jane stopped herself. She had unconsciously slipped into the assumption that C. Langer was a woman, just because Chris was a woman, maybe because the house looked like a woman's. But Sid Freeman had told her that most of the clients he'd seen had been men. C. Langer was probably a man. It was also possible that this runner wouldn't be some stockbroker who had driven drunk, or a banker who had been unable to keep customers' accounts from merging with his own. There was no guarantee that the face changers wouldn't take on a runner who was dangerous. If they were in it for the money, a client was anybody who had the fee. Jane stayed down the street in her car until it was nearly light. When she saw movement behind the blinds just before 6, she pulled away from the curb and drove around the corner. She didn't want to try for a first look at C. Langer at a moment when she was the only person on the street, and C. Langer could see as well as she could. She drove down to the beach to find a hotel where the dining room opened for breakfast early. Jane spent 2 days learning about C. Langer's car. By a process of elimination, she learned it was a red Mazda Miata. It struck Jane as an impossible choice. Sporty little cars attracted attention, even if they weren't expensive. Convertible tops were easy for a thief to slash open to get the radio, and a runner had to be careful to stay off police blotters. It was possible that C. Langer had a second car hidden somewhere, and that this was a decoy, the one he or she wanted watchers to get used to seeing. Jane was curious enough to try to find it. California law required drivers to carry proof of insurance, and C. Langer would be careful not to break any laws. Jane waited until after the street was dark and empty, then cut a slit in the convertible top that was just big enough to let her reach inside and open the door. She found the insurance card under the visor on the driver's side, wrote down the company and policy number, and went home. The next day she called the company and gave the woman who answered the policy number. She said she was a loan officer, and C. Langer had used the car as collateral on a loan. Was the insurance on it current and valid? Liability, collision, and so on? Payments made on time? Cost of policy? Were there other vehicles on the policy? There was also a new Ford Escort, and the woman gave her the license number. It took Jane another day to find the Escort. There were few places in Santa Barbara that would do for a runner's car. It had to be accessible at any hour. It had to be close to where he or she lived, and it had to be unobtrusive. Jane found it in a carport behind an apartment building 2 blocks away. It wasn't until she had been studying the house and the cars for 3 days that she saw C. Langer come out the front door, walk down the steps, and get into the Miata. C. Langer was a man in his early 30s. He wore a crisply pressed pair of khaki pants, topsider shoes, and a short-sleeved polo shirt. He had the sort of sunglasses that Jane had always favored for her runners, with big photosensitive lenses that kept a bit of tint in dim light and became practically opaque in the sun. He looked lean and walked with more energy than he needed to expend, and his skin showed that he spent quite a bit of time in the sun. Even in the short walk to the car, he was watchful. His head was high and his eyes were in motion, scanning the middle distance from left to right as though he had been taught to take in the sights one sector at a time to avoid missing anything. Jane stepped on the accelerator of her car so she would be beyond the corner before he could get around to looking at her. She drove to the supermarket and bought a cookie sheet, then bought a pair of tin snips at a hardware store nearby, and went to a big drugstore on State Street for a box of thin, disposable latex gloves, a small flashlight, and a roll of adhesive tape. She cut a thin strip from the middle of the cookie sheet, wrapped one end of it with adhesive tape to make a handle, and she was ready. Jane had predicted that the bathroom window and the kitchen windows would be the least troublesome, and she had been right. The bathroom window had no screen, so she could simply insert the thin strip of metal upward between the wooden frames of the 2 panes of glass. When it was in, she pushed forward to bend it slightly so it slipped behind the latch. She had made it long enough so she would be able to use it as a lever to pry the latch around and unlock the window. The architect had probably assured somebody that the window was too narrow for a man, but it was wide enough for Jane to slither halfway in. It wasn't until she reached her hips that she had to turn onto her side, put her right hand on the sink, and pull her legs in. She closed the window behind her before she went out into the living room. She paused at the doorway. This wasn't the way runners' abodes usually looked. They almost always took furnished lodgings first, and kept them until they grew more confident. Even then they tended to own things that they wouldn't mind walking away from. C. Langer had an antique sideboard. He had a dining room table inlaid with squares of bird's-eye maple. He had a television set with a screen so big that it had gone beyond being obtrusive to just being a black wall. And C. Langer had a grand piano covered with framed photographs. She moved closer. There was a picture of a man who looked as though he might be related to C. Langer standing on the deck of a sailboat. There was another of 2 children on a ski slope with a blonde woman who looked like a model. The pictures were impressive. They looked old. She wondered whether Sid had made this man a few relatives. Of course, there were no pictures of C. Langer himself. A runner had to be able to walk away without leaving a fresh portrait of himself in the middle of the living room. She moved into the kitchen and opened the cupboards. C. Langer's kitchen didn't look as though he did much cooking, so she began with the one beside the stove where the pots and pans were. It took her only a moment to find the pistol. She pulled it out of the pot gingerly because she could tell by the weight that it had a loaded magazine. She held it up. It was a Glock 19 9mm. She put it back and looked in the refrigerator. There was a milk carton that was too far back and didn't slosh when she lifted it. Inside were a driver's license and credit cards in the name Frederick Henry Waldman, and underneath them were about $100 bills in a plastic bag. The Waldman cards had no scratches from being swiped through magnetic readers. So they had to be a second set of forgeries he kept in case somebody saw through C. Langer. The milk carton was his escape kit. Jane moved into the bedroom. Maybe the face changers had taught him so well that Jane would not find what she was looking for. Maybe they had searched his belongings, cut the tags out of his clothes, removed anything that related to his old life, packed the boxes in Chicago themselves, and sent them on only when they were sure they were clean. But she had met few runners who had willingly taken that last step. Usually they tried to keep something, an old driver's license, a birth certificate, some piece of paper that would let them go back if some miracle happened and home suddenly became a safe place. Jane took the top drawer out of the nightstand, held it up, and looked to see if anything was taped under it. As she moved to put it back, she saw the second pistol in the bottom drawer. This one was a Walther P99. She slid the drawer in over it. This was a man who didn't waste money on cheap, unreliable firearms. She slid the drawer out and felt under it and behind it, but there was nothing taped there either. Jane moved to the dresser and began removing the drawers, beginning at the top. It wasn't until she tried the bottom drawer that she found the wooden box. She opened it and looked at each item carefully. There were 2 watches, a Patek Philippe and a Cartier, but neither had anything engraved on it. There were a couple of tie tacks and some cufflinks. Then she picked up the ring, almost unbelieving. It was a Yale class ring that said 1965 on it. C. Langer wasn't nearly old enough to have graduated in 1965. Was his father young enough to have? Just barely, if he had married young. She tried to see it as a prop. Maybe he had bought it in a pawn shop to help with C. Langer's identity. But if he'd done that, he must have expected to alter the year, somehow. She looked at the side and made out the initials B.R.V. He would have to do something about those, too. But there was something bigger than that wrong with the idea. If a runner wanted to hide and develop a safe identity, pretending to be a Yale alumnus was a rotten idea, and wearing a Yale ring was a worse idea. If a college was necessary, it should be something like the University of California, which had 9 campuses, each as big as Yale, and must be so familiar to people around here that nobody would think about it. Apparently the face changers hadn't bothered to teach this runner the first rule. Don't answer any questions until somebody asks. Jane looked around the room to be sure that she was leaving it undisturbed, then picked up the pistol in the nightstand and went to the living room to wait. Just as she sat down, she heard the Miata drive up and stop in front of the house. She heard the car door slam, and suddenly the sights she had seen began to come together into a suspicion. The Yale ring, the money he had spent on the furniture, and the guns, and the 2 cars, the photographs that looked a little bit like him, were all wrong. Everything in this house was wrong. C. Langer wasn't an ordinary runner. Jane stood up and moved silently into the bedroom, replaced the gun, slipped into the bathroom, and opened the window. She heard the key in the front door lock as she was slithering out the narrow opening, then heard the door swing open. Jane lowered herself to the ground and slid the window closed, then crouched beneath it. She heard his footsteps approach. She heard him urinate, then flush the toilet. She knew he was directly above her, his face inches from the window as he washed his hands at the sink. After what seemed like a long time, she heard his footsteps receding. Jane found a spot for her homemade latch opener behind a low bush near the window and left it there, then slipped along the back fence and across 2 yards to her car. The next morning, Jane waited until C. Langer had gotten into the Miata and driven off before she climbed in the bathroom window with her video camera. She turned it on as soon as the window was closed, then walked through the rooms one by one. She made images of the furniture, recorded the serial numbers of the 2 guns, made close-ups of the photographs on the piano, the jewelry, the class ring, then laid out the Frederick Waldman identification cards and recorded close-up shots of those, too. Before she left, she made sure that nothing was out of place. Then she closed and latched the bathroom window from the inside and left by the front door. When C. Langer came home, he would put his key into the deadbolt and turn it. Unless he was very astute, he would not be sure that the key moved too easily for the deadbolt to have been locked. As soon as Jane was outside, she felt an almost uncontrollable impulse to escape from this place. She wanted to get into the car and drive as fast as she could away from Santa Barbara. She promised herself that she would do it, but not yet. There was still one thing she didn't have on tape. Chapter 33. Jane placed the video camera on her car's dashboard in front of the steering wheel, zoomed in on C. Langer's doorway, and tossed a sweater over it so it wouldn't be visible from a distance. She came back to the car 2 hours later when the tape would be used up, and drove off with it. When she reviewed the tape in her hotel room, she had shots of C. Langer leaving the house, then an hour later coming back. But someone had taught him well. He always wore the dark glasses, always moved as though he were in a hurry. When he approached the door, he already had the right key in his hand, and his body was close to the door and his head down when he opened it. When he left, he moved out of frame just as quickly. She was beginning to understand why police surveillance tapes were always so appallingly bad. Jane recharged the battery in her hotel room and went out to buy some blank tapes at the big drugstore on State Street. It occurred to her that the people watching Carrie at home must know how to get a clear picture of a man's face. But then she remembered that they were doing pretty much what she had, parked in front of the house and started the camera. She had to get closer, and to do it at a time when the light was good. The next day she studied his movements from a distance. There seemed to be no way to get close to him with a camera. If she followed him during his trips away from the house, it was hard to imagine a way to take a tape of him without being seen. When he had disappeared into the house for what Jane judged would be the last time, Jane went back to her car and drove up the street. That evening, she studied the tapes she had taken of C. Langer, running them over and over. But this time she was not looking at the male figure flashing across the camera's field of view. She looked at the shapes that did not move. She held her eyes on C. Langer's car, on the windows of the neighbors' houses, on the shrubbery in C. Langer's front yard. As she watched, each object caused her to formulate a plan and dismiss it. The light fixture just above Langer's door was in the perfect position, but it wasn't quite big enough, and the glass globe was not transparent. No windows in the nearby houses were at the ideal angle and distance to afford the right view, even if she could have gotten inside. The shrubs that were thick enough to hide a video camera were too far from the door. The only plants near the door were the potted ones on the porch, and they were too sparse. She studied the pots. The biggest one, with a ficus in it, looked as though it might be plastic. She could enlarge the drainage hole in the bottom, bury the camera so the lens was pressed against the hole, and tip the plant so it looked as though the wind had blown it over. He would see it, squat or kneel close enough to the pot to tip the plant back up, and go inside. No, it was unlikely that he would see the hole and not see the lens. She evolved a plan for C. Langer's car. She could create a minor problem in the engine that would stimulate him to open the hood. The camera could be attached to the engine compartment low and just in front of the firewall, disguised to look like one of the electronic boxes that belonged there. He would fix the problem, replace the radiator cap or reattach the hose, then shut the hood and drive off. She could open the hood and retrieve the camera the next time he parked the car. But Jane didn't know anything about C. Langer. He might be one of those men who knew every nut and bolt in a car and would see the camera instantly. Or he might be the other kind who wouldn't even open the hood. He'd call a mechanic to come and do it for him. She watched the tapes again. The porch was where he was most visible, but there was nothing on it that she could use. It was a few minutes later when she realized that she had been staring at the solution all evening and failing to see it. She reminded herself that this was its most appealing quality, because C. Langer would look at it and not see it either. Jane watched her tapes one more time to be sure. There was a small wooden square on the side of the porch that had to be an access hatch. Wooden porches felt solid and looked solid, but they were just platforms with boards laid over them and the sides enclosed. They were very dark inside. She prepared her video camera, then drove toward C. Langer's house. On the way, she stopped at a drugstore and bought a copy of the New York Times. It was 4 o'clock in the morning when Jane emerged from under C. Langer's porch and replaced the hatch. Without stepping on the porch, she reached through the railing and placed the copy of the newspaper in exactly the right spot near the door, half on the doormat and half off. Then she went back to her hotel and went to sleep. Jane waited until the next night to find out how her plan had worked. When she was sure the whole neighborhood was asleep, she drove back to C. Langer's house. She parked on the next street, slipped between Langer's house and the one beside it, crawled under the porch, and retrieved her camera. When Jane returned to her hotel, she held her breath and played her tape on fast forward. There was a long pause when the image was total darkness. It gradually lightened until she could make out dim, blurred shapes of black letters between the sides of the hole she had widened in the porch floor. That was the newspaper. After 30 seconds, she stopped the tape and ran it at normal speed because she was afraid of missing something. Now she could hear the sounds the camera's microphone had picked up. Birds were singing in the trees near the house. Cars started and doors slammed. At last, she heard a footstep. Then she heard a door closing. There were more footsteps. Suddenly the screen was filled with glaring light, and then the automatic light meter adjusted. C. Langer had lifted the newspaper off the hole in the porch. Jane clenched her teeth. Langer was holding the paper between the camera and his face, reading the headlines. She could see his legs, his hands and chest, and then the newspaper. "Come on," she whispered. He turned a few pages, then folded the paper. He straightened, so all she could see was a clear image of the underside of his jaw, his nostrils, and his sunglasses. He reached into his pocket, then produced a set of keys. But when he pulled them out, a couple of coins came out with them, clinked, and rolled. As he bent over to pick one of them up, she could see his face descend close to the camera. Jane stared at the screen and grinned. But C. Langer frowned. He had noticed something that didn't look familiar. One of his hands came down and touched the crack Jane had widened between the porch floorboards. Then the hand came up and took off his sunglasses. He stared at the hole for 3 breaths. Then he gave a little sigh, stood up, and stepped out of frame. Jane heard him unlock his front door again, and heard the whispery sound of the newspaper being tossed inside, then landing with a flap. The door closed, the key turned. Then C. Langer reappeared long enough so that Jane could see him use the toe of his shoe to push the doormat an inch to cover the hole. That night at 11:15, the guard at the front gate of Senior Rancho in Carlsbad recorded the entry of Julia Keeler to visit her father, Alan Weems. She had called him from Los Angeles, and when she pulled into the parking space assigned to his unit, he was standing at the door. Jane walked immediately up to him and gave him a hug so she could place her body in front of his while she pulled him inside and locked the door. "I know this is probably as safe a place as any, but standing in lighted doorways is not a great habit for you."
I know, Dahlman muttered. "It's the first occasion when I felt the impulse, and it'll probably be the last."
"How have you been?"
He scowled. "If you have something to tell me, then out with it. If you don't, we can go back to inquiring about each other's health."
"I have something I want you to look at." She held up the video cassette. "Do you have a VCR?"
"No," said Dahlman. "There's one in the rec room, but the old ladies are probably in there now watching some old movie that they can recite by heart."
"It's okay," said Jane. "It'll just take a few minutes to hook up the camera to the television set and play it back. You do have one of those."
"Over here,"
said Dahlman. He pointed into the living room.
"I don't use it much."
"No?" She plugged the line into the camera, then unplugged the lamp to plug in the camera's AC adapter.
No. The first couple of weeks I watched all the news, waiting for them to talk about me. Once or twice they did. After that, it was pretty much what you said would happen. I'm old news.
You sound disappointed.
Dahlman shook his head. I was working up to thanking you, so I guess I should just grit my teeth and say it. Thank you.
You're welcome. The television set was crackling with snow and emitting an annoying buzz.
Now what?
Jane switched the channel. Nothing. You just have to put it on an empty channel. The buzzing stopped, then started again. I'm rewinding it. He scowled.
I knew that.
Now be quiet and come closer and look. He stood where he was and watched. The picture flipped once, then settled to reveal the interior of C. Langer's house. The bathroom, the living room, then closer and closer to the piano.
Somebody's house? Said Dahlman. Am I supposed to have been there or something?
Just watch. Jane kept her eyes on Dahlman's face. The camera moved close to the first of the framed photographs on the piano. The sight of the woman and 2 children on the ski slope meant nothing. The picture of the man on the sailboat went by, and Dahlman's arm shot out at it.
Stop, he said. Can't you stop this thing?
We'll go back to it, said Jane. Watch the rest. The camera moved into the kitchen. She watched Dahlman out of the corner of her eye when the camera zoomed in on the false driver's license she had taken from the milk carton and laid on the counter. He straightened, then knelt on the rug to get closer.
How did you find him?
He murmured. So this is the one? Dahlman's head turned sharply, and the little gray eyes glared at her.
Of course it's him. It's the man who called himself James Hardiston. I operated on him.
Let me ask you this, Jane began.
But...
Wait. Could the man you operated on have graduated from college in 1965?
1965?
Dahlman was distracted by the image on the screen.
That would make him...
Mid-50s. Dahlman squinted, then nodded.
Yes, he could easily be in his 50s. Go back to the beginning.
Jane stopped the tape, rewound it, and started it again.
Get ready to stop it.
When the tape reached the figure of the man in the sailboat, Dahlman snapped,
Now!
Jane stopped the tape. The image quivered, and lines of static rolled upward across the man's face like passing shadows.
That's him, too,
said Dahlman. He was so excited that he stood and sidestepped back and forth.
You thought it was someone else, didn't you?
Jane let the tape run again. I thought it was supposed to be his father, said Jane. I thought Sid Freeman cooked it up.
What's that?
Asked Dahlman as the image of the first pistol zoomed upward into focus. His gun. I wanted the serial number, and it's better than writing it down. The second gun came on, and the tape reverted to snow and static. Dahlman looked disappointed, but Jane said, Keep watching. The camera was on the front of the house. The door opened, and C. Langer walked out to his car. Dahlman frowned.
It's so hard to see from that picture.
Dahlman clenched his jaw and watched. Each time the man with the dark glasses would come in or go out, there seemed to be less of him to see. He looked at Jane in confusion.
I think that's the man, but he's moving so fast, and he turns away, and those glasses.
Keep your eyes on the screen. There were a few seconds of darkness, then the printed letters of the newspaper, so close to the lens that they were difficult to make out.
What in the world is that?
Jane had no time to answer. There was the flash of light, and then the man standing up holding the newspaper. Dahlman waited impatiently until the moment when C. Langer bent over to pick up the coin and took off his sunglasses.
There!
Dahlman shouted.
That's him!
Jane stopped the tape and pressed the rewind button. Dahlman grinned at her expectantly.
Where is he?
At the moment, he's living in Santa Barbara. That may not be where he intends to end up. but it looked to me as though he was planning to stay put for a while. The house is pretty well chosen, and he's put a lot into making it right. I don't mean it's expensive, although it is. I mean everything is consistent. He's building an identity, a personality.
Fine, he said impatiently. So how do we do this? Give the tape to the police?
Jane looked at him apologetically. I know you would like this to end, but I think that even if we could get the Santa Barbara police to hold this man and run his fingerprints, something I can't imagine them doing, it probably wouldn't solve your problem.
It proves I told the truth. I said I performed surgery on a man claiming to be James Hardiston. Any physician could examine this man and verify the plastic surgery. They might not be able to accurately describe every procedure we used, but there would be no argument about the fact of surgery. And I think the fellow's fingerprints will prove he's some kind of criminal living under a false name.
Yes, said Jane, but what kind?
That's the job of the police, finding that out.
Jane sighed. He's a runner. He spent a lot of money to get a new face and a solid identity and a lot of first-class treatment. Maybe his fingerprints will show that he's done terrible things. Will they show he killed Sarah Hoffman?
Of course they don't prove he did it personally. When she was killed, he was still recovering from his last surgery.
Then what good are they to us? Dahlman slumped into a chair by the wall and closed his eyes.
I see.
Jane stood and disconnected the cords from the television set and the wall and coiled them, then put the video camera back into her bag. She stood in silence for a few more seconds, then said gently, We've come this far. Maybe we can make it the rest of the way.
Dahlman shook his head. At the moment, I can't conceive of how to do that.
The first step is to find out who he is, she said. Maybe after that we'll know the second step. Chapter 34. While Jane drove through the darkness up the coast toward Santa Barbara, the optimism she had feigned for Dahlman faded. When she thought of Dahlman, her memory kept conjuring images of Carrie, and she had to fight the urge to cry. He had labored at becoming a doctor, and then at being one, with a kind of intensity that was heartbreaking. The work had changed him, and changed the world he lived in. For any human being, seeing was not the eye receiving pictures of what was really there, but the brain reaching out to grasp what it needed. When Carrie looked at a person, he saw a biological entity, a marvelously intricate and interesting creature that was doing its best with what it had. He wanted to learn from the creature's experience and impressions, and he wanted to help it. If he could no longer do that, he would be lost. Jane had trained herself over the years never to let her mind go down this path. Thinking about the consequences of failure was like thinking about falling from a high place. It would distract her, weaken her, and make her afraid. For weeks she had concentrated on what she had to do, and not what would happen if she made a mistake. But tonight her tired mind could not fight off the fear she felt for Carrie. If she failed, it was almost certain that Carrie was going to be convicted of a felony. She was not positive that this meant the state would revoke his license to practice medicine. Almost certainly it did, but the wording of some law wasn't what mattered. It was hard to imagine a hospital that would grant surgical privileges to someone with a criminal record, or a company that would approve him for malpractice insurance. Surgery wasn't something he could do by himself at home. He would be like Dahlman, sitting in a room somewhere with nothing to do. Or it could be much worse than that. If the police found enough evidence for the wrong kind of charge, and Carrie drew the wrong kind of judge, he would go to jail for a very long time. Jane felt the tears beginning to come. She gritted her teeth and shook herself, then stared hard at the dark highway ahead. She wasn't going to keep those things from happening by crying. If she could prove that the man Carrie had helped to escape was innocent, then Carrie would be saved too. As she wrestled her mind back to what she had to do, old methods and tricks began to occur to her. It was a few minutes later that she decided it was time to resurrect the Furnace Company. The Furnace Company was a genuine entity that had been incorporated in Illinois 10 years ago. Its assets consisted of a post office box in a strip mall in Chicago and 10 computer-printed receipts showing that it had paid its annual $5 fee for retaining its tenuous hold on existence. The only one of its officers who had ever breathed air was a woman named Mary Sullivan, and that wasn't the name she had breathed it under. Jane arrived at her hotel in Santa Barbara in the early morning. She checked her watch and dialed an 800 number she had used a few dozen times over the years. A man's voice answered. "Memory Publications, Manny." Jane said, "Manny, it's Mary Sullivan at the Furnace Company." "Well, hello," said Manny. "I haven't heard from you lately. Tell you the truth, I thought you'd gone under, like half the country." "Gone under?" "Yeah, Chapter 7, Chapter 11, whatever. The business climate in this country is poisonous right now. You gotta be a big player or you're squashed under the weight of mailing costs and government regulations. You know anybody that's making any money this year?" "A few."
"Then you know a better class of people than I do."
"Maybe worse," said Jane.
Manny chuckled. "I just remember why I miss you, honey. What can I get for you today?"
"This is a bit out of your usual line. Did you ever publish a directory of alumni for Yale University?"
Manny's voice turned sad. "No, honey. High school class reunion lists we do. Colleges, they don't need memory pubs. They've got better printing facilities, and they got people keeping track of their graduates to hound them for money."
"Too bad," said Jane. "I could have used it."
"What exactly do you need? Maybe I can find a different way there."
"Yale, classes in the 1960s. It's for a special direct mail campaign. We want to sell nostalgia for New Haven in the 60s. Sell them back their youth. When they're 22, they're inundated with souvenirs, class rings, yearbooks. But they're in their 50s now."
"Not bad," said Manny. "This is when they've got the most money. Have you tried the college?"
"No help there," said Jane. "They charge for the use of their name and logo. You ask and they smell money. That's what I hate about non-profit institutions. They feel no guilt."
"I hear you. What exactly will you offer?"
"What I'd really like to try is something with then and now portraits of each alumnus on it. You know, play straight for the ego."
"Sounds depressing. Where does the then come from?"
"Yearbooks."
"That I might be able to get, but you'll have to find out for yourself what the copyright situation is."
"How can you get them?"
"That's proprietary information."
"Everything I've just told you is proprietary information."
"Don't worry about me," said Manny. "I'm just like your gynecologist. I see yours, but only for your own good, and there's no reason to show you mine. I got a supplier who buys up yearbooks for me."
"Old ones?"
"Sure," said Manny. "He picks them up at garage sales, estate sales, and from printers if there's an overrun. He pays just about nothing and charges people like me like they were antiques. I only use the high school ones, but he gets thousands of them. He might have Yale. I'll call him now."
An hour later, the 1965 Yale yearbook was in an express mail pouch on its way to the Furnace Company's post office box, and Jane was on the way to catch a flight to Chicago. When she arrived 4 hours later, she checked into a hotel near O'Hare Airport and slept until it was time to pick up her mail at the strip mall. When she returned to her hotel, she sat down on the bed, opened the express mail envelope, and pulled out the book. She slowly opened it, then began to leaf through it. It was full of black and white pictures of various groups and activities and buildings, things she sensed would have been resonant to somebody who had been in that place at that time. She was an intruder who couldn't know what the people in the pictures would feel if they looked at them. It occurred to her that she knew immeasurably more than these people between 18 and 22 years old knew, because she knew what was going to happen in the next 30-odd years. But then, all of these bright, cocky kids with smooth, unlined faces were in their 50s now, and they knew it too. She reached the section where the rows of headshots were arranged alphabetically. She turned a handful of pages at once, first to the M's, then to W, then back a few pages to the V's. There were not many names that began with V. His picture was the first one her eyes settled on. In those days he had been Brian Reeves Vaughn, from Weston, Massachusetts. He had worn his blonde hair fairly short, considering the year. Then she scanned the pictures of other boys in the class and discovered that her assumption had been wrong. A few had hair and curly halos around their heads, and a couple had straight, stringy hair to their shoulders, but only a couple. She had once heard somebody say that the 60s began in 1968, and she got the impression that she was holding evidence that it was true. She turned back to the V's and looked again at Brian Reeves Vaughn. He didn't look naive exactly, just young. She tried to see the picture of the boy who stared back at her as happy. After all, 3 decades later the man he would become had walked away from his home, whatever family he had, even his name, but he had kept the ring that would remind him of those days at Yale. He didn't look happy. He looked a little bored, maybe just tolerating the photographer who was taking his picture. She guessed that the assessment he must have arrived at, that those days were the ones he wanted to remember, had come in retrospect. That was normal, she supposed. For a runner, it was almost inevitable. No matter what a normal life had felt like at the time, it had certainly been better than whatever happened that could goad a person into trying to disappear, and it was also better than the experience of running. She looked at Brian Vaughn more closely. He didn't seem to be the type to go misty-eyed about his days at Yale, when the whole world had seemed bright and limitless. He might be the type who felt sorry for himself and got secretly bitter. Secretly bitter, she repeated. That was what seemed wrong. Keeping a class ring with his initials on it was stupid. She knew almost nothing about him, but she knew something about Yale. They didn't admit people who were stupid. This picture was taken in Brian Vaughn's senior year. If he had gotten that far, presumably he was as intelligent as he needed to be for most practical purposes. She began to move backward through the rows of portraits. When she found the H's, she understood. There in the middle of the top row was James Walter Hardiston. Vaughn had not invented him. He had gone to school with him. He had probably known him, picked up details about him and his family that had made the impersonation convincing. The class ring wasn't a sentimental souvenir. It was part of the disguise he had used to fool Sarah Hoffman and Richard Dahlman. Jane picked up the telephone and started to call Dahlman in Carlsbad, then set it down again. What she had learned wasn't worth telling him. She knew what BRV's name had been, and she knew why he had been so good at impersonating a Hardiston, but she didn't know why he had wanted to. The next morning she arrived at the big public library at 10, when the doors opened, and began to move backward in time. Christine Magnon had seen the face changers shipping C. Langer's belongings to Santa Barbara about 2 months ago, and that must have been shortly after the man impersonating James Hardiston had become C. Langer. When had he chosen to become James Hardiston? Richard Dahlman had said the series of surgical procedures he had performed on James Hardiston had taken about 8 months. So the transformation to James Hardiston from Brian Vaughn must have taken place at least 10 months ago, and possibly as long ago as a year. If Brian Vaughn had begun to worry about being recognized a year ago, then his problems must have begun before that. Jane couldn't be sure how long it had taken Vaughn to get that worried, so she decided to begin with 2-year-old stories and work forward to a year ago. She started by eliminating the possibility that he had been involved in something that had made national news. The Reader's Guide to Periodical Literature would tell her if he had been the subject of a magazine article. He had not. She tested the theory that if an old Yale graduate was accused of a serious crime, or simply disappeared, it would be considered local news in New Haven. She slowly worked her way forward through a year of the New Haven Register and found no mention of Brian Vaughan. Brian Vaughan's entry in the yearbook had said he was from Weston, Massachusetts, and that meant the big regional journals were the Boston papers. By the time she had scanned the local and domestic sections of a year's issues of the Boston Globe, it was evening. She was too tired to look at anything that had print on it, so she ate dinner and lay on the bed in her hotel. Whatever trouble had come to Brian Vaughan, it had not been the sort that sold newspapers. Jane sank into a fitful sleep, and when she saw the empty sky around her, she was afraid. She was standing high above a wide river on the top of the steel arch of a bridge. She had never gone to see the bridge in Washington that her father had been building when he died, so this one looked like the Peace Bridge over the Niagara River to Canada. She cautiously turned her eyes to the south, because she was afraid that if she moved, she would fall. She saw the river widen to become the endless expanse of Lake Erie. She tried to look in the other direction and felt herself tottering, so she crouched and clung to the steel arch. Below her she could see the wide blue river moving away from her toward the north. The wind was strong up here, and she could feel it tugging at her hair. With her head down, she could see the concrete blocks where the bridge supports were anchored. They were shaped like boats, with their prows pointed upstream toward Lake Erie, and from here she could see a wake of eddies downstream as though it were the bridge that was moving. Each block was as big as a house when you were down there on the river, but now the white gulls that glided high above the eddies looking for fish were so far down they were just specks of white moving against the deep blue. Then a long black shadow passed over her, and she had to look up. There he was, standing on a steel I-beam. There were thick, twisted cables on the ends, and an enormous crane was moving him across her field of vision toward the bridge. She recognized his blue jeans, the yellow hard hat, and the bright red flannel shirt. "Daddy! Daddy!" she called, even though she knew he couldn't hear her from so far away in this wind. He was so tiny and alone, surrounded by the blue sky with nothing but the blue water below him. He held one of the cables with his right hand and raised his right arm to wave, but she knew he wasn't waving at her. He was giving some signal to the crane operator. She could barely hear her own voice as she said, "Please, please don't die." But the cable that held the I-beam snapped, as it always did. The big piece of steel tilted, then slipped out of the loop on the other end and dropped. He was free of it now, and falling more slowly because his arms and legs were away from his body and moving, and the resistance seemed to hold him back a tiny bit, the sleeves of his red shirt fluttering and flapping. She tried to close her eyes and cover her face, but it didn't change anything. She could still see him clearly, the red shirt getting tinier and tinier as he fell, turning slowly until his face stayed down and he had to watch the surface of the water rushing up at him. There was a little white splash, but the current moved so fast here that before it disappeared it was downstream. She clung to the girder, closed her eyes, and sobbed in anguish. Then she heard the soft, kind voice. "You have to get up, Janey." She looked along the arch, and she could see her mother standing on the narrow steel a few feet from her face. She was wearing a blue silk dress, Jane remembered, which her husband had picked out to match her eyes. "I loved him," Jane said. "I love you both so much." "We've lost him. He's not coming back." Her mother waited expectantly. Jane bent her knees, held her arms out from her sides like a tightrope walker, and stood. The wind seemed perverse now. It came in gusts, so she had to lean into it to stay upright, and then it would stop and she would almost fall. Her mother's blue dress was flapping in the wind, but she turned around in a slow circle, looking off at the horizon. "What am I doing up here?" asked Jane. "Was there something I could have done?" Her mother looked at her, puzzled. "You mean so he wouldn't have gone up? Not ask for a new pair of shoes or eat less food? I don't know. Everything that happens matters, but we don't know how." Her mother stared down the river toward the falls. "You can't break ground within 100 miles of here without hitting bone." She looked at Jane with deep sadness. Every single one of them loved somebody so much that when they closed their eyes at night they would think of something they forgot to do for them today, or something funny they wanted to tell them tomorrow. "Don't. Men, women, children," she persisted. "In the old time, when a baby died, the mother would bury him next to a trail. She thought maybe when some other woman came up the path to work the cornfields, his soul would go into her body so he would get another chance. Not so she would have him for herself, but maybe some other woman would get him, who wouldn't make whatever mistake she had made." Jane was frustrated, miserable. She wanted her mother to stop, but she was trying to tell her something. "That's it, isn't it? I made a mistake? What is it?" Suddenly the shadow passed over her mother, then over Jane. She looked up. The crane was swinging the girder out over the water again. There was another man standing on it. She looked at her mother again. She could see that her mother was anxious, almost afraid to answer her. "It's the brothers doing this. The world they beat out between them is a battlefield, and the fight doesn't stop. You don't get to fuss around for months, watching and poking around while your enemies are busy." Jane watched the steel I-beam rise into the sky. The man waved his arm, but this time he was waving at her. She felt her heart stop. It was Carrie. "No!" she screamed. "If you want him, you have to go up there yourself." She froze. "That's the price." Her mother spoke quietly. "That's always the price. That's how the brothers play. They won't stop until somebody loses everything." She stared at her mother. "But I don't know enough yet. I know a name, Brian Vaughn. I don't know what he's running from or who is hunting him." "You know something just as good." "What?" "You know people who will hunt anybody." She stopped and watched Jane. "People who are hunting you." Jane stood on the arch of the bridge as Carrie rose higher and higher. The crane operator made some move that was a little faster than he had intended, and the girder began to swing away. It reached the end of its swing, then began to come back. It moved closer, closer, and Jane knew she would have just one chance. As it stopped, ready to swing away again forever, she jumped for it. She felt herself falling faster and faster, the wind tugging at her hair, the water rushing up at her, and then she woke, lying on the bed in the dark room. Chapter 35. When Alvin Jardine saw her, he happened to have his head back to drink the last sweet, muddy residue of sugary coffee at the bottom of his cup. He took in a breath and nearly choked. She was coming off a flight from San Francisco, and her eyes scanned the way their eyes always did, then snapped straight ahead. Jardine shut his briefcase and stood to turn away while she passed, then decided that the briefcase might be a problem. He pushed it into a rental locker, dropped the quarters into the slot, and took the key. He didn't need a wanted poster or printed circular to remember that face. There was nothing in print on her anyway, and he knew he didn't want to get close to her encumbered by baggage. He quickly walked to the big open portal toward the concourse. This was just another piece of evidence to prove that life presented prizes that were better than anything anybody could wish for. Here he was, waiting for any one of 24 small-time bail jumpers and parole violators to step off a plane and into his custody, when in walks a trophy as rare as the last damned whooping crane. And here is Al Jardine, one of probably 20 bounty hunters in the whole world who would have known what he was looking at or had the slightest idea what to do with it. He watched her from 200 feet back as he followed her down the crowded concourse. She still had that long black hair, and the rest of her was exactly the way he remembered. Legs that looked as though they went on and on. They reminded him of the tricky nature of the task ahead. She was not entirely defenseless. He remembered that very clearly from the one time when he had happened to see her work. Jardine had been waiting at the Los Angeles County lockup on Vignes Street, watching the door that opened once each day to admit a few prisoners. A man named Hayward was due to be released any day, and Jardine had a fairly strong opinion that he had been jailed and served 90 days under a name that was not his own. It was Jardine's theory that Hayward had spent most of his life as Bobby McKay. McKay was worth $50,000 to an armored car company. He was also reputed to be big, violent, and uncomfortable without the weight of a pistol somewhere on his person. The best way in the world to take a man like that was at the jailhouse door. He couldn't be armed and had no chance to prepare. If he proved to be too much for Jardine, then the sight of Jardine getting pounded into the sidewalk would bring cops from inside. The steel door opened, and the gate was sliding out of the way. That day's excretion of rehabilitated citizenry was already streaming out into the sunshine. The sparse group of friends and relatives were pushing forward to meet them when Jardine became aware that a car had pulled up behind him. He turned and saw the tall, thin woman with black hair come around the car and open the passenger door. He saw a small, frail-looking woman with stringy blonde hair separate from the rest and step toward the car, and he felt better, because that assured him the car wasn't there for Hayward. There was a sound that set Jardine on edge. It wasn't loud, just the sound of feet moving fast on the concrete, but anything sudden or unexpected was out of place here. Jardine had turned his head just in time to see a tall man in a suit arrive at the car and lean forward to lunge past the woman with long black hair to make a grab for the little blonde woman in the seat. But the woman with the long black hair had heard him coming. Her elbow caught his face, and Jardine could still bring back the sound of it. He wasn't sure if it had been the crack of some facial bone breaking or if the blow had just clapped the man's jaws together so the teeth clicked. But his head jerked sideways, and his body reeled in approximately the direction she had sent his head. She spun counterclockwise. Jardine's eye had taken it as a quick pivot to begin a retreat around the front of the car to the driver's seat before the man could collect himself. It was more. As she turned, she was leaning her weight on the hood, swinging her right leg way too high. Her kick clotheslined the man at about eye level, dropped him onto his back, and followed through. The momentum helped her roll over the hood of the car and land on her feet on the driver's side. She was inside and accelerating away before Jardine fully appreciated what he had seen. Jardine had instantly induced in himself an uncharacteristic concern for the welfare of the man in the suit. He had knelt and used his handkerchief to staunch the flow of blood from the man's nose, muttering quiet bits of optimistic nonsense about his condition. He had helped him to his feet and driven him to the hospital emergency room. It was at least an hour before he had managed to get any answers to his sympathetic inquiries about what had brought this poor man to Vignes Street and what had led this woman to drop him on the pavement like a sack of garbage. When Jardine had heard that the man was a bounty hunter from New York, he had begun to feel rather festive about the whole episode. Jardine had no love of outsiders who came into his city to hunt his game. The blonde woman, it seemed, had been doing exactly what Jardine had suspected Bobby McKay of doing. She had gone to jail on a disorderly conduct charge and spent 30 days picking up gum wrappers along the freeway, while the people who had been chasing her wore themselves out. Like many hunters, Jardine had always been a convivial companion and an avid listener to his colleagues' stories of the chase. It was his main consolation in times when nothing seemed to work, and his best celebration of victory. But it also had a practical purpose, because the tales often carried information he could use. There had been times when he had heard things about a particular fugitive he had been chasing that had helped him make money, and other times he had heard things that had convinced him to turn his attention elsewhere. It wasn't a good idea to chase a fugitive who had once been convicted of something known to be the exclusive province of organized crime, large-scale gambling or trafficking in stolen securities, for instance. But along with the rest of the stories came rumors and tall tales. One of them he had heard several times was about a woman named Jane who made people disappear. He had not taken the Jane stories seriously, because they had always been about the one that got away. Some enormous payday had not come for some hunter, and here's why it wasn't his fault. But on that day 3 years ago, when the little blonde woman had gotten away, he had begun to listen to the rumors and to connect Jane with the names of fugitives who had not been captured. Maybe the stories weren't all true. Any time there was a ready-made excuse for failure, most people would take it. But he was sure that enough of them were true to make this Jane woman worth some effort. If someone managed to put her in a cage, he'd have the aliases and addresses of all the people she had ever hidden. Jardine was having a difficult time believing his good fortune tonight as he followed her down the concourse toward the escalators. His mind worked frantically. He had just seen her come off an airplane. She could not possibly be armed. If she even owned a gun, it could only be disassembled and the parts scattered around in some big piece of luggage she had checked in. If the baggage claim was where she was headed, then he would simply have to move in close before she had a chance to claim the suitcase and get it out of here into a private place. Jardine's gun was in his car, parked right across the street in the short-term lot, where he could get to it quickly. He would have no trouble with her if he kept the initiative and stayed a little bit ahead, so she wouldn't figure what she should have done until that should have had been firmly built in. She had almost certainly never seen Jardine before, except on that one day 3 years ago, when she'd had other things on her mind. As he watched her, he could see that she was working. She wanted to give an overeager pursuer a chance to move in too early and show himself. She stopped to stare into a store window. Then she went into another and came out the farther doorway. Alvin Jardine was not a novice. He didn't want her in this crowded, brightly lit, heavily policed airport. He wanted to materialize in her path after she was alone out there in the dark. He began to worry. She might be doing these things because she knew that someone else was following her that Jardine didn't know about. Jardine stopped in front of a display of guilty husband presents in a window. Perfume, jewelry, stuff with flowers and hearts on it. He tried to keep Jane in sight while he let the crowd behind him go past. He picked out 2 men who were possibilities, then let them get ahead and watched. One went into the restroom, and the other walked so fast that he caught up with her and passed her. Jardine was elated. He didn't have to worry about having to fight over her. She passed the spot where the security people were herding passengers through the metal detectors, then stepped aside into the cafeteria. Jardine went past the doorway and loitered near the television sets where the schedules were posted, so he could see which direction she would face when she sat down. She picked up a tray and got into the line of people sidestepping along in front of the food counter. About halfway through, she dropped something and squatted down to pick it up, and that gave her a chance to take a glance at the people behind her. Jardine had seen it coming and looked away at the television screen. He moved off while she paid for her food and went to sit in a booth at the wall so she could watch the doorway. Jardine waited on the other side of the wall, where he could see the doorway too. Watching her go through her precautions had made him feel eager. He had noticed before that sometimes people who were running seemed to have a vague premonition, to sense a change in the air that told them trouble was close, but not that the trouble was Jardine. Jane's extreme caution validated his belief that she was worth having, and he knew that each feint or detour she completed was helping her silence her own intuition and prove to herself that she was safe. Jardine slapped his back pocket to feel the 2 sets of plastic wrist restraints. He liked them so well that he had given up carrying handcuffs, even on the occasions when he didn't have to pass through a metal detector. They were quick and easy, and gave a better fit, and getting out of them wasn't a question of picking a lock. They had to be cut. He had to remember that this time he wasn't going to be able to grab her and intone some meaningless words about warrants for her arrest. She would know that the words were meaningless as well as he did. He would be a fool if he didn't use the second set of restraints on her ankles. He saw her leave the cafeteria and move toward the escalator. He waited until she was descending and hurried to the elevator, then walked across the first floor to be outside before she was. He watched the long line of glass doors until she was out. His luck seemed to be getting better and better. She had not stopped in the baggage claim. She didn't have a gun, and she wasn't going to have one. She stepped to the island to join the half-dozen people waiting for the shuttle bus to take them to the distant long-term lots. Jardine knew not only where she was, but where she was going. He hurried across the street to the short-term parking structure, ran up the stairs, and got into his car. He pulled out of the space and quickly made the first circuit of the parking structure to the ground floor, then stopped to look at the island. The shuttle bus pulled up to the stop, and the people began to get in. Jardine idled his car and watched to be sure she actually climbed aboard. Then he pulled forward out of the shelter of the parking structure and up to the kiosk to pay. In a few seconds he was on the long circular drive, following the shuttle bus. It stopped several times in front of other terminals to pick up passengers, but she never got off. When the bus finally passed the last stop and left the airport, Jardine could feel his lungs expanding in his chest. He drove far behind the bus, giving it plenty of space. When the bus pulled into its special entrance at Lot C, Jardine drove on to the public entrance, took his ticket from the machine, and waited for the arm to lift to let him in. He drove slowly on a straight course down the middle aisle of the huge lot, watching the shuttle bus going back and forth in front of him, stopping every 200 feet to let passengers off. Slowly the bus emptied. People put suitcases into the trunks of cars and drove toward the exit. Jardine's luck seemed to be growing at every turn the bus made. She was going to be one of the last people out. That meant the others would be on their way home, and the empty bus would go back to its bus stop to wait for its next run to the airport. She would be virtually alone. Finally the bus stopped, and she got out. She walked along an aisle with few cars in it, staring around her as though she had remembered the row, but not the space where she had left hers. Jardine tugged the ends of the plastic restraints out of his pocket so he wouldn't have to dig around for them when the time came. She had found the car. She reached into her purse as she walked up to it. He could see she was going to have the keys ready when she got there. He sped up, turned abruptly, and stopped a yard away from her. He was out of the car and moving when she turned to him. Her arm came up to her waist, and her white teeth glowed blue from the overhead light as she smiled. "Hello," she said. She held a small black shape in her hand. He couldn't see much in this light, except that the muzzle seemed to be lined up with his chest. He tried letting some of the surprise and outrage he felt escape his lips.
"What is this?"
She was not susceptible to doubt. "Be quiet and listen," she said. "I don't have any desire to kill you, so you won't need to do anything desperate."
"What do you want?"
"Just a ride."
"The key's still in the ignition. Get in and take it."
She moved around the back to the passenger side. He could see that she was giving him a few seconds to look around him. His inability to detect any other human beings in the vast parking lot was not comforting now. If he ran, he might get as far as the nearest parked car before she shot him, but he had nothing that would keep her from coming there after him, and reaching the first one wouldn't get him to the shelter of the next one. If he did as she said, he might be able to get his gun out from under the dashboard. She didn't seem to have any idea who he was. Jardine climbed into his car and started the engine, glanced at her, and felt his jaw drop. He had given her too long alone in his car. The gun she was holding now was his. He said,
"Look, I don't know you, but I'm sure you don't want to get in any worse trouble than—"
"Nice try, Alvin," she said. "I know you and you know me. I knew you would be at the American Airlines terminal. I knew you would recognize me and follow. So here we are."
"Mind telling me how you got a gun in past airport security?"
"I didn't," she said. "Before I flew out this morning, I left it on the other side of the checkpoint." She looked at him in mock sympathy, then at his gun in her hand. "I guess you forgot to do the same." He reached the parking lot exit, his mind churning, trying to catch up, while she read his mind aloud. "You're trying to convince yourself that you never heard of me killing anyone, so I probably won't shoot you if you try to get help at the gate." He looked at her out of the corner of his eye.
"The thought had crossed my mind."
"You don't know me that well." He handed his ticket and his money to the attendant at the gate and took his receipt, then drove out of the lot toward Century Boulevard. She let him get a few blocks, then said, "Take La Tierra." He turned on to the long, straight road. When they approached a small, dirty-looking motel, she said, "Pull in over there." He stopped the car in the motel lot where part of the low pink stucco building shielded it from the street. Jardine turned off the engine and tried to settle himself. He had felt intense shock when he had seen the gun, but in his experience, if the trigger didn't get pulled within the first few seconds, the danger went away. The story of how she had managed to walk out of an airport carrying a gun made him uneasy. She was a bit too wily for Jardine's taste. He reminded himself that these were just little potholes on the approach to his triumph. She had picked exactly the sort of place he would have, where the odd sound now and then wouldn't make anyone nervous because every 10 seconds a jet plane came over so low you could see passengers' faces in the windows. She said, "Room 11." He got out and walked toward the door, listening for the sound of her feet behind him. He couldn't hear them, so he was not sure how far away she was. Not sure enough. He stopped at the door and she reached around him and held out the key. She was close enough, but he could feel the barrel of the gun against his back. "You'll open the door, turn on the light, and step in where I can see you. Don't turn around." He wanted nothing so much as to be indoors and out of sight with the door locked before he made his move, so he obeyed. In a few seconds, things would begin to go his way. "Make yourself comfortable," she said. "Lie on the bed on your back." He sat and swung his long legs up onto the bed.
"This could be a night to remember."
She raised the pistol a little so it pointed at his chest and stood at the foot of the bed where he couldn't get at her.
"Just a little joke," he muttered. "What do you want?"
"Take one of the wrist restraints out of your back pocket." His eyes widened. How had she known? He had let them hang out because he had wanted them to be ready and then forgotten. Fool.
"You don't need those,"
she said. "It's for your safety. If I know you can't reach me, I might not get startled and shoot you. Put it around the bed frame and your left wrist." As he connected his wrist to the steel frame, he was already trying to work out the way to free himself. He could lift the frame off the slot in the headboard and slide the restraint to the end, but to do that he had to get his weight off the bed. Maybe she would have to use the bathroom.
"There. Satisfied?"
He tried to sound patronizing. She said, "I'm going to try to make this quick and simple. You know who I am and I know who you are, so we won't waste any more time on that."
"What are we going to waste time on?"
"Tell me about Brian Reeves Vaughn." He smiled.
"If you tell me about Rhonda Eckerly."
He studied her face for a reaction.
"Or about Mary Perkins, or Coleman Fawcett, or Ronald Sitton."
She frowned and shook her head. "Silly me. I forgot to tell you how this works." She took out of her purse a small silver picture frame and tossed it to him. It was the photograph of his mother taken on her 80th birthday. He was outraged.
"You've been in my house."
I found that on the mantel in your living room, and it looked as though it might have sentimental value. I figured you might want to keep it, so I brought it. Just in case.
Just in case of what?
She looked at her watch. It's now 1:30. You can usually drive the speed limit at this time of night. If you do, you can make it from here to your house in 28 minutes.
So?
At 2:30, the electric timer on the coffee maker in your kitchen will turn it on. The pot is filled with gasoline, and the heating element under it is covered with black powder. I'm betting it won't burn the whole house down before the fire department gets there.
What if it does?
Then I will have wasted a lot of money on the heroin that's in your bedroom, but that's okay. There's some in the garage, too. She was bluffing. She had to be bluffing. But the picture of his mother staring him in the face reminded him. She had been there. He smirked.
You telling me you flew in with heroin, too?
The way she shook her head gave him a sinking feeling. No, she said. I didn't know where to buy it in L.A., but Artie Messias did.
Artie Messias?
It was a grave injustice. Maybe when he had taken Artie Messias in, he had been rougher with him than he'd needed to be. But Jardine wasn't the one who had jumped bail, and Gary the bondsman had offered to pay extra if an example got set for the rest of his customers. Yes, she said. When I told him who it was for, he couldn't do enough. He said to make sure you knew who got it for you. He stared at the ceiling. He had thought this was his lucky night.
So if I don't tell you what you want to know, you don't let me go in time to get there by 2:30. My house burns down and the firemen find a lot of heroin.
Her eyes were steady and unblinking. Then you get to see what it's like to be a runner instead of a chaser. He stared at the ceiling again, the muscles in his jaw working. He hated her. He wasn't sure whether he was going to kill her tonight, but he sincerely felt he should. He knew that was absolutely the wrong way to think. She knew things that could make him rich in a day. He would give maybe $10,000 for the pleasure of breaking her skinny neck. 10 million was too much to waste on one night of pleasure. He had to keep her alive so he would have another chance. In fact, he admitted to himself, he had to do what she said or he was in trouble. The time is going by, she reminded him. He looked at her, beginning to feel the seconds now. He had to do this and get out of here.
I don't know where he is.
I didn't ask, she said. I want to know why he's running. Jardine's brain began to work again.
He came to you, didn't he? He wants you to hide him.
Jane said, if we both answer questions, it's going to take twice as long. Jardine took that as a confirmation. Brian Vaughn had run out of ideas on his own, and somebody was about to cash in on him, so he had inquired about hiring professional help. It was actually funny. She wasn't sure he met her standards.
You don't even know who he is?
This is a lot of trouble to go to if I know, said Jane.
Why'd you pick me?
Because of the way you work. Most bounty hunters get hired to find somebody in particular. You're one of the few who just sits in one place and watches faces. In order to do that, you need to have a current list of which faces are worth money. You tell me why Brian Vaughn's is, and I'll let you go home and unplug your coffee pot. Jardine stared at the ceiling again to focus his thoughts, but he found it took more strength than he had to overcome the awareness of each second ticking by. What if tonight was one of those nights when Caltrans decided to repave a section of the freeway between here and his house?
The reason you couldn't find any wanted posters on Brian Vaughn is that he hadn't been charged yet.
Charged with what?
Murder.
Jane nodded. It was what she had expected. Where is he wanted?
Well,
said Jardine,
he isn't exactly, but he is. The police in Boston found a car with a deceased young lady in it. When they did the tests, they found that she had been freshly fucked.
Raped?
Not sure,
he said.
That's always the theory when they're dead. But she had all her clothes on right. No signs of a struggle, but her blood showed a fatal dose of a sedative. The car, it turned out, wasn't hers. It belonged to Brian Vaughn.
Did they arrest him?
Here's where we get into things I heard that I can't swear to. He was rich. Old money. He lived on an estate in some little town outside Boston. I heard the local police brought a detective or two from Boston out to the estate with their hats in their hands to inquire whether he might have something he'd like to get off his chest. It seems he wanted home. But while they were on the way from the station to the house, some caretaker called to report that the car was missing.
Where was Vaughn?
Supposedly, some servants said he was in Europe. Some said they didn't know. Anyway, the stories didn't exactly match.
Did he have a family?
Sure did. His parents were really old, living in Florida. They said he had mentioned some time before that he was going to Europe. Anyway, you get the idea. Nobody knew which country he was in or when he left, but everybody was sure it was at least a week before this girl shows up dead in his car. Nobody can get in touch with him. Only suddenly, he's got a lawyer.
How did the lawyer explain that?
The usual. He's a family friend. He wonders if he can be of help to the police, and so on.
He looked at her nervously.
What time is it?
1:43. Do you know the lawyer's name?
I never asked. It wouldn't mean anything to me.
What happened next?
The police looked closer. It seems Vaughn has a record.
What kind?
On paper, it's spoiled kid stuff. Driving fast and parking wherever, and not paying until the car gets impounded. But they also turn up a few people who hate Brian Vaughn, and one of them gives them the names of a couple of young ladies who were given large amounts of money years before. Sure enough, they're real. Both declined to say what the money was for. The money came from Vaughn's parents.
Go on.
The police are drooling. Now they want this guy bad. They don't have enough to charge him with anything, and there's no way they can go public and treat him like a fleeing suspect.
The car wasn't enough.
They can't shake the alibi until they find out what it is. They figure if they give him the DNA test, he's almost certainly going to be the missing player in the sex scene. He is also going to have to prove how and when he went to Europe, how his stolen car got to Boston without being hotwired, and numerous other things too time-consuming to mention when my fucking house is about to burn down.
He sat up. You've got time, she said, as she raised the pistol. Why do you know all this?
Who hasn't been heard from?
The girl's family. Who was she?
She was from New York. Vaughn definitely knew her. But everybody thought she was in New York that night, and there's no proof Vaughn was around. Her family had a little money, and they hired a guy, a detective, to unravel all this stuff, and this is what he found out.
Was any of this in the papers?
Sure. Amanda Barnes found dead in stolen car. Owner could not be reached for comment by press time.
How did Vaughn manage that?
I don't know. Maybe the lawyer was working overtime. And maybe the police helped. They don't usually want it all over the news that a guy like this is their only suspect until they got their hands on him. He had the money and the sort of history that would make them think he could stay in Europe forever. They asked Interpol to watch for him and let him know they wanted to talk. Big silence on the other end.
You still haven't exactly said how you heard. Did you know the detective?
Not personally.
Then how?
Word got around.
How much is the girl's family offering?
$100,000. I added him to my list when I heard about it. I figured if he was in Europe, his smartest move wouldn't be to fly into Logan Airport or Kennedy. It would be to stay in Europe until somebody gets around to losing some physical evidence, or they arrest somebody else for something similar. But if he got homesick, he'd fly in at L.A., where nobody's expecting him.
Jane nodded. We only have about 5 minutes left. The police haven't charged him. If you saw him, you couldn't grab him and drag him to a station. You couldn't handcuff him and take him on a plane to Boston. Just what were you supposed to do for 100,000?
Detain him.
Detain him for whom?
For whoever's willing to pay me the 100,000.
He fidgeted.
Now, can I go?
Which was it? Were you supposed to do it yourself or tie him up and call somebody?
His eyes shifted wildly.
He looked at the door, he looked at her, then at the door again.
The 100 was for killing him. If I could keep him alive long enough for the girl's father to fly out here and blow his brains out, that was 200.
Jane sighed. She glanced at her watch and stood up.
All right,
she said. You've got 33 minutes to go save your house and your spotless reputation. She held the gun on him as she walked close to the bed and used her pocket knife to slice the wrist restraint. Jardine stood up. In the back of his mind was a reckless urge. He had insurance on the house, and his equity in it was less than 40,000 anyway. Having her in his hands would be like having millions. What was in the house, anyway? Cheap clothes, furniture that was 10 years old and had stains on it from things that had gotten spilled, and... oh, yes, heroin. He took a step toward the door, then went back to the bed and picked up the picture of his mother, and his eyes met hers.
I won't forget this.
You're welcome.
I mean, next time I see you, I might just kill you.
Jane shook her head. No, she said. You wouldn't take the chance that I might be worth money. Jardine stared at her and heard his breath hiss in and out through his teeth. He half formed a plan to stop at a phone booth and call someone to break into his house while he waited for her outside. His friends and colleagues paraded through his mind, but each face had something hidden behind it, maybe greed, maybe the suspicion of unspoken malice. He turned, rushed out, and ran across the little parking lot toward his car. As he flung the door open, he heard distant sirens. He muttered, "Don't let that be a 10-car pileup on the freeway." To whose ear he had spoken, or why he had taken 3 precious seconds to say it, he had no idea. Jane waited until she had seen Jardine drive as far as the freeway entrance, then walked out of the building and down the street to her car. When she had started the engine and was almost to the same freeway entrance, she allowed herself to feel relief. For some reason, the part she felt most relieved about was a tiny detail. She was glad that he had chosen to move in when she had wanted him to, when she was walking up to a car she had never seen before in the middle of a deserted parking lot and pretending it was hers. Once he was standing in front of her, she had been too busy to feel afraid. As she drove north toward Santa Barbara, her thoughts turned to Brian Vaughn. Jardine had insinuated that the family had been supplying him with money since he had disappeared. Certainly he had spent more than he could have carried with him. The face-changers had gone to extraordinary lengths to keep protecting him afterward. They would only do that if they thought the money was going to keep on coming, and they couldn't get their hands on it all at once. Other little details made Jardine's story seem right. If the police were playing Vaughn carefully, trying to lure him home, they might behave as Jardine had said. Vaughn had been in a very difficult position. The police had not charged him, but they would certainly keep quietly looking for him until they found him, so he couldn't go any place where people would recognize him. He also had to worry about how many people like Jardine might be looking for him. The only solution had been to stop calling himself Brian Vaughn and stop looking like Brian Vaughn. What had not struck Jane as right was the story Jardine had told her about the crime, but she had to take into account that it had probably been of little interest to Jardine. The dead girl had been found in Brian Vaughn's car. She tried to imagine how that could have happened. One possibility was that Vaughn had picked her up in New York and taken her to his house in Weston. He had drugged and raped her, then realized that he had given her so much sedative that she had died. He had loaded her body into his car, intending to take her back to her apartment in New York. He had somehow been trapped, had mechanical trouble, run out of gas, gotten stuck in snow or mud, and had seen no alternative to abandoning the car. Maybe he had thought he was leaving temporarily, to walk to a gas station or something, but the police found the car before he could get back. But the story had to account not just for what had happened, but for what Brian Vaughn had wanted to happen. What would he have wanted? He certainly wouldn't have planned a crime that included dragging a dead or even unconscious woman from Weston, Massachusetts to New York, then into an apartment building where people could hardly be expected not to see him. He would want the whole event to take place indoors at one address. But which address? He certainly would not want a woman he had raped to wake up in his house in Weston. He would want her to be in her own apartment in New York all evening, and wake up there not positive about the details of what had happened to her. Just waking up alone at home might make her feel that whatever had happened was over. After reflecting on what she remembered, and what she would have to face if she called the police, she might decide it was better if she didn't. But she hadn't been in New York or even in Weston. She had been found in the place Vaughn was least likely to want her, in his car. Jane tried another version. Vaughn and the woman had spent the evening together in Weston. After making love, maybe he fell asleep and she couldn't. She found sleeping pills in his medicine cabinet and accidentally overdosed because they weren't hers, or took her own and got a bad reaction because she had alcohol in her system. He woke up and found her unconscious, then put her into the car to rush her to the hospital in Boston. On the way, he saw she was dead. He panicked. No, that didn't quite work. If someone was that sick, you didn't drive them to Boston. You called an ambulance. What Jane had kept thinking all the time while she was listening to Jardine was that everything he had said was possible. But it was strangely neat. There was an odd perfection to the stories of all the runners she had found on this trip. Vaughn was rich. He was used to having people provide expensive personal services for him. He seemed to have a history of offenses against women that might not be rape, but were serious enough to require hush money. That was important, too. He had bought his way out of serious trouble before. If a man like that got into this kind of trouble, and happened to find his way to the face changers, the face changers would be lucky. What if they had picked him out and designed a particular kind of trouble just for him? It would look a lot like this. Chapter 36. The security technician had been introduced to Marshall only as Maggie, with no last name. "Maggie can piece the whole thing together for you," the shift commander had said. Marshall didn't feel comfortable calling the young woman by her first name, but he had waited until they were alone and said his name was John. He had been in the Los Angeles International Airport Security Control Center for over an hour, and he was still feeling admiration for their new surveillance system. It was a simple extension of what had been done in lots of public places, but it was a generation past the old systems, and the money they had spent was all visible on the screen. Maybe he was just prepared to admire anything that gave him hope. He said, "Can you take it from when she gets off the plane?"
"Sure,"
said Maggie. Marshall watched the tired, bored passengers eagerly walking out of the boarding tunnel into the waiting area. Almost all of them seemed to be carrying full-sized suitcases and bags with things on hangers. He had noticed the change before, but he had not quite figured out when it had happened. One day people had simply decided they didn't trust the airlines to take care of their baggage, and the airlines had tacitly admitted their incompetence by letting them cram it all into the overhead compartments. He watched the woman come out of the tunnel and take a quick look around to orient herself, just as the others did. Then she seemed to focus on something. "Can you freeze it for a second?" The image stopped moving. The woman's head turned at an angle of 10 or 15 degrees. "Can you tell what she's looking at?"
"Not exactly. Here's the other camera."
There was a refreshment area with 20 or 30 people sitting at tables, and behind it were the restrooms and storage lockers. Between the woman and the lockers there were at least 100 people.
"I think it's the man at the third table, drinking coffee."
Okay,
he said. The woman began to move again. She walked quickly across the vast room, down the concourse, into a shop, then into the cafeteria, then down the escalator toward the baggage area and into the street. As she moved out of the range of each camera, Maggie picked her up on the next one. Marshall said,
"Wait. Let's look in the cafeteria."
Maggie pointed to the next screen.
There.
Jane walked in, got a tray, sidestepped along with the line of people sliding their trays along the shiny metal counter, taking plates of food and bottles and cans out of display cases. Jane took a pastry, then a cup of coffee, and put them on her tray. As she waited, she opened the purse hanging from her shoulder and pushed things aside to reach for her wallet. Something fell out of her purse to the floor. She quickly bent her knees to duck down. Her right hand came up under the counter to steady herself while her left hand picked up the— He looked more closely. Keys. The body pops up, the right hand stays where it is, which is now at belt level, then into her purse before it goes back to the counter. Why into the purse? The left hand was the one that should have gone into the purse to get rid of the keys. But she had set the keys on the tray. Marshall couldn't be positive, but he had a very strong suspicion that something had been in that right hand. Marshall watched the rest of the sequence of tapes patiently, this time looking at the people ahead of Jane and behind her. If they had been using the airport as a drop, what could it be they had left for her? Messages? Money? Maybe his mind was so bored with the sight of videotapes that it was inventing new images. Jane gets on the shuttle bus. Jane gets off at Lot C. Jane is approached by a man. Jane gets into a car with him and drives off into the night.
"Any luck on the man yet?"
Oh, yes, she said. That was easy because you can see the license number on the Lot C footage. His name is Alvin Jardine. He's a private detective, officially.
"What do you mean, officially?"
That's what his license says, but the LAPD says he's basically a bounty hunter.
"Does he work the airport often?"
I checked back for the last month, and he was here nearly every night. I don't have anything earlier than that.
"Is he here now?"
Maggie shook her head.
I already checked that, too. I think he might have been the one she was looking at when she got off the plane, but I can't be sure. I couldn't be positive of the match or even what her eyes were focused on, just the angle of her head. What about her? We were told you wanted her for questioning. Is she a suspect or a witness or what?
Marshall stared at the screen.
"I don't know," he said. "I know some of what she is, but I can't put a name on it yet."
The beep of his pager made them both jump. As he walked out into the airport to find a pay telephone where he could use his credit card, possibilities kept occurring to him. Maybe the bounty hunter had found Dahlman, and she had come to buy him off. Maybe she had some optimistic notion that Dahlman was innocent, and she was here to hire the worst possible person to find evidence to clear him. Novices often seem to be drawn by some obscure law of nature to hire a fox to guard the henhouse. He dialed the number on his pager and heard Grappelli's voice.
"I hope I'm not interrupting anything, Marshall. I wanted to find a payphone. Where are you?" "LAX. They've been very cooperative. Mrs. McKinnon seems to have been here last night. She took a plane from Chicago to here, flew to San Francisco and back, met a man at a long-term parking lot, and drove off in the moonlight. It's not often you get to see such romance in this day of cynics and nihilists," said Grappelli. "Where does that leave us?" "Chicago could mean she'd gone to look for evidence or witnesses in the Dahlman case, or it could mean she just happened to change planes there. San Francisco is a mystery, because she was there for no more than an hour or two, since nobody has turned up a suspicious prescription for Dahlman's antibiotic yet. Maybe she was making a black market buy. L.A. could mean something." "L.A. means just about as much as Chicago," said Grappelli. "Who's the guy?" "He's a private detective / bounty hunter. But since she wanted to meet with him, I have to assume he's on her side."
Grappelli's silence had a sour sound to it. Finally he said,
Do we know what the hell it is that her side wants to accomplish? I have a theory, Marshall offered. Do you? I think that she's got part of this situation figured out pretty clearly. Her husband definitely had something to do with Dahlman's escape, so he's in trouble. Her house has been under surveillance for long enough so she knows that nobody's going to write him off and go home. What's her way out? I'm not saying it's a safe way or a smart way, just that it's a way and there aren't any others. Divorce the stupid bastard and claim she knew nothing? I mean for both of them, said Marshall. Go out on her own and prove that Dahlman didn't do it. Give me a break, muttered Grappelli. Think about it, said Marshall. If Dahlman stays out, does that help her and her husband? No. We'll watch them until the end of time. If Dahlman gets caught, does that end it? No. It's worse, because we'd have no reason to keep their home intact waiting for Dahlman to call or show up. They'd be subject to arrest. But what does get them off? Very optimistic of her, said Grappelli. Only if Dahlman does come in, even if he's got absolute proof that somebody else killed that woman, the McKinnons are still guilty. Aiding and abetting, obstruction of justice, and so on. She's blinded by love, said Marshall. Otherwise she'd know that you're going to demand federal prosecution of a reputable surgeon and his beautiful wife who helped an innocent elderly doctor stay out long enough to solve our case for us. Well, probably not, admitted Grappelli. But she can't know that. What else has she got to think about? Very interesting theory, anyway, said Grappelli. One of your better ones. Thank you, said Marshall. It's nice to feel that I'm growing as a theorist, especially in these times when I'm unable to actually put anything into practice. Grappelli's voice changed. It was lower and quieter, and the ironic edge was gone. I'm afraid I wasn't calling to check up on you, John. I was calling to tell you what's going on here. About time, said Marshall. He could tell it was something he was not going to like, and he could tell Grappelli knew it and felt he still had to do it. Marshall determined to keep his feelings to himself. It's time to bring her home. Since she seems to have a flair for going where she pleases without being picked up, I only know one way to do it. Marshall reminded himself that he was going to keep the disapproval out of his voice. I have no way to prove this, but I think we're giving up on the strategy too early. But it's your call, and I respect that. Thanks, John, said Grappelli. You want to come back to be there when she comes in? Marshall thought for a moment. If you need me, I will. But I have a few leads I'd like to check here. This bounty hunter she met ought to be interviewed. And if he gives the right answers, I might be able to follow her in. Somebody should try to see where she stops on the way home. We'll call when she shows.
Chapter 37. Carrie sensed that something had changed. There was an odd, charged feel to the air. While he was in the shower, he kept imagining that he heard not sounds, but parts of sounds coming from somewhere in the old house. Doors opening but not closing, single footfalls that were not repeated. He turned the handle and heard nothing but the last of the water falling from the showerhead and making tiny pops as each drop shattered on the tile near his feet. He dressed quickly. He was sure now that he had picked up some alteration that was too subtle to be identified, and his own mind had supplied the explanation that it must be a sound. Carrie went from room to room, not sure whether he was doing this to verify that the police had not come into his house, or because of his growing suspicion that his time had run out. That was it. He had given it a name. He was looking into each of the rooms in the house where he had grown up because he was afraid he might never see them again. He glanced at his watch. It was all right, he decided. If this was the day, then he had done it. If it wasn't, then let this serve as the last look. He would not need to look again. He walked down the staircase to the small foyer and through the living room and the dining room to the big old kitchen to make his breakfast. As he was taking out the eggs and the frying pan, he suddenly stopped. Somehow he had a feeling this morning he should leave the kitchen spotlessly clean, with no dishes in the dishwasher and nothing out of place. He went out the back door and locked it, then to the old carriage house in the back that his grandfather had been the first to call the garage, and glanced at the yard. The 2 gigantic maple trees behind the house that shaded the windows of the master bedroom reminded him of the day he had shown Jane the revised deed. It now said Carrie McKinnon and Jane McKinnon. She had chuckled at the idea, and he had asked her why. She had said, "Because I love you, and because people are so funny."
Funny? Why?
She had left him standing in the back entry and run the 60 or 70 feet to the trunk of the taller maple tree. She had called, "Look at me!" The trunk was nearly 4 feet wide at the base, and at this distance he could use her height as a measure and count upward 10 times to the tallest branches. It had been big and old before his grandparents were born. He had walked out to stand 10 feet from her. She had bent back to look up at the huge, thick limbs, some of the lower ones wider around than her body, and his eyes had followed hers. "See?" He had nodded. "So what's funny?" She had raised an eyebrow. "Do you think it knows that I own it?" Carrie got into his black BMW. The car was perhaps his only idiotic purchase. It had cost too much, but he decided he was glad about that, too. Even if this was the last time he drove it, and it had to be sold while he was in jail, it hardly mattered now. There was no sense in having a few more dollars for a retirement he and Jane would never reach, or for children who would never be born. He pulled out of his driveway and watched the car behind him to see whether the policemen did anything differently. They stayed the usual 2 blocks behind him, drifting along near the curb because he was close to the median stripe. The other cars nearby weren't familiar and didn't seem to have policemen in them, but he knew that such impressions meant nothing. He drove to the hospital by the usual route, introducing no changes. He certainly didn't want to behave erratically and precipitate some action they were only contemplating. If they were already committed, then he would gain no advantage by letting them know that he suspected. He parked in his reserved space, then walked into the hospital with his head up and his eyes ahead. He went into his office in the surgical wing and sat down to review the files of the 3 patients he would be operating on today. He was glad they were fairly routine. Mr. Reardon's gallbladder, a hernia repair for Don Schwartz, and Mrs. Miller's partial colostomy. Today might be his last day as a surgeon, and that made him concentrate harder on the X-rays he had in the viewer on the wall. He knew that no matter how the day ended, he was going to need to tell himself that this part of it had ended well. He put the files back on his desk and stood up. It was time to scrub. As he closed the door behind him, he left inside all of the thoughts about his life and his personal worry. He thought about the specific movements his hands would need to perform to make Mrs. Miller's trouble go away. 4 hours later, when he was leaving the operating room for the last time, his mind seemed to awaken. It was saying, "What's next?" and the answers settled on him. He showered and dressed in a state of passive receptivity. Nothing came to startle him. He carefully made his way out of the wing through the recovery room, and then slipped into the first empty room he came to. He went to the window and looked out at his car in the parking lot. The 3 vans that had been there the night he had operated on Richard Dahlman were back. The long booms on their roofs had been extended, and there were men and women in jeans inside doing something technical. He looked at the other vehicles in the lot. There were no regular police patrol cars, as there had been that night, but he could still see 2 large plain American cars with audio antennas above their rear windows and little emergency lights inside over the back seats. He walked to the bed and pressed the remote control for the television set high on the wall. There was a cartoon mouse swinging a meat cleaver down toward a cat's head. The cat leaped into the air, spun around, and shot off like a bullet. Carrie pressed the channel button and let the television set cycle through flashes of channels until he found a picture of the hospital. The Channel 4 noon newswoman was saying, "Have said they would be making an official announcement concerning the mysterious disappearance of murder suspect Dr. Richard Dahlman in just a few minutes." Carrie turned off the television set and left the room. Jane had said it would begin without much warning, but that he would see it coming if he looked. "There'll be people you haven't seen before," she had said. "They don't like to burn a surveillance specialist by having him scoop up the likes of you on television. There won't be guns in sight because they know you're not dangerous. You have to see the signs, and then you have to move before they're ready." Carrie had thought about all of the ways and the times when this might happen, but somehow he had not imagined it would happen at the hospital. That was absurd, he realized. He spent 10 or 12 hours a day in this building or in his office down the street. He had assumed that they would not want to arrest him in public, but why wouldn't they? He spent a moment gathering his thoughts and then started off down the hallway. He slipped into the staircase to avoid the elevator, then went down 2 floors to the cafeteria. He saw Leo Bortoni and Sal Feynman sitting at a table together, but when Leo looked up and waved him over, he pretended not to see. He walked past the piles of cafeteria trays beside the hot table and stepped into the wake of a young man pushing a tall rack of dishes through the swinging doors into the kitchen. He followed the rack through the food preparation area. He had not been in the kitchen since he had taken a tour when he had accepted his appointment to the hospital staff. He had a vague memory that dishes were washed farther back somewhere, and that it was done by a big stainless steel machine with a conveyor belt that raised the water temperature above the level that any of the common microbes could survive. He heard lots of rattling dishes and water running on both sides, but he didn't dare look. "Carrie!" He turned and saw Lana McLeish wearing her white lab coat and a hairnet over her blonde hair, carrying the clipboard she always seemed to have. "Hi," he said. "I was looking for you." She pulled him aside and handed him a paper cap from her pocket. "Put this on. You're not supposed to be back here, you know." "Sorry," he said. "I was on my way out when it occurred to me that I didn't order for my morning surgeries." She squinted at her clipboard and flipped a couple of pages. "Miller, Reardon, Schwartz, right?" "Oh, that's right," he said. "I think I signed it yesterday. Joy must have put the order in." "How've you been?" "Terrific," she said. "My cooking agrees with me. How about you?" "Same here." He looked around him, pretending to be disoriented. He pointed. "I can get out that way, can't I?" She looked a little uncertain. "You can, but that's the way the garbage goes out. You might want to—" "No, it's fine," he said. He leaned closer. "There seem to be a lot of reporters around today, and I'm not really in the mood to answer questions about Richard Dahlman." She winked. "Gotcha. Just watch your step. The floor back there is perpetually wet." He stepped out onto the loading dock in the back of the hospital and resisted the temptation to jump to the driveway below. From here he could see his office building, so he turned to look. In the parking lot behind the building, he could see the roof of a police car with the bar of emergency lights across the front. He supposed that if he needed confirmation, that would have been it. He walked down the steps. Jane had made a foolproof plan for him, but he had no idea how he could get from the place where he now was to the place where the first steps of the plan began, at Jake Reinert's house. He heard his pager go beep, 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 beep. He reached to his belt and held it up to confirm his suspicion that it was the central desk trying to locate him for the police. But the number on the display was the emergency room number. He heard a siren in the distance. It was an ambulance, and a moment later it pulled into the driveway and up to the emergency room. Carrie turned off his beeper and began to walk quickly toward the street. He would duck into a restaurant a few blocks from here, call Jake Reinert, and ask Jake to pick him up. Even if they really needed an extra surgeon in the emergency room, he had seen Leo in the cafeteria, and Leo was a capable surgeon. Carrie was almost to the street when he heard the second siren. He slowed his pace a little and listened. The siren cut off, but he heard the engine roar as it went up the drive. They never did that unless it was urgent and somebody had only a few minutes left. They usually slowed down at the entrance to the driveway. He stopped. He could hear other sirens now. 2 more, or was it 3? Something terrible must have happened. He held himself as though he were balancing on a thin wire. His mind filled with Jane's image. He had been so close to her, but now he could feel her slipping away. With her went all hope, all possibilities. He had been foolish to imagine that he could go off with her. He had been like a big, clumsy plow horse trying to jump the fence so he could run with the deer. Carrie pivoted on his heel and ran up the lawn of the hospital. He reached the driveway just as Leo Bortoni came out on the loading dock, craning his neck to look for him.
"Carrie! Carrie!"
he yelled and beckoned. Carrie climbed the steps 3 at a time and hurried through the kitchen beside him. "What is it?"
"Don't know much yet. Some kind of explosion at a factory. A lot of 3rd degrees, probably, and a lot of flying metal."
As Carrie hurried across the polished floor of the cafeteria, he could see that Pankowski, the hospital administrator, was in the hallway, saying something to 2 uniformed policemen. He turned his head as Carrie and Bortoni reached the doorway. The 2 policemen brushed past Pankowski. One of them came close to Carrie's shoulder, but did not touch him.
"Dr. McKinnon?"
"Yes?"
"As soon as you're out of surgery, we'd like to talk to you."
"Oh?" said Carrie. He glanced at the officer's face. It was the face of a decent man who was willing to gamble that his job didn't require stopping a surgeon from saving somebody's life. He was asking for a promise. If Carrie didn't make it, he would have to follow the order he had been given to arrest him now. Carrie hesitated, then made the promise. "I won't be going anywhere." The next night, Jane stepped to the newsstand on State Street, opened the Los Angeles Times, and looked at the headlines, then moved her eyes down the page. Dahlman was not mentioned in the news anymore. She put the paper back in the pile and went to the set of cubbyholes by the wall where the out-of-state papers were sold. The newsstand didn't carry the Buffalo News, but she saw the Chicago Tribune. She picked one up, opened it, and saw the article at the bottom of the front page. Doctor suspected in Dahlman escape. She calmly folded the paper, walked to the little counter under the green awning, and handed it to the man with the unlit cigar in his mouth. She gave him $1 and turned to walk up the street to her car. The newspaper in her hand was an object that felt both fragile and dangerous, like a firebomb or a poisonous snake. She sat behind the steering wheel and opened it again, feeling her heartbeat at the sides of her head. Her eyes swooped to the article, clutching phrases because she was too impatient to follow sentences. Taken into custody. Questioned by the FBI. Could be charged. She read that twice. If he could be charged, then he had not been charged. That gave her the momentum to relinquish the first page and move to the second. Charged with what? Accessory to murder. Her mind protested. Not a chance. Not yet, anyway. But she saw it was just the culmination of a list. Aiding and abetting an escaping felon, obstruction of justice, making false statements in a police report. Jane closed the newspaper, tossed it to the floor in front of the passenger seat, and started the engine. There was no more time for waiting and watching and looking into the past, trying to gather a pile of evidence that Richard Dahlman was innocent. She was going to have to take a chance on Brian Vaughn. Chapter 38. Charles Langer went out to breakfast, as he often did. When he had still been Brian Vaughn, he would not have dared show his face in a spot like the Santa Barbara Biltmore. Now Brian Vaughn's face didn't exist, and there was no disadvantage to showing Charles Langer's. Since he had been in Santa Barbara, he had seen 4 people who had known him when he was Brian Vaughn, and 2 of them had been at the Biltmore. The first time he had been eating lunch at an outdoor table on the patio. He had been staring past the tall cedar tree on the broad front lawn, Beyond the shoreward rolling of blue, sluggish Pacific swells, at a squadron of tiny white sails just poised on the horizon so their hulls were invisible and their forward progress was almost impossible to detect. A shadow had unexpectedly fallen across the white linen in front of him. He had looked up, and standing over him was David Rawlins. Langer had become flustered. He had been warned that moments like this might happen someday, but someday had always seemed far away. But Rawlins had not said, "Brian," or even, "Don't I know you?" He had said, "Excuse me, but is anyone using these chairs?" Charles Langer had not dared use his voice. He had smiled and shaken his head. Rawlins had taken 2 of the extra chairs to his table, said, "Thanks," sat on one of the chairs, and picked up his menu. The other chair had been for Rona Pelham, apparently Mrs. Rawlins now. Langer was sure that she would not fail to recognize him. As soon as she looked in his direction, he was going to have to say something false about not being who she thought he was, and bail out of Santa Barbara. But Rona had not appeared to even glance at him. It was a miracle. He had known her very well, actually made a serious attempt to do the deed with her once, with enough acquiescence so that he could knowledgeably judge the terrible things that time and gravity had done to the poor woman since then. Nobody had recognized Brian Vaughan looking at them from behind Charles Langer's face, and the chance meeting had been wonderful for Charles Langer. He was liberated, giddy with power and license. He reminded himself of Claude Rains in The Invisible Man, capering around and practically tweaking people's noses with absolute impunity. He had stuck to all of the precautions they had taught him during the long period since he had needed to leave Massachusetts. But after seeing Rawlins, these safeguards had come to seem like the old civil defense drills of his childhood, when he had dutifully crouched under his desk to escape bombs that never fell. He was now convinced that the only necessary precaution had been taken for all time. He was a brand-new man with nothing much to worry him. Langer finished his breakfast and walked on the beach for an hour. He liked walking away from Santa Barbara, below the big homes above the cliffs, toward the Montecito side. If he walked in the morning like this, he could often go for long stretches without seeing another human being. He came back up the beach just ahead of the incoming tide, got into his Miata and drove toward his house. He would spend a little time cleaning the place and then go to the library before he went off for his golf game. That way he would have something fresh to read this evening. Many of the things he liked least about being the Invisible Man had gradually been mitigated. At first he had found it frustrating to live in a place where he could have golfed on almost any day of the year, except that he wasn't able to join a club or even scare up a foursome. Now he simply went to the public course and told the starter he would fill in on any threesome who showed up. Most days it meant he would not have to wait as long as he would have with 3 partners. When Langer wanted to swim, he would pay for a day's admission to the Coral Casino across the street from the Biltmore, and share the best pool in town with a sparse gathering of ephemeral strangers who sat in cabanas, ordered a few drinks, and then moved on. His search for something to fill the time after sunset had not been as satisfactory, but it was not painful. He now kept his days busy and active, lingered late over dinner at a pleasant restaurant, then spent the latter part of the evening reading the books he had borrowed from the public library. Langer had spent only a few months in this place, and already the social prospects were showing small signs of improvement. Several times at the golf course he had run into men he had played with before, and when they had seen him alone as usual, they hadn't waited for the starter to form the foursome, but had invited him themselves. There were also 2 young female librarians who made it a practice to smile and joke with him when he came in, and he had actually had a real conversation with the prettier of the 2 a week ago. At first he had been a little wistful and regretful when she had seemed to like him, but then he had remembered that he wasn't 55 anymore. To her he looked about her own age. Maybe next time he would find out more about her, so he could concoct exactly the right invitation to make her go out with him. As he drove up his street, he studied all of the cars parked at the curb, glanced at the windows of the houses nearby, and then stopped without taking the keys out of the ignition and looked again. The precautions they had taught him were all habits now, and each time he performed them he actually felt better. After all this time he would have noticed anything that was out of place. He got out of his Miata, walked up the sidewalk, unlocked his door and slipped inside, then stepped directly to the corner window to ascertain that his arrival had not triggered any movement outside. He counted to 10, then stepped back, turned, and gasped. He felt the hair on his scalp bristle. A woman was sitting motionless on the couch, and at first his mind didn't know what to do with her. Ghost, burglar, accuser? Was his eye assembling shadows into a human shape? "I'm sorry to startle you," she said.
"What are you doing here?"
he asked, then realized he had said it wrong. He sounded scared and ridiculous. He had not missed the soft, melodious sound of her voice, and there was a little catch in it that was mildly erotic and appealing. He couldn't see her very well because his glasses hadn't adjusted to the dim light on that side of the room. The outline of her was long, lean, and feminine like a cat. There was nothing to be afraid of. "To tell you the truth," she said, "I had just sat down to rest. They called me in the middle of the night, so I had to take a red-eye flight to get here."
"Why?"
"Oh," she said, "sorry again." She stood up and took a couple of steps where the light from the window reached her. He appraised the long black hair and the grace of her movements. "It seems that Santa Barbara is about to get too hot for you. I'm here to help you get out before the temperature takes its upturn." She walked into the bedroom, where he had no choice but to follow. "I've already packed almost everything, and given the place a quick scrub for prints. Don't touch any smooth surfaces in the house without wiping them off afterwards." He saw his suitcase on the bed and walked toward it. He looked at it for a moment, then opened it and stared down at his clothes, his shoes. He could see she had even found the milk carton in the refrigerator, because the money and his next identity were tucked into the pocket. "Come on," she coaxed from the doorway. "Don't worry about what I've got. Worry about what I might have missed." He turned and stared at her. "Who's coming?" She was ready for the question. "There's a man named Jardine in Los Angeles. He's a bounty hunter who's been asking a lot of questions about Brian Vaughn for months. Apparently last night he started asking questions about Charles Langer."
"What does that mean?"
She held her hands palms upward, then let them fall. "It means he probably asked the wrong person. But the fact that they called me in means that the problem isn't solved."
Brian Vaughn sat on the bed. "Do you know a lot about me?" She sighed in frustration.
"I know enough, so I'll be mixing my own drinks on this trip, thank you. Beyond that, I don't care. I just came to get you out of here." His voice carried quiet conviction.
"I'm innocent. I didn't give her the overdose or drive her anywhere in my car. When I left her, she was in her apartment in New York."
"Fine," said Jane. She was on her guard. Something was happening.
"It matters."
Jane looked at him apologetically. "I didn't mean to upset you," she said. "But I'm sure you must know that my helping you isn't contingent on my judgment of whether you did it or not. If you could prove that, what would you need us for? We're in a business. You pay, we take care of you. Now my best professional advice is to get up, get into the car, and let me take you someplace safe."
"Where?"
Jane had hoped this would not come up until he was in the car. "I'm supposed to get you back to Chicago. From there they'll start you all over again in a new place. Do you care?"
"Not really,"
he said.
"I guess it was idle curiosity. I'm not going."
Jane's muscles tightened. Chicago was where Christine had seen his boxes. He had spent months there getting his face changed, so she had guessed he would consider it home base. It was also the only place where she could turn him over to policemen who would know where he fit in the Dahlman case, but she was sure that was not what had made him refuse. It was something else. "I'm not particular. If you have another place in mind where you'll be safe for now, I'll drive you there and explain it later. But let's get going before we have to fight our way out."
"You go," he said. "Thank you for coming to my rescue, but I'm going to stay here. Since I've been here, I've met several people who once knew me well, and they don't now. I'll probably be fine."
"What if you're wrong?"
He shrugged. "Then I'll be dead, I suppose."
She leaned against the wall and folded her arms. "Suddenly, after all this effort, that doesn't matter to you?" His face flashed an expression that began as a smile and ended as a frown.
"I made a bad deal. I've done what I could to live with it, and begun making a comfortable life here. I'm through being ordered from place to place and told how to look and act."
"If you want to disappear, that's how it's done." She shrugged. "You must have known that when you decided to run."
He looked at her again, his face less troubled. "When I told you I was innocent, I wasn't sure why I was saying it. I thought it might be a simple reflex, trying to defend myself from what you had said. But it was for me. You see, time moved too quickly for me. One night I was in New York, having just left a young lady at her apartment and gone to my hotel. The next morning my lawyer was on the phone telling me that I was about to be arrested. After that, all I had time to think about was playing my part in this elaborate hoax. But since I got here, I've had time."
"Time for what?"
"Until then, I didn't have time to question what I was being told. A simple statement that Amanda had been murdered. I never examined it. Amanda might very well have come back to the hotel, borrowed my car herself, and accidentally taken an overdose. Maybe it was suicide. Any number of things might have happened. I accepted the assumption that it was murder and the assumption that being innocent would be irrelevant. But once I had made the first move to run, it was too late. I could only go forward. For a long time I told myself I had done the only prudent thing. Now that I've had time to think, I believe it was a mistake. I was too trusting of expert opinions."
Jane shook her head. "You picked a very bad time to start doing your own thinking."
"I know," he said. "I'm just telling you this as one human being to another, so you'll accept it and go on to something else. I'm no longer a client." He nodded with finality. "You can tell them that. I'm finished. I'm not paying another dime."
Jane looked at him thoughtfully. He seemed to be exactly what she had hoped he would be, a victim who had run out of fear, not guilt. Maybe she had arrived at the right time, after he had already begun to understand the way the business worked. He had been the one to bring up money. Could she get him to understand what he had to do to get out of this mess? Christine Magnon had been easy to nudge in the right direction because she had seen enough to be scared. Vaughn didn't seem to be scared. He seemed defiant. She had to try. She shrugged and said, "You were too trusting." "You're right." He looked puzzled. That wasn't what he had expected her to say. She had to be careful now and take him through the logical steps. She asked, "How much have you paid to stay hidden this long?" He gave a mirthless little snort. "A fortune. I suppose we must be up over $1 million by now, wouldn't you say? If I went to Chicago with you, that alone would cost me another 100,000 or more, and that much to get settled the next time. It never seems to end." "No," Jane agreed, "and it won't. Do you think that they'll let you simply say, 'Thanks, but I'm as safe as I want to be'?"
"They won't."
"They killed people to get you where you are." He gaped, frowned, then said,
"They did?
"Who?" She let the amazement she felt show on her face. "Where have you been?"
"Here," he said. "Right here. Why did they kill anyone?"
"There's quite a list," said Jane. "Each person for a different reason. But unless you know better, the first one was Amanda.
How could that be for me?
I didn't mean it was for your convenience or safety. It was for you, in order to get control of you, to take over your life. After that, they killed other people, 4 of them at the surgical clinic, because they knew your new face and could connect it with the old one. That was to protect you because you were theirs. They need to keep you unencumbered and willing to keep paying until your money is gone. His face went through a series of fleeting expressions: skepticism, anger, fear.
You're saying that if I don't go to Chicago with you, they'll kill me too, aren't you?
She was silent.
He pressed her. But suppose I did go. At some point they'll get every cent I have, every cent I can get. What happens then?
I don't know, said Jane. I met a woman client who ran out, and one of them implied to her that she could work off future fees as a prostitute. Maybe it was just a mean thing men say to scare women. Maybe it wasn't. I would guess that they would weigh the likelihood that you could keep bringing in money against the likelihood that you would be caught and talk to the police. His eyes narrowed as though he were in pain.
It's amazing when I look back on it. I thought about the way she died, and of course it had occurred to me that it was an intentional setup. But I thought it had to be someone who hated her. After all, I wasn't the one who was killed. It could be some enemy of hers I knew nothing about. Then I thought it could be someone who hated me, or wanted her and was jealous. But it wasn't. It was someone who wanted money, and knew that if I were made desperate and miserable enough, I could pay and pay.
He stood up.
I'm through.
Jane said, sitting tight and refusing to budge isn't likely to be your best strategy.
I understood your threat,
he said.
You didn't help me because I was in trouble. You caused the trouble so I would pay you to keep solving it. And now I have no choice but to keep paying.
Jane took a deep breath and let it out. Now was the time. That's the idea. But I think you have a choice.
I do, he agreed. You can tell them I'm going to make sure that if anything happens, the police know everything I know.
I wouldn't advise waiting until something happens.
Whose side are you on?
Jane said, I have my own side, and I'm going to make you an offer. If you want me to, I will risk my life to save yours. I can't make anything that has already happened go away. I can keep you alive long enough so you can tell your story to cops who will know what you're talking about, and who might think it answers questions that are on their minds. I can also produce 2 people who suddenly developed problems just as unlikely as yours and were both offered solutions. That's the best offer you're going to get, and it won't come again.
If that's what you wanted to do, why haven't you already done it?
Because I didn't have the one piece of evidence that turns a couple of suspects' wild claims into one story that makes perfect sense. When she looked at him, her gaze was so intense that he wanted to turn away. I didn't have you. Jane watched him walk past her into the living room. He stood and looked down at the piano, then walked to the pile of books on the antique table near the door. His eyes rose to the gold-rimmed mirror on the wall above them. He said,
This is probably the part I hate them for most.
What is?
My face.
I got the impression that it was an improvement. He kept his eyes on the reflection before him.
It is. I look 25 years younger than I looked before. My imperfections are gone. But I look like a different person.
Isn't that what you wanted? He sighed.
It sounded like a wonderful idea. I didn't really understand what it meant. People say that by the age of 40 you wear the face you've earned. The scars and wrinkles and marks are supposed to be the punishment, and maybe the warning to other people. But the alternative isn't exactly a fresh start. It's being 55, looking in the mirror and seeing a young face that has nothing in it you recognize. You have to study that face and try to be what he seems to be. If you don't change, conform to the mask's contours, then you'll be discovered. It was a brilliant thing for them to do to me. I can't walk into a police station and tell my story because my own face proves I'm a liar. Because I let them do this, they're safe."
He turned to look at her and smiled, and the smile was winning, confident, and utterly false. In a few seconds he let the muscles go slack.
"I can't do what you ask,"
Jane urged him. "I think you have very little choice." He shook his head.
"I can't tell the police I'm an innocent victim, a person who was duped. I'm a man who escaped from the authorities before they started looking and then changed my face. How could they believe me?"
"They won't if you're alone, if the only story they hear is yours. But I have other stories, other victims."
"Who?"
"One is Richard Dahlman."
"Dahlman? The surgeon?"
"After he finished your surgery, all of the people who worked with him and saw your face were killed. Then they did to Dahlman exactly what they did to you. They made him scared, then offered him a way out that made him look guilty."
"A man like him? It's
unbelievable. Alone, neither of you gets anywhere, but together, you're pretty convincing. His story that the reason his friends all died off was that they helped him perform plastic surgery on a mysterious fugitive looks a bit better if the fugitive shows up. Your story of getting framed for a murder and talked into running looks a bit better if you know they did the same to him."
"I would be taking an incredible risk."
"It's a chance. If you wait until he's gone, you've got nothing. A man who volunteers to tell the police a story sounds better than one who tells it after they catch him." She paused. "And if you're killed, your side of the story never gets told." He sat down on the edge of the couch and stared into the fireplace. Jane sensed that it was time to let him alone to think, so she moved back into the bedroom and waited. After a long time, she heard movement in the other room, and he appeared in the doorway.
"Before I walk into any police station, I'm going to need something better than a similarity to other people who make more convincing victims," he said. "I'm going to need proof."
"What sort of proof?" He took a deep breath, and she could hear a shivering in it, as though he were afraid even to say it.
"Tape recordings. I can get them to come here. If I say the right things, maybe I can get them to admit out loud that I didn't know anything about any murders, Amanda or the people at the clinic."
Jane frowned, then paced. "I'll be honest with you. I don't like the idea."
"I can do it."
"They have no reason to trust a person they've harmed. If they hear a wrong tone in your voice, a question they don't think you ought to be asking, you're going to die. Not later, after they've had time to mull it over. Right then, right there."
He said, "I know that. If they killed other people, then I'm no different. You want me to take a risk. All right, I will. But it has to be this one."
"It's much bigger."
"If I can get through 5 minutes of the right kind of conversation, I win everything. They go to jail, I go free, and I can be myself again. 5 minutes of acting. Not 5 years of telling the same story over and over to hostile cops and judges and juries, and every minute of it being just as vulnerable as I am now. No, more vulnerable, because everyone in the country will have seen this new face."
He gave her a pleading look.
"If I turn myself in now, I'll never get another chance."
Jane stared past his clear, honest 30-year-old face and into his eyes. "I hate the idea," she said.
"I'm not asking your advice," he said. "I'm going to do this regardless of what you think."
Jane held her gaze on his eyes. He was perfectly serious. He was going to try to clear himself, and there was very little she could do to stop him. She couldn't hope to drag him all the way to Chicago at gunpoint, and even if she could, he wasn't going to be of much use to Dahlman unless he told his story. "If you have to do it, I'll try to show you how to do it right." Chapter 39. Marshall walked into the American Airlines waiting area carrying a manila envelope under his arm. Jardine was sitting exactly where the camera had shown him, in front of the row of lockers and between the two restrooms, at a table where he could watch the gates. Marshall approached the table, his leather identification folder already open in his hand. He stopped beside Jardine and held it in front of his face. "Hello, Mr. Jardine. John Marshall, FBI." Jardine's eyes squinted at the ID, then looked up at Marshall. His eyes were guarded, not quite daring to be hostile, but the brain behind them was already aware that this was not likely to be good news. Marshall said, "I'd like to talk with you for a few minutes." Jardine made his eyes flick from side to side, already convinced that the arrival of the tall man in the dark suit had frightened off some valuable quarry. "This is kind of an awkward place," he said. "Can we go somewhere away from the gates?" "If you'd like," said Marshall. He stepped back and waited while Jardine closed his briefcase and stood up. Marshall stepped off toward the concourse and let Jardine follow. Marshall entered the cafeteria, sat down at a table, then gave Jardine an inquiring look. Jardine nodded and sat down. He had used the short walk to regain his composure. He leaned back in his seat comfortably, as though he were about to light a cigar and pass the brandy. "What can I do for you?" asked Jardine. He looked into Marshall's eyes and saw something that dispelled his confidence. His wariness returned. He straightened and sat in his chair with the palms of his hands on the table. Marshall opened the manila envelope. "You're probably anxious to get back to what you were doing, so I'll try to make this quick." He turned the impenetrable light brown eyes on Jardine. "And I know you'll help me." Marshall set 3 enlarged photographs on the table and spun them around, one after the other, so they faced Jardine. The pictures were grainy, so Jardine knew they must have been transferred from a videotape. But they were unarguably pictures of him with Jane in Lot C. In the first, the two were standing beside his car talking. In the second, the doors were open. She was seated, and he was getting into the car. In the third, Jardine was driving out the gate with her in the passenger seat. Jardine looked up at Marshall. "Who is she?" asked Marshall. Jardine feigned a smile while he looked at Marshall and considered his answer. This man wasn't about to screw around listening to him say he didn't know. He knew that Jardine knew, and he was sitting here with his palms sweating, just waiting to catch Jardine in a lie. "Well, I don't know a whole lot about her. The name she gave me is Jane." Marshall's gaze seemed to lose some of its chill. He looked interested. "What was your business with her?" Jardine felt cheated. It was just like the damned taxes. You owned something as long as the government felt like ignoring the fact that you had it, but you were just taking care of it for them. If they wanted it, they just came to you like this and took it. She was worth money to him. She might be the difference between retiring in a big house with a pool table in the basement and freezing to death in some alley in a cardboard box. He resisted. "Is there a reward for information leading to her apprehension and conviction?" Marshall shook his head. "Sorry. Is there a bench warrant for her? Bail bondsman involved?" "No," said Marshall. "She's just somebody we'd like to talk to. She might have information about a fugitive we're looking for." "Who is it?" Jardine detected that Marshall's patience had been exhausted. The look in his eyes returned. "This is a friendly inquiry. We would like to know why you were meeting with her the other night in Lot C." Jardine felt alarm seeping into his veins to speed up his heart and slow his mind. The FBI knew she was a criminal and had pictures to prove he had been with her alone. He stared down at the 3 photographs. They made it look as though he had met her at the airport and taken her somewhere. That was aiding the escape of a felon. It occurred to him that the appearance was exactly what had happened. But she had been holding a gun on him. Why couldn't you see it in the pictures? He remembered she had been shielding it with her body when he had approached. Then she had backed up to keep it on him, and her body was turned to the side. He had assumed at the time that she just didn't want a shuttle bus driver to notice, or a passenger starting his car to turn on his headlights and see it. But she had known exactly where the cameras were mounted and had kept her back to them. He searched for a way out. The FBI could have his license pulled in a second, but that wasn't what worried him most. This guy could probably get him held in county jail on suspicion for a couple of days while he dreamed up a charge. Jardine thought about the prospect of being placed in the general population behind the walls on Vignes Street. The population always included a few who knew him professionally. He would never get out alive. It was a gross injustice. Any kind of cop who got sent up would be put in solitary on a special block where the other prisoners couldn't get at him. Jardine was just as much a part of the justice system as any of them, but he wouldn't get special treatment. He had to survive.
"Here's the way it was," he said. "I don't really know her at all. She came off a plane. She looked a little bit like a woman who was wanted in Illinois. If I remember right, it was mail fraud and forgery, but I could be wrong. Anyway, she had that look. It was a slow night, so I decided to tail her until I could make sure. How? First on foot, then in my car."
"No," said Marshall. "How were you going to make sure? If you couldn't tell by looking at her in a lighted airport, what new information were you going to get?"
"I carry a collection of posters and circulars."
Jardine swung his briefcase onto the table and opened it for Marshall. Clipped to the lid were rows of photographs reproduced on a copying machine. On some pictures, subtleties of skin tone and shading had been left out by the copier, and on others, shadows and textured details like hair had become dark blurs, but Marshall recognized a few of the faces. Richard Dahlman was one.
"I thought I'd get really close, maybe talk to her and see."
Marshall closed the briefcase.
"So what happened? I was wrong. I got to the C lot, pulled up, got out, and she looked straight at me. I'd come too close to get out of it without saying something. She looked startled, so I was afraid she was going to scream or mace me or something. I said I mistook her for somebody and was about to move on. Then she said she couldn't find her keys. Would I give her a ride? A ride to where? To her motel."
Marshall's face was expressionless. "Did that strike you as odd?" The eyes never seemed to blink. "The next shuttle bus would have come along in 5 minutes and taken her to the airport. She could have stepped out of it and walked 10 feet to a cab." Jardine felt hot and panicky. He had let himself get overconfident again while he had described a procedure he had used many times. Spotting fugitives was a chancy business, so he had spent many evenings trying to get a second, closer look. He had gone too far. No woman with more brains than a ham sandwich who saw a stranger pull up in that parking lot at night would ask him for a ride. It had never happened, could never happen. He had to get out of this hole. The FBI knew who she was, but he couldn't let them know he did.
"I was just getting to that," he said. "I thought, this isn't right."
He glanced at the eyes to see how he was doing, and he judged that he wasn't out yet.
"I thought maybe I ought to get out of there. Maybe she was one of those decoys that get you someplace dark, and then a big guy with a tire iron cracks your skull and goes through your pockets. But you didn't leave."
Jardine shrugged.
"It occurred to me that there were other possibilities. I thought it could be that she was another kind of decoy." "What kind?" "She didn't seem surprised enough, or in the right way. Maybe she knew who I was, or at least what I'd been doing at the airport, and came through first to get my attention and lead me away before somebody else came through."
Marshall's face showed Jardine nothing, but he knew that Marshall had to be considering it. The only reason the FBI would be interested in Jane was that they knew what she did for a living, and that was what she did. Marshall asked, "Did you figure it out?" He shook his head.
"I still haven't. I took her to the motel, drove off, and waited around outside for half the night for somebody to come meet her. Just before dawn, I had to rethink the whole thing. There was going to be daylight, You can't sit in a car she's ridden in and expect her not to remember it. If she was just trying to distract me, I might as well admit she had succeeded. If she just wanted me out of the airport or out of the parking lot, she'd done it. There was nothing I could do to change it. If she was just a regular woman who thought I had the face of a gentleman—" He grinned comically. "Well, now, how could anyone argue with her?" "That's it?" asked Marshall. "You gave up?"
Jardine looked at him, puzzled. Maybe he should have told the truth. That woman deserved to have the FBI hunting her for what she'd done to him. But he still had to hope that some night he would get another chance to trap her and turn her into money. As it always did, the thought of money gripped his consciousness and left no room in it for rancor.
"I was curious, but I'm afraid that I've got to be in business for money. I couldn't for the life of me imagine a way to make any out of her."
Marshall set a business card on the table and waited while Jardine looked at it, picked it up, and put it into his pocket.
"Call me if you see her again." Then he stood up and walked away.
Jardine picked up his briefcase and tried to decide whether or not he should feel safe. It was possible that they had watched the rest of the evening's tapes and found something that made what he had said impossible. But the business card was his assurance. He could hardly see her and call Marshall if he was in jail. He stood up and walked out of the cafeteria. There were no other agents waiting for him, so he supposed he had done well enough. If he had guessed wrong, he had probably done no worse than put himself out of business. It was a lousy business anyway. Chapter 40. Jane finished testing the 3 voice-actuated tape recorders she had hidden in Brian Vaughan's house. The first one had gone into the heating duct in the living room. The second was hung on the wall above the door of the bedroom closet, so a person would have to step inside and turn around to see it. The third was in the drawer under the oven behind a couple of pans, with the microphone cord running up the back of the range to the inside of the control panel. A video camera was too risky for this meeting. If the face changers said something useful, the words would be enough. If they saw a lens, Brian Vaughan was through. She turned to him. "If you have any doubts about doing this—" He interrupted. "I'm sure. I'm going to do it." She sighed. "All right, here's how it works. You just need to turn on the recorders as soon as you've made the call and then forget them. They're voice-actuated, and you don't need to be anywhere in particular when you have the conversation. One of the microphones will pick up what's said anywhere in the house. If you don't feel right at any point, don't pursue it. Bail out of the conversation."
"You mean give up?"
"Absolutely," she said. "This isn't all we've got, so don't take risks to get more. The police do this kind of thing all the time, and sometimes it takes them a dozen tries to get anything useful."
"You think I'm going to fail, don't you?"
Jane shrugged. "I'd rather you didn't take the chance, but I can see why you would want to. All I can do is show you how it's done and let you make your decision."
"I'll remember."
"Don't turn it into a confrontation, because that's the way to get hurt. You're just not feeling as safe as you thought you would in this little town, and you want them to move you again. You're afraid that if somebody is curious about you, they'll know your new face."
"What do you think they'll say to that?"
"It doesn't matter very much. If they agree to the premise, then we've got about all we can hope for. But I think they'll quote you a price, and they'll want to know who's making you nervous."
"If you're right about them, won't I be putting somebody in terrible danger?"
"Yep," she said. "You will. That's why it's me." He frowned.
"That doesn't sound smart."
She walked across the kitchen toward the side door. "I'm the only candidate they'll take seriously. One of them has seen me already, and they know I'm looking for them. If you tell them something they already know, then whatever else you say will seem more likely." Jane opened the kitchen door a half-inch and looked out at the cars parked along the street, then stepped to the window and scanned the neighborhood. "When they leave, wait 10 minutes and then call me at the number I gave you. I'll be waiting to get you and those tapes out of here." She took a last look at Brian Vaughan and touched his arm. Remember, if you decide it's not such a good idea after all, I agree with you in advance. I'll take you out, and I'll make sure Dr. Dahlman shows up to tell what he knows." Vaughn took a deep, shuddering breath. It looked to Jane as though in the brief time it took to fill his lungs he was assessing his whole life. He let out the air in a scared puff. "No," he said. "That wouldn't be enough. I have to try." "All right," said Jane. "Just call and I'll come." She slipped out the back door, across the yard, and out the garden gate. Brian Vaughn stared at the gate for a full minute, then went to the living room and sat down on the couch with the telephone at his elbow. He stared at it, collecting his thoughts, then put them into words and repeated them silently. He picked up the telephone, then put it back down, and considered what he was going to do. Finally, with the air of a man stepping to the edge of a cliff, he rapidly dialed the telephone and waited for the ring. A half-hour later, Jane sat in her room at the hotel, trying not to look at the telephone. When it rang, it startled her. As it rang the second time, she realized that she had been hoping that this call would not come. "Yes?" she said. She listened carefully to be sure there was no click of a second extension. She had given him the number so he could dial directly, and she would not hear the sound of the hotel operator hanging up. "It's me," said Brian Vaughn. "They can't be here until tomorrow night at 11. "All right," she said. "Call me when it's over." She hung up the phone and began to prepare. She had already rented a second room at the hotel next door to this big, sprawling place. She had asked for a room on the southwest corner so she could watch the parking lot of this hotel. She went out through a side door, quickly stepped across the lawn to the sidewalk, then walked down Cabrillo Boulevard as though she were taking an evening stroll along the ocean. After 10 minutes, she came back to the second hotel and entered her room. She sat for a long time watching the parking lot next door, until she had assured herself that nobody was searching for her car. After that, she went to sleep and began to dream. Once again, Jane walked out onto Cabrillo Boulevard. This time she turned south and stepped along the narrow path beside the green pond in the park they called a bird sanctuary. It was different from the way it had looked to her while she was awake. The glassy surface of the pond was empty and undisturbed, as though the ducks and coots and shorebirds had suffered some kind of sudden kill-off. She left the path and turned up, away from the ocean. Jane kept walking, but had no sense of the pressure of the ground on the soles of her feet. The unchanging, bright sunshine lit every object she saw so that the surface shone, outlined against the shadows, but she felt no warmth from it. She knew the streets of the city because she had been here a few times, but she felt none of the comfort that familiarity usually brought her in cities she visited. The scenery was beautiful, like the pictures in magazines meant to lure people from cold northern places for midwinter vacations, but it seemed flat and impervious as a photograph. There was no place to enter the picture and hide. The tall eucalyptus and palm trees grew 50 feet of trunk before they leafed out at the top, so they were like bare pillars down here where she walked. All the doors of the buildings were bolted and the gates were locked. Jane knew where her steps were taking her. She heard herself say, "I don't want to go there." But as soon as she had said it, she was walking up the slight incline onto Ocean View Avenue. She walked directly to the apartment building at the end on the left. The last time she had been here, she had thought about what a good spot it had seemed to place a man like Harry. The street wasn't one that any casual visitor would be likely to notice, because it didn't connect with any of the long, straight ones that crossed the town. By the time she had come here for the first visit, all that was to be seen of Harry was a big dark blood stain on the cheap yellow shag carpet in the living room. In the logic of her dream, she felt relieved that old blood never really came out of carpets. The landlords would have replaced the carpet years ago, before they could rent the apartment to some unsuspecting tenant who'd arrived in town after the talk of the murder had subsided. The group memory about unpleasant events wasn't very good in places like Santa Barbara anyway. The bad things happened to strangers, transients, and tourists. The victims were assumed to have brought both the causes and the perpetrators with them into the quiet town, and when they were dead, the trouble went with them. Jane knew it wasn't enough to walk past the building and say to herself, "This is the place where John Felker brought a knife across the throat of Harry Kemple and watched him bleed to death on the floor, like some tour guide." She was not an outsider. She felt her hand on the cold iron railing and listened as her feet touched each of the short slabs of roughened concrete that formed the steps. She remembered the way footsteps made the railing vibrate and hum a little. She reached the door at the top and touched the handle. When it turned, she released it, but it was too late. The door was open 6 inches, and she knew she was supposed to go in. She stepped inside and closed the door. She looked down at the place on the floor where Harry had died, but she could not see anything different about it, so she lost her certainty that it was the right place, and tried to line it up with the window she had looked through that night. She watched Harry step into the space on the floor, where the bright afternoon sunlight beamed in through the window and illuminated the tiny specks of dust floating in the air. He didn't deflect them from their courses at all. He said, "I hate it here." Then he added apologetically, "But I'm a troubled spirit." "The unquiet dead," she said. "That's you, Harry." He made his familiar gesture of tugging at his collar, and she could see the seam that the undertaker had sewn to close his neck. That was the reason. She realized that the wound was bleeding again, little droplets seeping out where the needle had not closed the skin, as though being here made the blood flow. Jane stared down at the carpet to look away from it. Harry touched the toe of his worn, scuffed shoe on the carpet. "This is where I died. Did you know that?" "Of course I knew that," she said impatiently, but seeing him staring down at it like this caused tears to blur her vision. "I mean right here, where I'm standing now. They only replaced this little square about 5 by 5 and combed the shag over the seams so it would look the same." He raised his eyes and stared at her intently. "It's happening again, Janey." She was held by his eyes. "How can it be?" "Nothing lasts, but nothing really changes. The replacement is what it replaces. The brothers still stalk each other, and then they fight to the death, over and over." Jane waited, trying to understand. Harry said, "They're so good at it that for a long time they've been able to read each other's minds. The right-handed twin, the creator, was born exactly as strong as the left-handed, the destroyer. They both know it, but each one has a secret vulnerability, so he can't help thinking about it. Hanagawataka, the destroyer, thinks the truth, but Hawaneyu, the good one, thinks a lie." He paused. "Ever wonder why it isn't the other way around?" "Because it never was a game," she said. "It's a war." He nodded. "Anybody who doesn't live by his wits doesn't live. Death is always a surprise." He held her in his melancholy gaze for a moment, and she could tell he was letting her think about what had happened here. The way you cut a throat was by using the right hand to bring the blade edge across from behind. First you had to get him to turn his back by making him believe you were a friend. She said, "It's all going wrong, isn't it? I missed something else." He said, "You know everything they know, and they know everything you know. You both know that, too." Jane awoke suddenly, shocked to be in the light. Her head jerked to the side to search for something familiar because she couldn't remember where she was. Her eyes settled on the clock radio beside the bed, and she read the digits. 5:55. She supposed the dream had been cut short by a sound. She heard a hotel maid moving her cart up the hallway. She sat up and closed her eyes, trying to recapture the bits of the dream before they were dispersed by the sensory impressions that had come with consciousness. She was frustrated because she kept catching herself thinking about Brian Vaughan. Then she realized that he wasn't a distraction. Their secret vulnerability was Brian Vaughan. And now he was her vulnerability too. But then, why had they picked him? Because he was weak. Chapter 41. Jane carefully constructed her package. The videotape of Brian Vaughan and his apartment and his false identification she surrounded with crumpled newspaper before she put it into the box. The box was addressed to Alan Weems at Senior Rancho in Carlsbad, and she used the return address she had given the Rancho people for his daughter, Julia Keeler, so he would know it wasn't a bomb. She looked over her letter again. It began, "This is the tape of Brian Vaughan, the man you operated on. His address as of this date is 80183 Padre Street in Santa Barbara, and he calls himself Charles Langer. The other person I found who had been fooled by the people who killed Sarah Hoffman is Janet McAfee. She is living as Christine Magnon at 9595 Timmins Street in Cleveland, Ohio. If you hear of my death or are caught, give both of them up to the police." The rest of the letter was more difficult. It was an attempt to put down everything she had learned about the face changers in a logical, comprehensible way. As she read it over, it seemed to her that what she had described was a collection of 3 separate stories that had collided and begun to overlap very early. The face changers seemed to have gone into business with Brian Vaughan, but hiding him had forced them to manipulate and finally frame Richard Dahlman. The face changers had already taken on Christine Magnon when Dahlman unexpectedly escaped from custody. They had to devote most of their time to searching for Dahlman, so they needed to put Christine in storage. They had made her wait in an apartment in Chicago while the boxes they had planned to ship to Brian Vaughan were still in the closet there. They had planned to move her to the apartment on Troost Avenue in Los Angeles, which was empty and new because they had undoubtedly just bought it with Brian Vaughan's money. Everything had affected everything else in small incidental ways. She could only hope that each part would help to corroborate the others. When Jane was satisfied that she had included every detail that she knew, she folded the letter, addressed it to Dahlman, and placed it inside the box with the tape. She had decided that the information belonged to him. If all of this misery ever resulted in a trial, then the name of the trial was most likely to be The People versus Richard Dahlman. She drove to the municipal parking lot, walked to the big post office on Santa Barbara Street, and waited at the counter to send the package by express mail. Then she walked to State Street to do her shopping. At the first stop, she bought a battery-operated household intercom, and at the second, a new battery and a fresh tape for her video camera. She walked a little farther and bought a cellular telephone as a present for C. Langer of 80183 Padre Street, and had the number activated immediately. The last purchase she made was at a store she had visited before. It was a small, sensitive tape recorder exactly like the one she had hidden in Brian Vaughan's house. Jane spent the rest of the afternoon testing the equipment she had bought and looking out her window at the parking lot of the big hotel next door. Finally she could see that another whole row of cars had been gobbled up by the shadow of the long, low building, and the rear windows of the farthest row were glowing orange in the sunset. It was nearly time. She dressed and looked at the clock. It was Brian Vaughan's dinner hour. She put her purchases into her shoulder bag, went out, and drove to Brian Vaughan's house, then slipped in through the bathroom window. She was not surprised that he had gone out. It would be maddening to him to sit in this house alone, wondering whether each movement he made was being picked up on the tape recorders. One of them was under his oven, so he would be afraid to do any cooking. Jane sat down on the couch and dialed the number of the house in Amherst where she had lived with Carrie. The telephone rang 4 times before the answering machine took over. She had been gone so long that she had forgotten what the recorded answer was. Her own voice startled her. "I'm sorry. We're not able to come to the phone right now. If you'd like to leave a message, begin when you hear the tone." Jane gave a little sigh. She had hoped to hear Carrie's voice, but there was the beep. She said, "Hi. Some nasal-sounding woman just told me we can't come to the phone. I knew I couldn't, but I was hoping for a chance to talk to you. I've stopped off in Wisconsin, but don't try to join me, because I'll be gone as soon as this powwow's over. I know that when you listen to this, you're going to be feeling very alone. Remember, I love you. and take care of yourself." She hung up, then went to check the 3 tape recorders. All 3 were still where she had left them, still had tapes and batteries, and functioned when she turned them on. She left them turned off, then turned the 4th one on and carefully placed it behind a row of books, high in the bookcase without disturbing the dust. She plugged the intercom into the outlet beneath the headboard of Brian Vaughan's bed, pressed talk, then turned on the receiver. There was a squeak of feedback that was rapidly growing into a shriek, so she turned it off again. Then she took the receiver with her and quietly slipped out the bathroom window and through the garden gate to the next street. When she was in her car, she looked at her watch. It was 8 o'clock. Brian Vaughan had told her that the face changers would be at his door in 3 hours. Marshall was back in the cafeteria on the concourse at the Los Angeles airport. This time he was carrying a tray of food to a table. He automatically picked the one where he had talked with Alvin Jardine, but only because he had spent some time there and found it acceptable. He had come here to pursue a worry, and he didn't want to be distracted. Jardine had been lying, which was what he would do if he were conspiring with Mrs. McKinnon. But Marshall was not comfortable with the theory that a woman like Mrs. McKinnon would know how to look for a man like Alvin Jardine and get help from him. It didn't feel right. It also didn't feel right that Jardine would pass up the chance to drag in a fugitive of the stature of Richard Dahlman. Jardine had not seen Richard Dahlman. What he had seen was a pretty woman with long black hair coming through the airport. Yet he had instantly decided to follow her all the way to the distant long-term parking lot. Marshall had watched the airport security tapes again. The woman had definitely been walking toward a white Buick in the parking lot. She had reached into her purse, presumably for a set of keys. Then Jardine had come along, and she had gone off with him. What nagged at Marshall now was that the Buick had not yet disappeared from the parking lot. The car raised a great many questions. He had put a pair of agents in the lot more than 36 hours ago to watch it for her return. She had not come back, and the car was still there. He had been operating on the assumption that Alvin Jardine was some kind of ally of Mrs. McKinnon's. It seemed clear from the tapes that she had thought so too. But that didn't mean she had been right. It was just possible that Mrs. McKinnon had miscalculated, and Alvin Jardine had killed her. Marshall had not yet reassured himself on that point, but in the past few minutes things had grown more complicated. Marshall had just come along the counter with his tray, intentionally dropped a fork, and bent down to pick it up in exactly the same way that Mrs. McKinnon had. He had found that he was not nearly as flexible as Mrs. McKinnon, but he had managed to put his right hand in the same place. The underside of the stainless steel counter was plywood. There was a sticky residue of adhesive on the plywood in 2 rectangular strips about 5 inches apart. It was just as though something about that size had been stuck there with a duct tape and yanked off. It had occurred to Marshall early in his inquiry that there was no obvious explanation as to why Mrs. McKinnon would have keys to a Buick registered to Gormby Boat Sales in Marina del Rey, California. She had stopped to talk to no one from the time she had gotten off the plane until she had met Jardine. It was just possible that the FBI should be more interested in how a set of keys to a clean, respectable car nobody was looking for got taped under a counter in an airport than in what had become of Richard Dahlman. For a decade there had been rumors that there were professional services that helped fugitives disappear. The attractiveness of the idea was hard for a law enforcement officer to resist. Sometimes a person who should have been easy to catch seemed to vanish. But every time one of those fugitives surfaced, it seemed to Marshall that the fugitive had spent the time in plain view, hardly hiding at all. One had run a popular restaurant in Seattle. Another had moved to a resort town in upstate New York and told people he was a film producer. Just as Marshall set his tray down and prepared to lose himself in cogitation, his pager began to beep. He looked at the tray with grim resignation. He had come here as a way to check the counter, but he had gotten used to the idea that he was going to get to eat the food. As he walked out of the cafeteria onto the concourse, he looked at the number on the pager. Grappelli. It must be time for him to fly back to Buffalo. It would be interesting to ask Mrs. McKinnon exactly why the keys to the Buick had been taped under the counter, and what she had talked about with Jardine. He dialed the number, and Grappelli said, "Hate to interrupt your dinner." Marshall said, "I take it she turned up?" "Yeah." "All right. I guess you can't keep me from eating on the plane. Be my guest. But all they give you on those short flights is a bag of peanuts. She's not in Buffalo. Where are they holding her?" "There is no they," said Grappelli, "and nobody's holding her. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. She called home. The phone tap recorded it, and we traced it to a house in Santa Barbara, 80183 Padre Street. Can I hear it? Stand by." Marshall listened to the sound of Jane's voice. He felt a little sorry for her, and a little ashamed to hear the words she had meant for her husband. But then he heard what he had been listening for. If she had said she was in Santa Barbara, he would have called it a feint of some kind to draw attention away from somewhere else.
"Okay," said Marshall. "Good enough for me. I'll call ahead to get the Santa Barbara police to meet you at the airport. You mind if we wait on that?"
asked Marshall.
"Why?"
Grappelli paused.
"Are you afraid they'll bust in on them before you get there?" "They'll do what they're supposed to do," said Marshall. "They'll put a big circle of plane-wrapped cars around the neighborhood so nobody can get out and nobody can get in, including me. That doesn't strike me as a drawback. I want to take a look at the place before we do anything irrevocable. If Dahlman's there with her, then I'll call them in myself. So what are you worried about? Once the neighborhood is surrounded, we're committed. We have whoever is inside it, and that's all we have. If Dahlman's with her, then the game's over and we're still champions. But what if Dahlman isn't there? She's been traveling all over the place without him, so it's not a sure thing. Okay, so what if Dahlman isn't there? She must know where he is. Right. If we follow her, she'll lead us to him eventually. If she's in a cell, she's not leading anybody anywhere. She'll be just one more suspect who isn't answering any questions. You think she'll hold out? After what she's done already, she doesn't strike me as a person who panics under pressure," said Marshall. "And the woman she used as a decoy started talking lawyers the second the door of her hotel room popped. These are not unsophisticated people. What her lawyer will tell her is to keep quiet."
Grappelli sighed. At last he said,
"All right. Let's try this the easy way. Go take a look. The minute you've seen the place, you call me. But unless what you've seen is a good reason not to, what I'm going to tell you is to get a search warrant on the way to the police station, where you will pick up a few guys to kick down the door for you. Understood?" "Understood."
Chapter 42. Jane packed all of her gear and her suitcase into her car, checked out of her 2 hotels, and then drove off. If Brian Vaughn got through the meeting, he would try to call her, and he would probably feel a moment of panic when she didn't answer. But it would be only a moment, because within a few seconds she would be able to stand beside him and tell him there was nothing to worry about. Jane glanced at her watch. She had timed this correctly. The sky was dark, but it was still 2 hours before the face-changers were supposed to arrive. She would have all the time she needed to get herself set and make sure she got a videotape of them walking under the street lamp and up to Vaughn's door. She parked her car 2 streets away, moved into the little backyard through the garden gate, then stole along the back of the driveway to hide behind the garbage cans. She looked into the eyepiece of the video camera to be sure that she could see enough of the street to pick them up. Then she set it down, turned on her intercom, and listened. A voice that wasn't Brian Vaughan said, "If that's what you want, I guess we could arrange it." They were here already. Jane's heart began to beat faster. She had come early to see the house and hear what was going on inside before anyone could have expected her. They had come earlier. Since she had done it, she should have known that they would too. They knew what she knew. The man said, "But we went to a hell of a lot of trouble to get you set up here. You put in months getting the locals used to you, so you're part of the landscape.
That's a lot to throw away. There was a brief pause. And it's expensive. How expensive? That was Brian Vaughan's voice. Top of my head figures? Let's see, said the man. Suppose, just for example, it was Port Townsend, Washington, like you say. A pleasant little town, and a nice little house like this. That's maybe 300. We can't sell this one right away, so there's no help there. Why not? We just bought it. If you're not safe here with a new face, we can't use it for somebody else, can we? But I paid for it. Jane began to feel tense. His tone was too argumentative. We'll unload it in a year or two, and you'll get the money, minus expenses and commissions. So, figure 300 for a new house and furnishings up there. You sign over this one, and another 100 on top. It's going to cost you $500,000 to get moved. What's the extra 100 for? Vaughn sounded angry. What was he doing? He was arguing over money he was never going to give them. Shipping and handling. There was a sharp laugh. A third voice. It must be a two-man team. Jane held her breath and listened. Just because there were two didn't mean there weren't more. What's that? That's our time and trouble. There was a pause, and then Vaughn said, All right. Jane rose to a crouch. He had used the wrong tone. It wasn't grudging and resentful enough. He couldn't take the man through all that by arguing and then simply agree. The man seemed to have sensed it, too. He said, That okay with you? Vaughn said, Sure. You want to leave tonight or tomorrow? That was the big question. The man was giving Vaughn a chance to salvage this, to save himself. He gave the wrong answer. I guess tomorrow. That would give me time to pack and make sure things looked normal here. The man said, Sounds good. You got any coffee? I'll go make some. She heard him walking off. Then she heard the man who had been quiet say, What's the best way? We could cut his throat in the bathtub, so it won't be such a big deal to clean it up. I think we've got to get him out of here now and do it on the way. We could drive him up north of here, pull off at one of those turn-offs for the beaches up there, or maybe some campground. Jane set down the intercom and started moving toward the house. If she could get there before Vaughn finished making the coffee and left the kitchen, there was still a chance. She slipped around the corner of the house, up to the kitchen door, and tried to peer inside. The blinds were closed, and she could see only a narrow slice of empty tile floor through a crack at the corner. She flung open the kitchen door, but she couldn't see him. Where was he? She looked at the coffee maker on the counter. It wasn't turned on yet. Didn't look as though he had even filled it. The voices were quiet now. Something must have happened in the brief time it had taken her to reach the house. They hadn't even let him get started. But if they hadn't killed him yet, she had to try. As she moved quietly toward the living room doorway, her breaths were shallow and quick, fighting the sick regret she knew she would not have time to feel. She would have to read the pattern of sights in the room instantly while she was in motion, the positions of the men, where their hands were, what it would take to propel Vaughn out the door with her, and act before they'd had time to think. She stepped out of cover into the doorway, her eyes flicking about her wildly. Brian Vaughn was alone, sitting on the couch, aiming a pistol at Jane. The 3 tape recorders he had watched her hide were lined up on the coffee table. From one of them the conversation resumed. Vaughn's voice said, "The coffee will be ready in a few minutes." "Thanks," said the other man's voice. "You know, Brian, we've been talking. We'd like to get you out of here tonight." Vaughn's forehead was damp with a faint, sticky sweat. His skin seemed to have lost the suntan glow and bleached out to a pale gray. He looked terrified. His own voice came out of the recorder. "I'm a little bit worried about leaving without wiping this place for fingerprints and so on." The sound seemed to distract him, irritate him, as though he was having trouble concentrating. He punched the button and the tape recorder stopped. He raised his head to yell, "She's here!" Jane hissed urgently, "You've still got a chance." He shook his head frantically.
denying it as though he was trying to keep his ears from even hearing it. They were outside waiting for me to arrive, weren't they? He seemed angry at her.
Of course they were.
Jane could see that he had lost his nerve hours ago, maybe blurted out the whole story the minute the face-changers had arrived. He hated her for not saving him, and for having tried. He hated her for his own collapse, and the longer he felt the danger that she had brought him, the more certain he seemed to be that she had caused it. She stepped closer, whispering now, "You can still save us both." In reply, he jerked the gun up to point at her face, his arm muscles so tight that it looked as though he wanted to jab her with it. Jane saw a faint smirk playing about his lips, as though he were trying it on, testing the way it felt. She sensed that he was determined to show the face-changers how loyal he was. He was going to be sure he was the one to kill her. He was utterly lost. Jane had one final chance, and she would have to use Brian Vaughan's eyes to know when it came. She could hear footsteps coming up the walk toward the front door behind her. She heard a shoe on the bottom step, then one on the top. She tensed her muscles and watched Brian Vaughan's eyes. At the instant the door behind Jane opened, Brian Vaughan's eyes flicked toward it. Jane leapt and spun to throw her shoulder into Vaughan's chest as she wrapped her arm over Vaughan so it was clamped in her armpit and used both of her hands to squeeze his fingers. The gun discharged into the wall beside the door. The man who had been coming in dived to the floor as Jane bucked to jerk her head into Vaughan's face. In the second when she felt him loosen his grip on the gun, she wrenched it out of his hand and dashed out the doorway the man had left open. She veered to the right without having to choose, because it was harder for a right-handed shooter to follow a target moving in that direction. She dashed across the neighbor's flower bed and reached the first tree before the man on the floor could make his way back to the open door. He fired his first shot into the ground behind her feet, then overcompensated and fired again 4 feet ahead of her, and by then she was beyond the corner of the next house. Jane ran up the next driveway toward the back of the house. She could hear heavy feet pounding the sidewalk along Brian Vaughan's street, then moving more cautiously up the driveway behind her. She could see this house had a 6-foot board fence like the one behind Vaughan's. She had no time to look for a gate. She ran hard, took 2 long steps, sprang upward to grasp the top of the fence, and used her momentum to roll over it. She came down hard in the middle of another flower bed. She fought the urge to rise to her feet instantly. Instead, she crawled 10 feet on her belly along the bottom of the fence. When the men fired through the board fence, they pierced it several times at the place where they had seen her go over it. She stood and dashed straight for the space between this house and the next. She couldn't run for her car. They were so close behind her that she could not hope to get it unlocked, climb in, and start it before they shot her. Instead, she cut across the front lawn of the house, across the sidewalk and the street, then along the opposite row of houses to put the bodies of parked cars between her and her pursuers. Jane ran for the corner of the 5th house, where she remembered there was an alley that separated the residential stretch of street from the beginning of a small business district. The alley was a logical place to park a car, so she had walked the route she was taking now in daylight and in the dark. It had turned out to be wrong. The far end opened on a municipal parking lot. It had been blocked by a row of steel posts set in concrete so only pedestrians could get into the parking lot that way. But she had kept it in mind because it had looked so right. She decided that tonight she would take it at a sprint, going as fast as she could run over the rough potholed pavement where they would have to tread with caution. If some of them were following her in a car, this would be the place to strip away that advantage. Jane glanced over her shoulder at the block of houses behind her, trying to detect moving figures, then turned to enter the mouth of the alley. The sight of the man made her gasp.
"Hold it!"
he called.
"FBI!"
Jane veered away from him and dashed up the sidewalk along the first storefront. She had timed everything wrong. The face-changers had arrived hours early, and so had the FBI. Now she could hear the footsteps of the FBI agent on the pavement behind her. She knew she had to run faster, to make her legs pump harder and stretch for distance at each pace. She had done this to herself. She had intentionally put herself in the way of a group of men who were coldly, pragmatically violent. Next, she had intentionally attracted the attention of a government agency whose whole purpose was meeting people like that with overwhelming force. But then she had failed to get out from between them. The only way she had to get out of it now was to bet everything on her speed, to keep herself from thinking about how it felt to run blind into the darkness. What would happen if she twisted an ankle or didn't see an obstacle? She had to throw herself into the space ahead of her and hope that nothing had been left there that wasn't imprinted on the map she carried in her memory. She turned up the next alley, looking for a place to hide. She ran a few paces, then saw the steps. A 3-story brick building ahead and to her left had steel rungs built into the side so maintenance people could climb to the roof. She had no time to stop and judge exactly how much of a lead she had on the FBI man, or to figure out the positions or numbers of agents with him. She had to move before she could think, or the lead would be used up. She came to the building at full speed, jumped high so her foot landed on the 3rd rung, and began to scramble up. She knew she had to get out of view before the FBI agent reached the alley entrance, so she raised her face to the night sky and climbed. She could hear his feet on the sidewalk beyond the alley now, and they seemed to be hitting much more rapidly than she had expected. She tried to climb faster. Her foot slipped, her body dropped, but her terror had made her hands clutch the rung above her so tightly that when her arms extended, she stopped. She hung for a second, found her footing, and began to climb again. She was more timid now, cold and breathless. Maybe all she would have to do was get above his normal eye level and he would pass. She heard one foot hit hard, then stop. His voice was below her, off to the left. He called up to her. "Stop, or I'll have to shoot." Jane had been half expecting the words as she had heard them in her imagination for years. The sound was not as she had expected. The words were softer, less angry and brutal than they had been in her mind. He wasn't shouting them out so some witness would testify later that he had killed her legally. The words were for her, to remind her what they both knew he was supposed to do. Jane gritted her teeth, gazed up at the sky, and thought, "I did this." Her legs pumped and her arms stretched above her, following her eyes up into the sky. As she climbed, she listened for the loud noise and relaxed her muscles to receive the pain. She was aware that there had never been the night when the average FBI agent could not drop her in one shot. She had not climbed more than 30 feet of the way up, and he was maybe another 30 feet from the foot of the ladder. Why was he hesitating? Was he deciding whether he had meant it? No, he must be aiming. Jane climbed faster, and the shot came. It was so loud that she cringed, trying to protect her ears with her shoulders. Then there was an after-sound that hung in the air as though the report had jarred the molecules and changed them somehow. She scrambled higher. That had been the warning shot. The next one was going to shatter her spine. Her right hand reached up for the next rung and slapped down on a flat, abrasive surface. Her hand had touched the roof. Her fingers spread to get a firm hold on the level, featureless spot. She forced herself to relinquish the left hand's grip on the last metal rung to press both palms downward, pull herself up onto her belly, and slither onto the flat, tarry surface. She lay there for a moment, panting, as she finally allowed herself to feel the terror. She assured herself she was up, out of sight, and he had not shot her. She heard a metallic ring, and her next breath caught in her throat. It was the sound of his shoe touching the lowest rung of the ladder. She raised herself to her feet and spun her body to look around her frantically. She had assumed there would be something up here, a door, a vent, anything she could pry open to slip down into the building. But she was on a flat, open rectangle of black tar. On all sides she could see the roofs of other buildings at varying distances. She looked back the way she had come. She couldn't go back down the ladder because he was on his way up from the alley. On the opposite side was the street. She whirled her head from side to side. The closest building was the next one along the alley. Jane walked, less quickly than she wanted to, toward the edge of the black rectangle where she was trapped, and looked toward the other roof. It seemed to be about 8 or 9 feet away. Jane gnashed her teeth, scared, frustrated, and angry at herself. She was more afraid than she had been when she had thought it would be a bullet. She tried to be rational. There were people who could take a running start and jump 27 feet. This was 1/3 as far. She was uninjured and in good physical condition. She was a terrific runner. But as she was marshalling the arguments, trying to convince herself, she knew that the arguments worked only if she could goad herself into running straight for the gap between the roofs at full speed. If she judged the paces wrong and stutter-stepped, or lost her nerve at the edge and hesitated, she would fall to the pavement below. Jane cautiously approached the edge of the roof in a crouch, unable to stand up straight for fear she would get dizzy and topple over. She judged the distance again. It wasn't that far. It was no more than she could have done with ease on the ground. Jane heard the sound of the man's feet on the metal rungs on the side of the building. She could hear his breathing now. He was a little winded, but there was no tremor or shallowness in his breaths. He wasn't afraid. She turned away from the edge and paced back toward the other end of the roof. 1, 2, 3, 4. She had to try. 7. She could not stand here and get cornered and arrested by the FBI while the face changers drove off somewhere. 10, 11, 12. Jane took 3 deep breaths. In a moment he would be up here. She leaned into her first step to force her left foot to come down and catch her weight. The second was slightly easier, and the third was like a reflex, the fourth unconscious. She ran faster, harder now. Dig, dig, dig. 4 steps left. Here it comes, 1 more, and leap. She pushed off with her right foot, then took another half step in the air, her arms flailing for balance. As soon as she was airborne, she knew that she had made it easily. She came down 5 or 6 feet past the edge, hit gravel, slipped, and tried to break her fall with the palms of her hands. She slid on the rough, loose stones. Her hands stung, her thigh was scraped, but she was alive. She felt her lungs expand, taking in too much air, refusing to exhale until she stopped them. She huffed out a breath, then another. She had made it. She got to her knees, then hurried to the edge beside the alley to look down and find the ladder. She lay on her belly to peer over at it. There was no ladder. She had made a horrible mistake. The fact that the last one had a ladder didn't mean this one did. Reluctantly, with growing trepidation, she looked back at the last building. The man was climbing onto the roof. All Jane could see was his silhouette, but she could read his thoughts. He looked quickly around the roof, then at the building where Jane lay. He stepped closer as though to judge the distance between the 2 buildings. He saw her. He was thinking, if she can jump it, so can I. He backed away from the edge, but he didn't seem to be looking at the chasm between the buildings. He was looking at her. Jane stood and turned away from him to look at the building beyond hers. It was the same kind of jump that she had just made. She walked toward it, then changed her mind. She had no time to count the steps. She sensed the place where she should begin, fixed her eyes on the gap between the buildings, and leaned forward. Her left foot came down and then the right, and she was in a full run. When she reached the place where she had to spring upward, her foot landed on gravel. She dug in and felt for friction. Her trajectory seemed too flat, too low. Behind her, she heard bits of gravel rolling off the edge. As she flew, she thought, I'm dead. But then it didn't seem so certain. She brought her knees to her chest, hit the next roof, and slid forward on her back. After a second, she heard a handful of gravel hit the ground far below. Jane was shaken, and this time the impact had scraped the skin on her back. She glanced behind her and saw the FBI man take the leap to the second building. For an instant her mind interpreted the silhouette as having wings, but she realized that it was just his sport coat flaring outward in the wind as he jumped. He was only 1 building away again. Jane turned and walked only close enough to the 4th building to see it clearly, then backed up and ran for it. This time her steps were sure, and she landed on her feet and took a few steps to stop herself. Then she looked at the 5th building. This one was different. The little row of businesses was ending, and the next building was just a big house with a sloped roof. She looked back at the FBI agent just as he made his second jump. He was tall and strong, and whatever he was afraid of, this wasn't it. He landed hard and trotted forward a dozen feet to stop his momentum, but he was already looking ahead. Jane felt despair. A terrible moment was coming. She could see it clearly, and there was no way that she could think of to avoid it. The big FBI agent was alone. She didn't know why he was alone, and there was no time to wonder. He just was. She could see from the way he carried himself, standing upright and then running ahead to leap each gap between buildings, that he was positive that the woman he was chasing was unarmed. The thought made her reach to the pocket of her jacket and touch the pistol she had taken from Brian Vaughn. She stared at the agent's shape in the darkness. He was what she had told Dahlman to worry about. He was not some evil, greedy psychotic who wanted to turn people into money. He was one of the good guys, the best of the good guys, because he spent all of his time protecting the weak from the strong. She had challenged him to come after her, and he had to do it, but he didn't have to do it this way. He could have shot her while she was climbing up here, but he had decided that it was better to risk his life jumping from rooftop to rooftop above the sleeping city, where the street lamps were far below and threw no light. She watched him moving forward to look at the next stretch of empty space he would have to cross. He would be so easy. She could sit down on this flat surface where she now stood. She could take Vaughn's Walther P99 in both hands, steady them on her right knee. If she squeezed off the first round just as he went up, she could probably put 2 or 3 more into his chest before his limp body slammed into the side of the building. Jane took a deep breath and held it for a second, then pushed the air out of her lungs and turned away from him. He was going to be on this roof with her soon. If she let that happen, it was over. She stared at the next building. There was no choice as to how she must do it. The peak of the roof was higher than this flat one, and jumping up there was physically impossible. She would have to leap for the place where the slope matched her level, and hope that after she hit, she would be able to stop herself before she slid the rest of the way down and dropped off at the eaves. Jane leaned into her first step and ran hard. She threw herself into the air, then landed with her left leg bent, so both feet and her left hand hit the shingles. As soon as she felt the impact, she turned a little so her momentum would make her flop onto her belly. Jane completed the turn and stopped. She felt herself begin to slip. She clawed at the shingles with her fingertips, but her face was 4 inches from the roof, and she could see it moving upward past her eyes. She felt the rough, grainy texture moving under her fingertips and nails, then felt her fingers slip down to the next shingle. She grasped at one with her right hand, jammed her thumb under it and pinched it, then did the same with her left. Her arms extended, trying to slow her down as her sweatshirt rolled upward under her belly and she felt the scratchy shingles on her bare skin. Then she stopped. The buckle of her belt had caught on the shingles. She lay there, straining to hold herself and afraid to move. She heard the man's running footsteps, then heard the heavy impact as he landed on the roof of the building she had just left, then 4 more steps as he stopped himself. Jane spread her legs apart and felt for a footing on the shingles, keeping her knees and the insides of her toes touching the roof. When she sensed resistance, she pushed herself upward a little with her feet and reached for the next shingle, then the next. A few inches at a time, she pulled herself up the roof toward the peak like a mountain climber. The FBI man was at the edge of the next roof now, looking at her. He called, "This looks like a good place to quit." She pushed his voice out of her mind and reached up to pinch the next shingle between her thumb and forefinger, feeling the strain all the way to her wrist. She used her feet to push her body up to it. He tried again. "Whatever happened back there, the penalty for it isn't as bad as the penalty for falling." His shoes made crunching sounds on the other roof 3 times, as though he were sidestepping to get a better look at her. "I can get the fire department to bring you down with a ladder." She longed for it. They would drive a truck up and extend the ladder. Some big, strong guy would climb it to the peak and anchor a rope up there, then lower a harness that would fit under her arms like a mother's hug, then slowly ease her to the ladder. She looked up, and she could see that she was making progress. Her thumbs and fingers were numb, but the peak looked closer. She put her face close to the shingles and kept climbing. Then she reached up and felt the slightly rounded shingles running along the spine of the roof. She put both hands over the apex and pulled, and she could look down the other side to the street in front of the building. She swung one knee over the peak and began to crawl unsteadily away from the FBI man toward the far end of the roof. When she reached the chimney, she leaned her back against it, then slid her shoulder blades up it to rise to her feet shakily and look for a way down. The loud, harsh sound of the shots made her squat down quickly. Why now? Why kill her now? But the shots had not been that close. They were coming from somewhere below. The face changers had not run back to their car and driven out of town. They were here. Then she heard a different set of shots. 1, 2, 3, 4 in rapid succession. That had to be the FBI man returning fire. There was an irregular volley of shots from below, then silence. They weren't shooting at her. They were shooting at him. The pause lasted a long time. Maybe after all of that noise they had decided they had to leave. She slowly raised her body against the chimney, then craned her neck to search for the FBI agent. She picked out a shape that must be his on the next roof, crouched and looking away from her along the row of rooftops they both had crossed. She kept her eyes turned in that direction. She knew she should be spending this time searching for a way down, but she couldn't. She saw movement. The FBI agent fired twice, then ducked down. Muzzle flashes erupted far down the line. Jane pulled out Vaughn's pistol and waited. She thought she saw the shadow of a man appear on the farthest roof and tried to aim, but lost it in the shape of another building. Then another bobbed up from the ladder. She tried to lead them as they crouched and ran, but it was too late. They flopped down on their bellies so she couldn't see them. The FBI man fired 2 times at their prone figures. Then there was a click, as though he had removed the magazine from his pistol. The 2 men heard it too, or sensed it. They popped up and fired 8 or 10 times while he slid his next magazine into place. One of the 2 men made a run and jumped to the second roof. Just as he came down, the FBI man fired once, but the other man had been waiting for it, and he fired wildly in the FBI man's direction to keep his head down. He used the pause to make his run and jump to join his companion on the second roof. When the FBI agent rose to fire at him, he got off only 1 shot before the man's companion fired a rapid salvo to make him drop down again. Jane watched anxiously as the 2 men used the same strategy to reach the third roof. Each time the FBI agent tried to raise his head to aim at the one who was vulnerable, the other one would lay down a barrage of fire that forced him to go down again. Jane had led them both into a terrible place. Jane was already trapped on a roof with a steep slope, and she could not hold a view of the 2 men long enough to fire. All she could tell in the darkness was that they were moving closer and closer, and the FBI agent had gone as far as he could without being trapped beside her. He had fired probably 10 times, and then he had needed to reload. Why wasn't he carrying a government-issue Beretta 92 with a police-only 15-round magazine? He had been walking around town alone, in a jacket and tie. He had been looking for a doctor's wife, not conducting a raid on Brian Vaughn's house or getting into a firefight. He was probably using something smaller that he could carry without attracting attention, with a single-stack 10-round magazine like the ones they sold in every gun store. It was very unlikely that he was carrying more than 1 extra magazine. Jane saw him beginning to crawl toward the edge of the roof closest to the 2 face changers, and her heart skipped, then beat harder. It was much worse than she had guessed. He had not been reloading his pistol. He had been checking the magazine to see if he had another shot left. 10 in the magazine, 1 in the chamber. He was out. As she watched him, she found that she could feel his thoughts again, and she felt despair. He was moving to the spot where he believed the first man would leap to his roof, so he could jump the man, disable him, and take his gun. It was a desperate, hopeless plan. Jane watched as the first man began his run. They must have sensed what had happened, too. They knew he was out of ammunition just as she did. The man ran harder. He was going to jump. Jane stood up and screamed, "Hey! Over here!" The man hesitated, slipped, and barely stopped himself from toppling over the edge. His friend dashed to his side and grabbed his arm to steady him, and they both ducked down. The FBI man turned, sprang to his feet, and ran across the fourth roof toward the last gap. He launched himself into the air, landed on his side, and rolled to his belly as Jane had. He slid a few feet downward, then stopped just as the two men realized what he had done and fired. He had landed high enough on the sloped roof so that they couldn't achieve the proper angle. Their shots cracked over his head into the sky. From the peak of the roof, Jane called down, "Stay on your belly and come up at an angle toward the chimney. It's higher than their roof, so they can't quite see you."
"I'll try,"
said the agent. He didn't sound very optimistic. "Don't pretend to be nervous," said Jane. "You're Superman." She could hear the agent give a little huff of air that might have been a chuckle.
"What's to stop them from doing the same thing?"
She said, "I'm leaving a little present for you on the upper side of the chimney. That should help." Then she moved along the crest of the house, away from him. When she reached the edge, she lay on her belly, grasped the shingles again, and let herself slide, hand below hand, down the slope of the roof. At the very end, she turned and looked down to be sure that she had seen clearly from above. A thin black cable stretched from the telephone pole across the alley to the corner of the house. She reached down and tugged on the wire. It was looped once around a metal hook screwed into the clapboard, then stapled once to the wooden trim, and finally it disappeared into a hole drilled into the house. It seemed to be a cable television hookup. Her eyes followed the wire across the alley to the telephone pole, but she could not tell how it was connected on the other end. As she grasped the wire and slowly eased her weight off the roof, she tried to convince herself that it would hold her. She reached out farther on the wire with her right hand, and her body swung and bounced a little. The swing helped bring her left hand up to the wire for the next grasp. She began to move out over the alley, swinging from hand to hand. She heard a sound behind her, then felt the cable jerk and begin to sag. The loop had tightened, and the metal hook was threatening to pop out of the clapboard. She moved her hands faster, trying to keep her body from swinging. Jane dropped 4 or 5 feet as extra cable began paying out of the drill hole in the house. She heard a loud crash and something like broken glass from inside the house, and then a thud against the wall. Jane knew what it was. The coaxial cable had been screwed into the back of a television set, and her weight had pulled the television set off whatever it had been sitting on. The set was caught against the wall, and the only thing that could be holding the cable to it was that little metal connection. Jane began moving toward the telephone pole again. In her imagination, she could see the television set jammed against the wall, and she remembered that the backs of all the television sets she had ever seen were just brittle plastic. Maybe the metal connection would come right out, but with its base it would be too big to go through the hole. She was dangling over a spot just past the center of the alley when the cable gave way. She fell straight down a few feet, but then the connection at the pole caught, and her fall became a swing. She loosened her grip on the thin cable to go lower, but the telephone pole seemed to be coming toward her at an incredible speed. She held her feet up in front of her to cushion the impact, but then she twisted in the air. Her shoulder glanced off the pole, and she lost her grip. She hit the ground hard, rolled, and lay on the gravel, dazed. Jane had to get up and move. Her shoulder and side hurt, and there was a dull pain in her left ankle. She tested her weight on it and found she could walk. She took a few steps, then a few more, heading toward the end of the alley. She stared up at the rooftops, but she could not see any of the 3 men. She began to trot, and she could tell that she would be able to run after all. She stopped, turned, and cupped her hands around her mouth. "Hey!" she shouted. "Doesn't anybody want to say good night to a lady?" She pivoted and began to run. She passed between two of the posts at the end of the alley and into the municipal parking lot, then dodged to the left to run along the only line of cars left there this late at night. She reached the end and prepared to turn right to head for the cross street that would take her under the freeway, and then she saw the pay telephone on the corner. She told herself it was too soon to stop. She should get far enough ahead to be sure they wouldn't convert a glimpse into a clear shot. How could she possibly be more exposed to their view than she would be standing under a street lamp at the first intersection? She took a step toward the telephone. There were plenty of telephones farther away. She had seen lots of them along the beach. Jane paused and listened. There were still no sirens. She was sure that people all over town must have heard the shots. But there was nothing in this neighborhood except closed shops, so apparently nobody had been around to tell the police exactly where the shots had come from. Their only hope of finding out was to get into cars, patrol the streets, and listen. Jane ran to the telephone, lifted the receiver, and dialed 911. She heard a female voice say, "Emergency something," but Jane said, "There's an officer under fire on the roof by the parking lot at Chapala and Castillo. I repeat, officer under fire." She left the telephone hanging to be sure they could trace the call if they needed to, but she didn't run toward the freeway underpass to reach the beach as she had planned. Instead, she turned away from the ocean and ran along the sidewalk. She ran in the open, under the glowing street lamps, because that was the way to move at top speed. She did not know this street, but she could tell the direction it was leading her, and she knew that she would not miss the corner where she wanted to turn. It was the street where Brian Vaughn lived. Chapter 43. Marshall crouched in the darkness on the steep roof, with his back to the chimney. He felt behind him with his right hand, and his fingers closed on a familiar shape. He clutched the grips and raised the weapon close to his face. He could make out the word Walther and the model number P99 stamped into the receiver. It made a nice, timely gift, he thought. Without it, his death would be about a minute away. Maybe it was, anyway. Marshall moved around to the far side of the chimney and stared down at the building he had just left. He saw the first man make the leap back to the building beyond it. After a couple of seconds, his partner joined him. They were trying to make it back to the one with the ladder. She had done it. They were going after her. He stuck the pistol into his coat pocket and began to crawl along the peak of the roof. He said to himself that he was too old to be this stupid, or maybe too stupid to have grown this old. He had come into Santa Barbara alone because he had wanted to get the woman's cooperation. He had gotten her cooperation, all right, and that was only after he had emptied his sidearm, punching holes in shadows from 50 yards. Now he was going to do something else that was even more stupid. He had nearly reached the edge of the roof. He raised his head a little to verify what he had remembered about the height of the building. He rose unsteadily to his feet, straddling the peak of the roof. He took 2 steps forward, then the third right on the bent shingles at the crest, then the 4th, 5th, and launched himself into the air. He had guessed that the peak was high enough above the flat roof of the building beside it to make up for the fact that he couldn't get a running start on a sloped roof. As he began his fall, he was not certain that he had been right. But after a second, his optimism returned. He braced himself for the landing, tried to break his fall, but felt the impact from his ankles up his spine to his shoulders. He rolled, pulled the pistol out of his belt, and brought it up. One of the 2 men was lying on the next roof with his arm extended toward Marshall. But Marshall was in the same position, the gift pistol's single dot sight already settling on the man's head. Marshall squeezed the trigger, and the man jerked once, then lay still. Marshall ran across and jumped to the roof where the man lay. He saw the second man run across the next roof, then leap to the one with the ladder. Marshall heard the sound of running feet in the alley below. Police? He heard a voice shout, "This way!" He ran to the edge of the building and looked down into the alley. There was a third man waving at the man on the roof. He had stayed on the ground, and must have been working his way along the row of buildings, waiting for a shot at Marshall or the woman. But now he was 100 yards ahead of the other man, and he was going after her. Marshall knew that the man who had been retreating toward the ladder would reach it in a few seconds, and the shot at him was the more likely of the two, but this one was close enough behind the woman to have a chance of catching her. Marshall turned his body away from the man on the roof to bring his right arm beyond the edge below his feet and straighten it. As he looked down into the alley, the gift pistol in his hand was already part of his field of vision. He brought the single white dot between the two dots of the rear sight, let it settle on the top of the running man's head, and squeezed the trigger. The man's left leg was striding forward, but when his foot hit the ground there was no life in it, and it didn't hold his weight. From above, it looked to Marshall as though he were suddenly ducking to run downward into the ground. Marshall pivoted and dashed for the gap between the buildings. He landed on the next roof, still running, then leapt to the last one. When he reached the ladder, the alley seemed to explode into glaring white light. He involuntarily flinched and turned his head to shield his eyes. Across the roof he could see that the fronts of the buildings along the far side of the street were lit up by the colored warning lights of police cars, flashing, then sweeping across the facades, then flashing again. Doors slammed, hard rubber shoes pattered up the alley below him. Marshall stood above the ladder and raised his hands high so the men below could see him clearly. He shouted loudly so they would hear. "FBI Special Agent John Marshall," he called. That seemed to satisfy the policemen below him for the moment. None of them seemed inclined to shoot. A couple of them looked away from him at the 3 policemen who were bent over the man he had shot from above. "That's not all of them," Marshall called down. "How many? What description?" He hesitated for a half-second, then pointed away from the direction the woman had run. "One male, armed. He took off that way on foot." Jane made her way back along the quiet, empty streets, listening. There were distant sirens, but the sky a few blocks south of her was already bright with the lights of police cars blinking garish colors into the foggy night air. She supposed the sirens were the reinforcements. Jane moved along the street behind Brian Vaughan's house, winded, sore, and dazed. She knew that the only sensible thing to do was to get into her car and try to make it out of Santa Barbara now, but she had been drawn here. She could not let all that had happened come to nothing. She had to salvage one piece of evidence that something had occurred tonight besides 3 unidentified shooters trying to kill an FBI agent. Jane cautiously stole up the driveway and into the backyard of the house behind Brian Vaughan's. She moved to the fence and pulled herself over it. The lights in the house were still on, and the kitchen door was ajar as though everyone had dashed outside to escape a fire that had unaccountably gone out. She saw the video camera lying where she had dropped it behind the garbage cans when she had run to the house. She picked it up and looked at the little window. The tape was still in it. The intercom was a foot or 2 away, so she picked it up too. Over the soft hissing of the intercom came the sound of footsteps. She listened. Somebody was still in the house. She took a step closer to the back door, and her head came forward to bring her body into a crouch. She heard the steps moving quickly now, almost a run. Then she heard the front door slam. She dropped the camera and the intercom at her feet and sprinted along the side of the house on the driveway. Just as she reached the corner of the house, a man crossed the sidewalk, stepped to the curb, and reached for the door handle of Brian Vaughan's little red Miata. His fingers closed on it, the door swung open, and the dome light came on. Jane saw the face and drew in a breath. She knew it. It was not the face of the man she had seen in Vaughan's doorway, or of either of the men she had seen when she was with Richard Dahlman. It would not even have surprised her if the man she had electrocuted in L.A. had merely been stunned and lived to drive up here for the pleasure of seeing her die. This was the face of a genuine ghost. The man got into the car, started the engine, then suddenly turned his head in Jane's direction. She stepped back into the shelter of the house, but it was too late. The ghost had seen her, too. She hurried back up the driveway, staying in the shadows close to the clapboards of the house, where he would have a hard time getting a clear shot at her. But in a moment she heard the car accelerate up the street and away. Marshall stood outside in the midday sunshine while the forensics team completed the search of the house where Charles Langer had died. He had watched them from the doorway for a long time, moving slowly and methodically outward from the body, and by now they would be close to the perimeter. He had seen this process too many times. Hours and hours ago, while he had stood in the alley answering questions, he had watched them searching the ground and the roofs, marking each spot where a brass casing had been ejected from a gun, drawing diagrams and taking pictures, and he'd had time to evaluate their competence. They didn't need his advice on how to handle this house. He heard an engine and watched without interest as another unmarked police car pulled up, and 2 men in sport coats got out. The older one, with thinning blonde hair, walked up the sidewalk and stopped in front of him.
"Are you Special Agent Marshall?"
"Yes," he said. The man gave him a look that was friendly but not quite a smile.
"I'm Lieutenant Harris. I've been assigned to help out."
Marshall nodded. In a town the size of Santa Barbara, it was hard to imagine a case that would distract them much from this one. Every detective they had would be engaged for at least a few days.
"I've got a couple of things in the car you might want to take a look at."
Marshall walked with him to the curb. There would be lots of conversations like this in the next day or two. They would want him to resolve inconsistencies in what their eyes were telling them, and he would try and fail. He accepted the plain manila envelope the lieutenant handed him and looked inside. There were several enlarged photographs. The first 2 were pictures of the 2 men he had shot in the alley, but now they were lying in a morgue. There were 2 small X's marked on each picture in a random pattern over each man's torso.
"What's that?"
asked Marshall.
"The marks."
Lieutenant Harris looked at him mysteriously and pulled the 2 photographs away to reveal the next 2. The 2 bodies had been photographed with their shirts off. Marshall looked at the lieutenant.
"Bulletproof vests?"
he asked.
"They were wearing bulletproof vests."
"That's right," said Harris.
"And not some cut-rate piece of trash that won't stop a bean shooter either. This is regular police-issue body armor."
His friendly expression tightened into a conspiratorial smile.
"The X's are your hits. 2 each. They must have hurt like hell, staggered them. But I'll bet you wondered why they didn't fall down. Kind of disconcerting."
"Yeah," said Marshall.
"I was disconcerted out of my wits."
The detective chuckled, but his face was more sympathetic than amused. The pictures reminded him of his own vulnerability.
"That's why you went for the headshots, isn't it?"
Marshall shook his head.
"I took what I could see."
He put the photographs back into the envelope, but he noticed there were others.
"What are the rest of them?"
Harris nodded toward the house.
"Those are him."
He frowned.
"Now there's another mystery." "What do you mean?" "His driver's license says his name was Charles Langer, but it seems his prints don't match the ones the DMV has on file."
Marshall said,
"So it's a false ID. Not the kind we usually see. His face matches the picture they have of Charles Langer. It's not often you see somebody who lets the state take his picture, but goes to a lot of trouble to give them the wrong prints."
Harris shrugged.
"I'm not even sure how he did it."
He looked at the house as though he could see through the wall.
"And he's had some surgery." "Plastic surgery?"
Harris nodded.
"How do you know?"
Harris smiled again.
"I confess I didn't see it right off. I've been a cop in this part of the world for a long time, so I ought to be able to see it. But the coroner picked it up. There are a couple of spots with faint scar tissue, but you wouldn't notice even if the hair hadn't covered it. Then he did an X-ray that proved it. There's evidence of bone sculpting. The clincher is that when they do a facelift, they put a couple of tiny titanium pins right up here above the temple to stretch the skin on. They take them out afterward, but it leaves a mark." "Lieutenant?"
The voice came from the front steps behind Marshall. One of the officers searching the house was holding something in a plastic evidence bag. Marshall followed Harris to the steps. The officer said, "We found another tape recorder stuck behind some books in the bookcase. This one had tape in it, and it was still turned on." Chapter 44. Jane stepped off the plane in Rochester, Minnesota, and paused for a moment in front of a shop that sold newspapers, then walked on toward the car rental counters. It was too soon for anything about what had happened in Santa Barbara to have reached print, and if there were any articles about Carrie or Richard Dahlman or Janet McAfee, she should not read them. She could do nothing now but what she was doing, and any distraction would weaken her. She rented a Toyota Camry and drove up Route 52 toward Minneapolis. It seemed to her that a lifetime had passed since she had driven to Minneapolis with Richard Dahlman, and nearly that long since she had come back to watch Sid Freeman's house. As she drove on the dark highway, she could not help composing versions of what she was going to say. "I don't know why you didn't kill me while I was in your house. Maybe you're so crazy that you forgot." Sid would protest. "Janie," he would say, "it wasn't me. I didn't have anything to do with these people except what I told you that night to your face." Jane would say, "I saw Quinn." He would be silent, trying to work out all of the implications in an instant, but not able to, and she would hear him breathing through his mouth. Maybe he would say, "You're going to kill me, aren't you?" She would answer, "I don't do that kind of work. Kill yourself." The last words she would say were, "Better get packed, Sid. The police will be here in 5 minutes." She amended it. 3 minutes. That would be enough time for him to get frantic, but not enough time for him to scrape up 20 years' accretion of incriminating evidence and make it into a fast car. She would wait until she could actually see the black and white speeding along the lake road. She thought through the conversation in so many variations that she almost failed to notice when she was getting too close to the lake road. She turned off at the next corner, circled the lake on the hillside high above Sid Freeman's house, and parked her car on the street 2 blocks from the house where she had rented a room. It was after midnight when Jane walked along the top of the hill above Sid Freeman's house, among the tall old trees. She held the cellular telephone in her hand, but carried nothing else. She could have driven to the bank in Chicago, opened the safe deposit box, and taken out the Beretta Cougar 9mm pistol she stored there with a few spare identities. Maybe she would be making that trip sometime soon, and maybe in a few minutes she would wish she had done it tonight. If she did, the feeling of regret would probably last only a second or two before darkness came. She knew that tonight it was not a good idea for her to have in her hand the means of killing Sid Freeman. He had gotten very adept at taking away people's whole lives and changing them into something that they did not want to be. His final act on earth was not going to be taking away Jane Whitefield. Jane was afraid of the people who lived in that fortified house. She was in awe not of Sid Freeman, but of his craziness. The strange, uncivilized teenagers he had brought in were one manifestation of it. His extreme premeditation was another. She could picture him sitting in that dim library, working all of it out as though the world outside were some enormous chessboard. As she walked along, a lot of sights and sounds that had struck her as little surprises came back to her. Sid had said he had been watching television and reading newspapers and magazines, and had not run across some runner who had come to his house. In the old days, Sid had never paid the slightest attention to published news. He had gotten all of the information that interested him from the people who came up the path to his house, and from Quinn. That was what had made it seem true. Quinn was dead. She had bought without question the statement that Quinn was dead. It had seemed inevitable, even overdue. Selling commodities and services to criminals was a risky activity. Sid had stayed in that house in Minneapolis with lookouts and armed guards, while Quinn, and sometimes Christie, had traveled the country foraging for things that could be had only from people who didn't care about laws and delivering them to people who used them to commit crimes. All transactions had been in cash. When Jane had heard they were both dead, she had been only mildly surprised. Of course they would be dead. If not now, then next week or next year. The only part of the announcement that had ever held her attention was that she had trouble imagining Sid without them. When she had tried to bargain with him, she had been surprised that the one who left the bigger void was not Christie. Christie had always floated in the background like some weird wraith, the only constant in Sid's fortress, where everything was always in motion, and even Sid couldn't hold on to one identity for long. But now it seemed to Jane that Christie must just have been a young woman who had gotten some kind of titillation out of the excitement that surrounded Sid's repulsive person. It was Quinn that Jane had kept missing. She had kept thinking of him while Sid was talking, catching herself glancing suddenly into the shadows and expecting to see him. It occurred to her that he probably had been in the house that night. She had somehow sensed it, maybe smelled some subtle personal scent that human beings gave off, or heard him in another room whispering to Sid's kids, just below the level of conscious hearing. That made her wonder why Sid had not told Quinn to kill her. That was the way it would have been done. Quinn was the permanent second in command, the junior partner. He had always made her tense and careful, not because he wouldn't do as Sid asked, but because she had never seen him experience a moment of reluctance. It had been as though his craziness had been worse than Sid's, and Sid's deliberation and physical torpor had held it back from its natural excesses. Jane still wasn't sure why Sid had not killed her. He had sent the 2 teams of men all over the country looking for Dahlman. She sensed that she had missed something, so she tried to remember events in order. After that night, the men had not come close to Dahlman. Maybe they had stopped looking. As soon as Sid had seen that Dahlman was in Jane's hands, he had quit. Was that what he had wanted? Yes. He had, maybe on the spot, decided he liked the idea of having Dahlman disappear. It was much better than having him dead. If Dahlman was killed, then the police could not escape the conclusion that someone must have done away with him, and wonder who. If Dahlman just vanished, then the only killer was Dahlman. Jane reached the vantage point that she had been looking for, and stared down at Sid Freeman's house. The high, dark brown building looked different, and at first she wasn't sure why. She moved her eyes along the row of upper windows. There were no lights, no shades. Usually it was possible for her to pick out the room where the lookout with the spotting scope was stationed, because it would be the only room on the floor with no lights. She looked at the ground-floor windows. There was the usual dim glow of inadequate old-fashioned ceiling fixtures. Sid had never been good about changing bulbs. She moved closer to get a better look, her heart beating a little faster. She studied the front of the house. The steel mesh security door was slightly ajar. It wasn't squared with the jamb, so the lock was not engaged. She had known that it was possible that Quinn would simply have driven to the nearest telephone to tell Sid it was time to stop being Sid and get out. During her flight she had put that notion aside, because it was a thought that could lead to no possible change in her actions. She had to come here. She could not leave him alone and let him use her name to fool helpless runners into giving him whatever money and freedom they had left. And she couldn't go back to being Mrs. McKinnon, knowing that some night she might wake up next to Carrie and hear the sound of Quinn cocking the hammer. Jane had to see. She kept to the land above the house and behind it. She approached it from the corner so she would not be directly in front of any window. She walked with such care and silence that she could not hear her own footsteps, and she stayed in the deepest shadows with her back to a stand of trees up the hill. She kept moving until her hand touched the cold, damp brick apron along the side of the house. She barely breathed as she slowly edged along the stonework that was taller than she was. It had been designed so that if Sid was standing, no bullet from outside would pierce the siding and take off his head. Jane felt no indecision about where she should go. Sid was nocturnal, and the room he used for his work was the library to the left of the foyer. If he had not left, that was where he would be. She stepped close to the window. Had it always had bars on it? She had never seen them before because the shutters were kept closed. Why were they open now? She moved her left eye close to the corner of the window and looked in, then pulled back quickly, her back pressed against the cold stones. She studied the image she had brought away with her. The body on the floor seemed to be genuine. It was not some other big man in late middle age who had been turned into a corpse so Sid could be presumed dead. This seemed to be Sid. The open blinds and the unlocked door made sense. If the little monsters had turned on him, they wouldn't bother to lock up. Jane began to step toward the front of the house. She would have to go inside and get a look at his face in the light. She heard a faint sound. The window latch. Jane dived away from the side of the house just as the arm jabbed out between the bars and fired a pistol down into the ground directly below the window. The arm swung upward like a pendulum, firing a shot every yard or two along the stone siding, as rapidly as the finger could pull the trigger. The sound of the pistol with its suppressor was like the strike of a snake, so the ring of the brass ejected against the stone was almost as loud. At the end of the swing, in the instant when the arm reached horizontal, Jane leapt. She pinned the forearm to the wall with her left shoulder and hammered the fingers with her right fist. The yelp was Quinn's. He yanked his arm back and dropped the pistol so he could get his hand back through the bars quickly. Jane picked up the gun, ducked behind the trunk of a tree, and waited. "Jane?" She could hear his position as though she could see him. He was under the window, where no bullet could reach him through all that stone. He wanted to hear where she was. She decided that she would need to keep up with where he was, too. She had to make him talk. "What, Quinn?" "It occurred to me that we have a problem." "Do we?" "If I moved away from this wall, say, toward the door, you'd shoot me through the window, wouldn't you?" "It's possible," she admitted. "I don't like you." "But you're behind the tree. If you move away from it, I'm going to be able to pop up and shoot you before you get to the next one." "Assuming you have another gun where you can reach it." She ventured a glance around the tree at the window. He was letting her see the end of the barrel over the windowsill. She aimed the pistol at it and waited. Just a tiny bit of his hand would be enough. The barrel disappeared. "Janie, you here to see Sid?" "I just saw Sid," she answered. "Oh," said Quinn. "Hey, do you smell fat burning? Sid must be in hell already." He laughed. "Courtesy of you." "How did I manage that?" she asked. "Sid died for your sins. I couldn't let you tell him that all this time the one sending him runners was me." "You mean he didn't know? He really thought you were dead?" Of course, she thought. She had not caught Sid lying because Sid had not been lying. He had been fooled too. Quinn laughed. "How else was I gonna leave Sid and take a lot of Sid's money with me?" "What about the lovely and talented Christy?" "She's really dead. Nothing to do with me. Got killed in New York, I heard." Jane was silent for a long time. Had his voice come from a different spot? She listened for fainter sounds that might be movement. Quinn broke her concentration. "You know, there's one good way to get out of this, Janie." He was still under the window. Maybe more than one. "I said one good way. I can do everything Sid ever did, and you seem to be back in the trade. We could get pretty rich if we'd help each other." "Great offer, Quinn. But your last partner seems reluctant to give you a reference." "You know what really killed him? Besides you?"
"He didn't get out enough," said Quinn. "He lost touch. He knew zero. He sat here all alone, waiting for everybody to come to him, and without me."
"All alone?" said Jane. Was it possible he didn't know?
"Yeah, all alone," Quinn repeated. "He sat here on his fat ass. He didn't even change the locks after I got killed. So 10 minutes ago, I walked right in and—"
Jane said, "Quinn, listen to me. Get out of that house. Get out now." Quinn laughed again.
"I head for the door. You popped me through the window? Sure."
"No, you don't understand. Sid wasn't alone. He must have sent them out on some errand. I swear I won't go near the window. Just get out now. They'll kill us both." She took 3 steps from the tree. The barrel of Quinn's gun appeared above the windowsill, and Jane dived back toward the tree. She heard the gun spit 4 or 5 times, and a stone near the base of the tree jumped upward into the weeds. She lay behind the tree, listening. She had not heard a car pull up on the street, but now she heard doors slamming and running feet. She was not sure whether Quinn's sudden silence meant he was listening too, or he was just moving to another window to get a better shot at her. Then she heard the roar of the Ingram MAC-10 tearing his body to pieces. Jane lay still as a young girl appeared at the window. Jane could tell this was the one she had seen hiding at the top of the stairs on the night she had come here with Dahlman. The girl pressed her thin, feral face against the metal bars, and her sharp eyes stared out into the dark. Then Jane heard the voice of the boy she had seen that night.
"What? You think somebody went out through the bars?"
The girl bristled.
Maybe I need some air. Do you mind?
"He's dead, and the other old guy's dead. You want to be dead too?"
The girl sighed in heavy annoyance.
Go pack the car. I'll look around for money."
Jane heard the boy's shoes on the floor, hurrying out of the room into the foyer. The girl stayed where she was for a moment, then moved toward the door after him. She looked down at the body.
"Bye, Sid."
Her voice sounded like the voice of a little child. Then Jane heard her move out into the foyer after the boy. Jane stood, wiped the gun off, and left it on the ground. She whispered, "Bye, Sid," picked up the cellular telephone she had brought, and moved off into the darkness toward her car. As she drove, she made 3 telephone calls. The first was to an apartment in Cleveland, the second to a retirement home in Carlsbad, and the third was to the Minneapolis Police Department. As soon as she had made the last call, she stopped the car at a parking lot beside a picnic area overlooking the Mississippi. There was only one street lamp near the entrance to the lot. She drove to the far end of the pavement and turned off her lights. She left the car running, got out, walked across the lawn to the edge, and hurled the telephone into the slow, dark water. Jane turned and walked back to the car. She sat down in the seat, pulled the safety belt across her chest, and fastened it. She put the car into gear and began to make a wide turn toward the entrance. "Janie." It was a soft female voice, like a song just above a whisper. It made the hair on the back of Jane's neck stand. Jane's foot hit the brake and the car jerked to a stop. She whirled in her seat to look behind her, and what she saw made her breath catch in her throat. The woman's face was illuminated in the glow of the single street lamp. It looked supernaturally pale under the long black hair, but the red lips were set in the same amused, knowing smile that Jane remembered. "Janie," came the voice again. Then came the horrible, mocking laugh. Jane could see the big, square-looking .45 pistol held just above the woman's lap with the muzzle aimed at the center of Jane's backrest. They both knew the car seat wouldn't stop the bullet. The voice rose to a normal volume. "Say something," Jane said. "Everybody around here seems to come back from the dead. First Quinn, now you." The woman looked irritated. "Not exactly. I'm not Christy anymore. Quinn and I figured you must be dead, so I died too. Only the death I came back from was yours." Jane said, "You're supposed to be me? That's why you grew your hair long and dyed it. You're Jane?" Christy shrugged. "I was the only one who had the qualifications. I got rich at it. Did you?" She seemed to enjoy the thought for a moment, then said, "You surprised me tonight, though, by staying alive." Christy nodded. "I knew you were coming. I sent Quinn in to do Sid, so you could be Little Red Riding Hood, and Quinn could be the wolf. I spent the evening driving around waiting for a rental car like this to appear in the neighborhood." "Why?" "If the one who came out of the house was Quinn, great. If Sid came out, still okay. I could make him believe anything, that I was Quinn's prisoner or something. But if the one who came back was you, what could I do?" "Christy," said Jane. "You don't have to." "I'm not," Christy interrupted. "I'm sick of the whole business. Without Quinn or Sid, it's too much trouble. I wanted to let you know. Drive back to the dark part of the lot and park. When you get there, I'll get out, and you drive off. I'll be watching until you're out of sight, so don't do anything strange. Don't even look back." Jane turned the car and drove in the direction of the river. Christy was lying. There was no reason in the world for Christy to do anything now except pull the trigger. Jane pressed her foot down on the gas pedal a little harder. The car was moving faster now, slowly gaining speed. She had not turned the headlights on when Christy had appeared, and she didn't turn them on now, in the hope that Christy would not notice just how fast the car was moving. The voice came again. "Slow down." Jane said nothing. Christy was more alert than she had expected. There was no hope of hiding the speed now, so Jane accelerated rapidly. The faster she was going, the fewer options Christy would have. It was already too late to shoot and jump. "Stop the car or I'll blow your head off!" The car left the pavement and bumped onto the uneven surface of the lawn without losing speed. Jane watched the rear-view mirror and saw the arm come up carrying the gun, then swing hard at her head. Jane ducked to avoid the impact, but the gun caught the back of her head in a glancing blow that knocked her forward and made her see a red after-image. Then she realized that the car had already reached the end of the grass. It shot outward, and it felt for a moment as though they were suspended in the air, and then the car began to fall. Jane's seatbelt seemed to tighten and drag her down out of the sky. For a second she was aware that Christy was rising behind her in the back seat, both hands pressed against the ceiling to keep it away from her. Jane straightened her spine and sat up in her seat, looked out the windshield, and tried to see the surface of the river below. It was all darkness. She waited a second, then another, and then came the shock. The car seemed to stab downward into the water at an angle. There was a bang as the airbag exploded out of the hub of the steering column and flattened Jane against her seat, and at the same time a heavy thump as Christy was thrown forward behind her. Almost immediately Jane heard a rushing noise in the dark, like a waterfall, and then the sensation of cold water on her feet. It took Jane a second or two to determine that she could move. She fought the airbag to free her right arm, unbuckled her belt, and slipped sideways to the passenger side. She fell against the dashboard. The car was sinking front first, the heavy engine weighing it down. The water began to rush in faster. Her legs were in water up to the hip. Then she could hear more water, and she could feel that it was coming in through the weakened seal around the windshield. Jane listened, but she couldn't hear Christy, so she tried to stare between the front seats toward the floor of the back seat. At that moment Christy moved. She pushed off against the back of the driver's seat and brought the pistol around. There was a deafening report, and the airbag beside Jane deflated. Then Christy climbed higher onto the back seat, and Jane ducked lower. Jane let the torrent of water coming through the open side window pour over her. She held herself against it with all of the strength in her legs and groped for the door handle. When she found it, she grasped it and stayed down. The water was up to her chest now, then her neck, and she held only her face above it. She knew that no human being could open a car door against the rush of water. She would have to hold on to the door handle and wait until the door was completely submerged.
The seconds went by while Jane listened for another shot. Then she could hear nothing because the water was up over her ears. She lifted her face above it to take a breath of air, pushed down on the door handle, put her shoulder against the door, and used her legs to press against it. The door opened. Jane slipped out and swam. She counted her strokes. 1, 2, 3. Her head broke out of the dark water, and she gasped in a breath. Jane swam on the surface to the little margin of pebbles and mud on shore, pulled herself onto it, then looked back. The front of the car was completely under water now. The only parts visible were the rear window, the trunk, and a bit of the roof, but it was sinking. Suddenly there was a shot, and a hole appeared in the rear window. "No!" Jane shouted. "Get out the way I did! Swim down to the door!" But there was no way Christy could hear her. There was a series of 5 muffled shots, and Jane saw bits of glass sparkling in the muzzle flashes as they exploded upward out of the rear window. Christy had created a ragged row of punctures, but she had not created an exit for herself. The car sank more rapidly, and the water reached the rear window. Christy's shoe kicked against it once, making it balloon outward an inch or two. Then the leg was pulled back to kick again when the rear window collapsed inward and Christy disappeared. The water poured in, and the car sank from sight. Jane jumped to her feet and ran a few yards downstream, where the lazy current had carried the car, then sloshed back into the water until it was up to her thighs and ducked into it. She dived downward, trying to reach the car. But the water was black, and she could not find it. She tried over and over, but her hands touched nothing except soft mud and stringy weeds. There was nothing that felt like metal. After what could have been 10 minutes or a half hour, Jane crawled back onto the shore and lay there panting. Before she had fully regained her breath, she forced herself to stand. She took one last look at the slow, untroubled surface of the river. Then she turned away and began to walk. Chapter 45. Early one morning in late August, a young woman with long black hair parked her rented car in a small lot around the bend from the Glen Iris Inn at Letchworth State Park in Livingston County, New York, and walked along the park road to one of the narrow paths leading down into the gorge of the Genesee River. She descended the steep steps cut into the cliff in a zigzag that sometimes took her within a foot or two of the top leaves of a tall tree, then came back again beside the trunk, and then passed once more near the place where the roots had dug in among the rocks. The land had been made a park in the 1860s, so the woods were thick and old. She emerged from the shadows of the trees, walked the last 100 feet on flat, weedy ground, then stepped out on a smooth stone ledge above the water. She looked around her and listened. The river was shallow here, and it made a whispery sound as it rushed over the rounded pebbles and flat shelves. She could hear the birds above the wooded path she had just left, but there was no sound of a human being yet. In an hour or two, hikers and picnickers would be crowding the trails, making the last sweet week before Labor Day loud with their usual desperate enthusiasm. But now it was just a Seneca woman standing alone by the Genesee River, and this could have been any morning since the last ice age. The Genesee River was the place where the stone throwers, one of the tribes of Jogeo, lived. They were said to be no taller than the length of a person's foot, so they were called little people, but they were very strong. On the few occasions when they had allowed themselves to be seen, they had done it to intervene and save a person in extreme danger. They would take him out of the world for a time, to hide him from his enemies until the danger was over. The Seneca woman took the purse off her shoulder, set it on the rock ledge at her feet, and pulled out a pouch of pipe tobacco she had bought at the Rochester airport. She took a pinch and tossed it into the air, then watched the wind carry it down onto the rocks below her. "It's me, little guys," she said. "Jane Whitefield." She waited for a few seconds, listening to the water whispering over the stones, then poured more tobacco to the rocks below her. "I brought you the usual presents." The little people liked tobacco,
and their only source of supply was the Senecas, who had not lived along this part of the Genesee since the Buffalo Creek Treaty of 1826. She emptied the rest of the brown shreds of tobacco from the pouch and reached into her purse again. This time she had a plastic bag containing the clippings of her fingernails. The little people particularly valued the fingernail clippings of human beings, which they used to fool foxes and raccoons into believing that big people were nearby. She sprinkled the little moon-shaped clippings onto the rocks to make a wide zone of safety for the little people. "Thank you," she said. "Thank you for keeping my husband safe." She stood looking at the river for a few minutes, then said aloud, "I'm going home to be with him now." Jane drove the length of the park road, then turned on to the Genesee Expressway at Mount Morris and headed north to change to the New York State Thruway west of Rochester. As she drove, she could see signs that the summer had reached its fullest perfection and was about to end. The leaves on the maple trees had all matured, opened flat, and grown as big as a man's hand. In the old time, the people's lives had followed a cycle announced by signs in the world. Each spring, when the white oak leaves were the size of a red squirrel's foot, the women would go out to the fields to plant the corn, beans, and squash. When the leaves on the deciduous trees had opened a little farther, and the foliage was thick enough to hide a human shape in the forest, warriors would slip away, sometimes in parties of 3 or 4, and sometimes alone. They would travel in silence just off the trails, until they had reached the countries of enemies. They would stay for most of the summer watching, listening, and studying, until they had found the enemy's weaknesses and vulnerabilities. When the nights were just beginning to turn cool, and the days shorter, and the corn in the enemy's fields was beginning to ripen, the scouts would begin the journey back to the land between the Niagara River and Sodus Bay. They would travel quickly through the forests, often from as far west as the Mississippi River, and more rarely from beyond it to the eastern slopes of the high mountain range they called the Rim of the World, where the left-handed twin was reputed to wait for the souls of the dead. They returned to take part in the green corn ceremony that was held when the ears on the stalks standing in the women's fields had ripened enough to be edible. Green corn marked the end of the female half of the year, when the country of the Senecas was warm and fruitful, and the corn, beans, and squash they called the Three Sisters grew to feed the people. The festival began on the day when the people knew that for this year, at least, they would not starve. Their lives had been preserved. A few weeks later the crops would be harvested, and the male half of the year would begin. In the dark, cold half of the year, the celebrations were given by the men. There were hints that the men's ceremonies came from a time when the land between the Niagara and the Hudson had been much colder and barer, and the people had lived by following the migrations of herds of large animals. Every year, as soon as the harvest was completed, the men went off to hunt deer and bear, or to attack the enemies that the scouts had observed during the summer. But green corn was a time when all of the people came together. When Jane reached the edge of Amherst, she stopped along the road, tilted the rear-view mirror so she could see her face, brushed her hair, and put on her makeup. Then she readjusted the mirror and drove on. She turned into the driveway of the big old stone house, glanced in the rear-view mirror, and watched the woman in shorts and a t-shirt strolling along the other side of the street stop, open her purse, and fiddle with something inside it, her lips moving. She was apparently muttering to herself about something she was looking for, but Jane smiled in the mirror at her and said, "It's me, all right. Tell them I said hi." Jane got out of the car and walked toward the front of the house. The door swung open, and Carrie stepped onto the porch. Jane said, "How was the rest of the movie?" He shrugged. A cynical attempt to pander to the romantic, sensitive female audience. "You would have been putty in my hands. Didn't understand it, huh? I put some estrogen in the popcorn after you left, but it didn't help." He rubbed his chin. "Didn't have to shave for 28 days, though." She put her arms around him and held her cheek against his in a long, hard embrace. "It seems to have worn off." "Yeah," he admitted. "I got tired of the popcorn." He suddenly bent to scoop her off her feet, carried her inside the house, and pushed the door shut with his foot. Jane said, "Nice of you to give me a lift, but I can only stay a minute." He withdrew his right hand so her feet swung to the floor. "These nightmares are beginning to get a perverse teasing quality to them. I came to get your opinion of a place I rented. Would you be willing to take a look at it? I was going to do a crossword puzzle, but I could work on it in the car." "Well, then, come along. It's kind of nice." She took his hand and tugged him toward the door. "I promise you'll like it. It's got 400 rooms and a bed in every one." He brightened. "A hospital! You finally got me a hospital." She wrapped her arms around him again and kissed him. She broke it off and looked at him happily. "No," she said, "I didn't." Then she swung the door open and pushed him out toward the car. Dr. and Mrs. McKinnon did not return to the house in Amherst that night. At 8 the next morning they were seen driving from a hotel in Buffalo eastward to the Tonawanda Indian Reservation. At 9:30 the mobile surveillance team was ordered to break off contact, and the team at the house in Amherst was told to dismantle their observation post and stand down. John Marshall arrived in Tonawanda in the afternoon. He parked in a small blacktop square near a long single-story building with a door and a chimney at each end and a row of windows along the side. There were 2 smaller buildings nearby where he could smell food cooking and now and then hear women's voices and the clatter of utensils. He entered the long, low building he had been told to call the Longhouse in time to hear several speeches in a language so alien to him that he was occasionally incapable of discerning even the mood. He guessed correctly that the first one was a prayer. The prayer was spoken by a man who'd held an office in unbroken succession since Daganoweda and Hiawatha convinced 5 warring nations to form the Iroquois Confederacy at least 500 years ago. The prayer was much older than that, and it contained a skeleton of the Seneca cosmology. In it the people thanked the right-handed twin, Hawaneyu the Creator, for making all parts of the universe, and at the same time thanked each of the parts themselves. The prayer began with the lowest earthbound beings, the warriors and women, then moved upward to the water, the herbs and grasses, the bushes and saplings, then the trees, the corn, beans and squash, the game animals, the birds. Then the people thanked the thunderers, the winds, the sun, moon, and stars, and finally Hawaneyu. There was nothing in the prayer but thanks, because the Senecas did not believe in asking for anything. They only expressed gratitude for what had been created and preserved. After that there was a recitation of an abridged version of the Gaiowio, the good word that the prophet Handsome Lake had received in his visions 200 years ago, during the worst moments of Seneca history, when the world had seemed to them to have changed terribly, but really had not changed at all. One of Handsome Lake's visions had told him to preserve the ancient cycle of feasts. Marshall listened as an elderly man with a stentorian voice addressed the people on what appeared to be another matter of profound seriousness, upon which the audience burst into laughter, stood up, and went about preparing to serve food. Marshall drifted through the crowds and began his search. Once Marshall thought he saw the one he was looking for, but as he stepped toward her, a hand touched his arm. He turned and found Violet Peterson with her face close to his. She said quietly, "If you're here to arrest somebody, you picked a rotten time." "I didn't." "Would you go to a church on Easter and haul somebody out in front of his family?" He said, "I'm not here to do anything like that. I was just hoping that they would be here. If you see them, will you let me know?" She said suspiciously, "If I see them, I'll let them know." Marshall saw huge cauldrons brought in from the kitchen building, and matrons ladling food into bowls for eating in the dining hall next door and into covered containers for taking to people who were not here. Twice he thought he saw her, but each time it was another young woman with long black hair. He didn't find the one he had come to look for until early evening, after the dancing had begun. He saw her only because she was standing along the wall close to her husband. The drums throbbed, the singers wailed, and the turtle shells made a noise like ghosts whispering in Marshall's ear as he approached. She seemed to feel his presence rather than hear it. She turned to face him and stared into his eyes for a moment, then lowered her head and took a step. Her husband started to follow, but she shook her head. She led Marshall out of the western door of the long, low building, down the wooden steps and into the night. She turned again to look up at him. He said, "I heard you were going to be here." "I didn't say it. I left a note in my house for my husband." He was silent for a moment. Then he said, "My name is John Marshall." She nodded. "My husband told me. He remembers you from the hospital." Marshall said, "I was the one in Santa Barbara." She said, "I've never been to Santa Barbara." "I didn't think so," he said. He looked in the direction of the longhouse, where the sounds of singing and dancing had grown louder. "What are you folks celebrating?" Jane seemed to ponder for a moment, as though she were compressing a great many complex matters, then answered, "Being alive." Marshall smiled. "Me too." He started again, looking at her intently. "I know you must have heard Richard Dahlman turned out to be innocent. All the evidence, a witness, tape recordings, videotapes even, all turned up miraculously. The charges were dropped. I think I read something about it in the newspapers." He looked down at his feet. "There was a woman I met not long ago who reminded me of you. She gave me a present." He reached into his pocket and handed her a small black box that looked like a transistor radio. "This is something I thought you might like." "What is it?" "It's a kind of safety device. It detects even the very faintest resistance on any electrical line. If, for instance, there were some very small appliance that was draining voltage on your house, say a transmitter of some kind, you could pick it up and find it." He shrugged. "Silly gadget. But it could prevent the wires from heating up sometime." "Thank you," she said. He began to back away from her. "Don't mention it." She stared into his eyes. "I never will." Then she added, "Unless I happen to meet that woman." "What woman?" He turned and walked toward the longhouse parking lot, then got into a car. She watched the car moving up the road until the two taillights diminished into a single glowing spot of orange-red light no bigger than a firefly. She listened to the pounding of the drums and the shuffling of many feet on the wood floor inside. This was the first night of green corn. This morning babies born since midwinter had been given names, and adults who were taking on new names had announced them. Tomorrow there would be the chanting of personal thanks for good fortune and accomplishments, the appearance of the Society of Faces to cure the sick, and more food and dancing. And on the final day there would be the casting of the peach pits, one side white and the other burnt black. The pits would be thrown down and read over and over until the black side or the white side triumphed, in imitation of the eternal battle between the Creator and his identical twin brother, the Destroyer. This concludes The Face Changers. Please visit our website, www.tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.